Okay.
Alec, I can't hear anything.
Okay, cause I had you on mute. And start, and it just went to this. Yeah, because it's logging in. It's still logging in. So Jody, I'm gonna mute you, cause you're echoing. Oh, I didn't give it approval to do anything. No, but you have it on. Oh, Mary was what? Yeah. Okay. Okay, now you're the assumption. So then, do you know your username? See, I'm used to mine. I just have to touch. That's your way in it. You don't remember Walter. Mhm, dot Baker.
Okay, so-
Do you, if
Okay.
your password is
Which one is it?
capital C?
Is my phone's away, same way, all I have to do is touch it. I get on one of these and I can't do nothing.
You should have opened it better.
Counselor four. That never changed.
So.
And that button never has worked right.
Still wants to show what put up.
Then let me get up. It's under there. No way.
So log back in, and then go to Facebook. The city Facebook,
I'll find out.
or the city website. If he doesn't know his password, use password, anybody can log into anybody. With their credentials. So go to the city website. Just let it.
I do my email, that's about all I do. Mine can't even do it right.
Do you ever get into this? Box it.
Uh-uh. I don't either.
So.
I took the ones on the last once. Then I didn't.
You'll scroll down to the meeting today. Yeah.
You gotta go back.
Look here in 2019. Oh, is it the other way?
Yeah,
No, okay, so let's do. So with all this stuff.
I could have limited.
Go right on to my date. Newest on the top. They go to you on there, so. She just
Should have bring that. I got the message this morning. I don't know what to do with this. I know on my phone and help, this one's still different.
Look. Oh, you got it to come up?
It finally,
Okay, good.
that needed to be charged.
Thank you, Jody. You guys got it for you?
Somehow always with the.
That's why I like to put it on the USB.
Yeah.
Yes. On that one. Open. Very good, good.
Okay.
You in?
It's probably gonna go under her name. I'll just look for the new one. Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Every time I had to do something, I always came in here.
Yeah, it's gonna be under her name.
Yes.
There's a call you see.
Yeah, Jody. And then she's gonna let you.
I don't know why it's not coming, so I'm gonna download
Got
it.
it. Yeah. Is she gonna let you in? Once she lets you in, you know how to change the name, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So then the top right. Yeah, well,
The three little balls on
yeah.
the corner?
Did
That's right.
No,
She's having issues with it. I'll be right back.
this isn't launching, I don't think she downloaded the.
No.
Oh,
It's like Greek to me,
There it is.
and I speak some Greek, but it's like Greek to me.
which one was talking?
There's just showing.
Is that it?
Yes.
It's installed at 90% right.
Yeah, it takes time for it to drop.
You got three little balls?
Yeah.
It takes time for it to drop.
Oh, it
Well,
does.
she's installing, she didn't have Zoom installed.
No, you're you.
Go to her email? Yeah, look.
We already tried that, we had to download the app, there it is.
I'll see, I totally got there. What thing I'm at.
Everything,
Phone.
but mine was muted too, and it wasn't.
Can you hear us?
But it wasn't. Did you mute?
No,
Recording in progress. See, it's not muted.
You're mute, so.
There.
Up here.
and when do you unmute it, where do you unmute?
You
it?
don't, because if you
Keep
unmute
it
it,
there.
it goes.
Okay,
Okay.
is my name up there? I'm up there now.
Yeah, and then just block your screen, honey. You're on.
Oh, okay.
Right there.
I see, I wanna touch it, make it
There you
bigger.
go.
Like
Okay.
my computer does.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. You have to double click.
I'm ready.
Why did you double click on mine to get hers to come up bigger, so a big screen like that?
So you click on the screen.
Oh,
Breakfast and chicken,
Yeah,
it's
Huh?
breakfast and chicken.
Shrink just right here.
That minus up there.
here's here too. But this, see,
No, you don't have a mouse.
I don't know how to do this kind of computer.
Okay. Oh, so whenever we're ready for your pro tem. Fire meeting to order.
Why can't we get touch computers?
Because we already have these expensive computers. These aren't that old. And we have to put it in the budget and with the fire last year, that's still not gonna
I'll
be.
call this meeting to order at 9:23.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody got their budget.
And first of all, we'll be the pledge. Terry, these are the pledge.
Yes.
Wait, does it?
The pledge?
The pledge.
Oh.
I need to get that.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Big roll call, please, Craig.
Counselor Lakewood? Here. Counselor Weaver?
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Miller?
Here.
Counselor Proctor? Mayor Pro Tem, you have quorum.
Number 4, non-action items. A is fiscal year 2026 budget. So we can start ahead. Mary.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm sharing my beginning screen on the new budget software, Casella Advantage. And this is an overlook of all the accounts, but where we're going to go is under the 2026 budget. And so you all have a recap sheet. It is a spreadsheet that is printed in blue and red and black. So I want to begin with that, and I'm going to change the screen really quick to show you where those figures came from. So this is the recap shown on your screen in a different way than what you have on your spreadsheet. So when we do our budget, of course, is we want to be balanced. And the general fund is balanced. We are $479,603 in the black. So with everybody's budget, they were very conservative this year. They did not ask for a lot. There's not a lot of extra fluff in anyone's budget. So it is in balance, which I'm very excited. It makes my job easier, your job easier, hopefully. But be patient with me as this is a new process to all of us, okay? And I understand everybody wants hard copies, and I will get those hard copies once we get through this workshop and you guys make your changes. And when we start going into the accounts, if you do make changes, whether you're adding to them or subtracting to them, there is a separate column for those changes. So I will not be making any changes on what was submitted. All changes are reflected by a name, a date, and a time. And I'll get into those as we go through the budget. The first thing I would like to do is start with legislative. So in order to find out whether I'm in balance, I had to go ahead and put numbers in legislative just so that I have figures in there to work with. Now I'm going to open it up, and this is your budget. And so then I need for you guys to tell me where you want those monies allotted, or if you want to change anything that's in there. So I'm going to go ahead and get into the legislative budget, and then this will give you hands-on view to see how this is going to work. So I'm going to close this. Okay. So this is the legislative budget, and if you look at this screen, it has 2023 year actuals, 2024 year actuals, year to date for 25, and then the 25 budget. And then way over here in the blue column is what the 2026 budget is proposed to be, okay? So we will start, I'm gonna open this up. So this is where this pink column, this first pink column is where we will either add or subtract amounts that you guys want in these lines that is not reflected. As you notice in here, last year we had $47,000 in equipment maintenance repair because we were going to do a new audio, which we've already done. So I didn't put anything in there, but any of these lines that you feel need to have money in, that's what we're here for. So I'm going to turn this over to you, and you guys tell me what you want to do with your budget, and I'll key it in the pink column.
So Mary, do you want to start off with saying we're in the black?
We are almost $500,000 in the black. So at this point in time, the budget is considered balanced, and I'm not sure, for me, however you guys want to handle the budget process, I'm going to ask that you treat each department exactly the same way, if it's possible. Instead of drilling on some and just cutting some others, it's better if we are consistent with the way you do it with every single department. So you guys,
No, Mary.
But doesn't
I'm sorry.
the budget for each department differ in what they need and what they don't need?
You are more, we're gonna open every one so you can review. And so we're starting with legislative. This is your budget. And so you can see that I didn't put anything in there for training. I didn't put anything in there for equipment maintenance and repair. I put the $11,000 in there because those are our New Mexico Municipal League fees that we receive every year. And I think the amount this year is like 10,500. So I put $11,000 on the line. But really, you guys need to tell me how you want your budget set up.
So in other words, do you guys wanna leave it as this, or do you wanna add, do you wanna remove, what is it that you wanna do?
Okay, my question here, Mary, is that you're saying you didn't put nothing here for maintenance, isn't that up to the director of each department to?
This
figure
is
out?
your, yes, sir, this is your budget. This is legislative. This is the council's budget, the council and the mayor.
This is just ours, Terry, in case we wanna add something, like if we're gonna give raises later on or something like
Okay,
that.
got you.
This is just.
Yes,
Yeah,
But, okay, I see what's highlighted now.
Okay,
I got bird crap on this one glass right here.
you want a tissue?
so
No, I'm just,
Oh,
I'm being,
So the first thing, I don't have anything in there for travel and per diem, so I do believe you need to put some money in there if you guys are gonna train or travel.
hey, I do think last year we did budget 20,000 for travel and courses and stuff, did we not?
we added 10 to each line item, so. I would suggest we just move that same budget from 2025, which is 13,750 for mileage and per diem, and
Right.
13,750 for training. Just move those over to the new budget.
Okay, as you can see in the pink columns, I've done that.
And you,
You want anything for cap out furniture? Do you guys need furniture in the council chambers?
no, do you have a question?
Huh?
Do you have a question?
no, yeah, after you get finished, I'm gonna ask somebody about if in the future you're gonna give people raises, like say we were gonna up the mayor and up the salaries or something, where do we put that in?
Right now,
That's what I wanted to talk about, cause I was asked to put this on our agenda.
that has to be approved by resolution, and you all can
Yeah.
ask for yourselves.
No,
Somebody else
no,
has to ask for you.
who
Right.
asked it?
Somebody else has to ask for you, you can't ask for yourselves for a raise.
I'm not asking for us, I'm saying in the future, if we decide to up the mayor's wages and the council's wages, we gotta have the money in there.
Sorry, it has to be set by ordinance, so we have to have a public hearing on it.
So but we need to put it in the budget now.
It's in there.
Oh, you already
So
put it in?
the salaries for you guys currently are in there. It's under 41-42 personnel services. Those are the costs of what you're being paid currently as counselors and as mayor per ordinance.
I understand that, Mary, but in the future, I know you can't do it until after an election and everything, but if you wanted to give the mayor and the councils a raise, where would we put it?
Here,
It would go here after the ordinance and the public hearings and so forth. This is where it would enter in. Yes, sir.
Have to be approved by public hearing, yes.
but it has to be in the budget, so
But it's not after the public hearing, it's not till after if approved, then it's after the election.
yeah, so we.
Right, no, yeah, I understand that part, yeah.
And so, just so you understand, a budget is something we submit, it's like our checkbook. This is what we say we're gonna get in revenues. This is what we're gonna spend. So those budget adjustments we make quarterly is new grant money coming in, or maybe the electricity and the gas went up and we didn't have enough money in that line, so we need to up our budget in order to pay the bills. Those budget adjustments happen annually or quarterly, actually, and when they change the bottom line, they're done by a budget adjustment resolution, and we can add to the budget provided all the other steps, the legal steps to get there is taken care of first.
So we
Did
can
that
come
answer
back.
your question?
I think we should
That's what she's saying.
build it into the budget now.
Yes. I think so too, or. I never say here that enough.
But you're saying we can't, right?
No, we can't.
You can do it if approved. Yes.
What number did you come up?
Well, I had the idea that we wanna keep a good clerk, a good, judge,
Wait, we're just talking about the legislation,
that, well,
us.
The courts are separate from the.
Yeah, we'll separate, do their separate executives and just for us,
Versus
the
the-
mayor,
okay.
and legislature.
Well, I'd like to, up it. We haven't done that in a long time. And I asked Kelly not long ago about that. And I know it has to be by ordinance. And there's a lot of particulars, like we cannot, never go over what the county commissioners give. You know, we have rules, the state rules to go by too. So I don't know. I talked to John a little bit about it. And, he said he'd find out everything, but I wanna know if we don't have it in the budget, we can't do it.
Exactly.
So,
Okay, I'll, then,
Let's discuss what would be an appropriate amount for the mayor. Terry, what do you think would be
I, for who,
for a mayor, the position of mayor?
what they're getting right now.
Not raise the mayor at all?
No, I don't think it needs to be raised because it's, I mean, it's, in all the time we've been here, it's never been raised.
But it's been 20 years.
it's been a long time since we had a raise. I used to get $26 a meeting. For years.
I'm just,
But it's been a long.
my opinion, I don't think the mayor's position needs to be bumped anymore than what it is right now. I would rather take that monies and put it on the side of the judge. It's ever since I've been in this community, it hasn't been bumped at all.
Right, so the mayor is what, 1,000?
1,000.
Yep.
Both the judge and the mayor.
And so if we had a real mayor in here who was working real hours,
That's immaterial. Please, that's immaterial. We're not here to throw stones. I would like to just keep this very civil. No names, no nothing. Let's just do the budget. And go on about what we're doing, please. I mean,
what's your opinion, Judy,
I
about?
was thinking, mayor does spend a lot of time. Well, I'm not one, I don't have time,
well, it just
but the
depends.
mayor does, I was gonna say. This, going by checking on what other towns do. The mayor and I know the judge don't go in on this, but I was 2,000,
A month?
yes.
Judy, do you think you're-
I talked to her and John about it last night. And, I'm for it. I mean, if it ain't been changed in 20 years,
so double it?
I would say not double. If you're gonna do anything with it, I would say go $500 a month. That's 6,000 a year, and that still keeps within our budget that we're looking at right now.
500 a month, that's lower.
Are you saying?
No, add 500 to it, increase it, not double it. If you're looking at 100% increase, that's almost unheard of,
Okay,
okay? And the same with the judge, $500 a month, and that's both of them are still within our budget.
So up at 5?
Well, I don't, know, you okay? No. Okay. Judy, what you?
I just feel. The more you put into something, the more you get out of it. And. We've been the same for 20 years. Our prices have gone up. I know some places, have a little more than that, but they also, the mayor lots of times will buy his own food or something, and the counselors too. Of course, we have to have our. Whatever the meetings cost, paid for by the city, because they're. Want us to go to those and it helps the city. But, and the rooms too, probably, but I don't know if it would help. I don't mind buying my own food, and most of the places. You go for any kind of training, they feed you also.
That's
Yeah, but
not
we're
good.
talking about what the mayor should get. or
I
not
know,
get.
but I'm talking about what money we need.
Okay,
But we haven't, let's finish with the mayor. What should we?
what's the
budget?
mayor making now?
What?
4,000
You're gonna go to 2,000.
I thought it would be good, fair.
Okay,
Okay.
They put in
Okay.
more time than anyone. Really,
Mayor Pro, I'd like to have the floor. Okay, 99% of the mayors that we have are retired, okay? I'm retired, Dean's retired.
Gilmore?
Williams was retired, the Armstrong was retired. Bob Miller was retired. Dave was retired. So there's 5 mayors over all this time to make $1,000 a month. They're retired, so they're set, they're doing what they need to do. A person that has a full-time job would be hard for him to set the chair of the mayor, even though it is a part-time position.
true.
You can't direct directors if you're not here. That's what I'm getting at. I would go $500. That's 50% increase.
I'll split it with you 15.
Okay,
Okay, I like that.
sounds reasonable.
So raise it to 15 a month.
So 500, you're upping, upping
1,500,
the line item 500.
1,500.
Did you hear that, Mary?
Per month, so that.
I did. So do I put that? I don't know how I can submit that as a preliminary if the, if it hasn't passed by ordinance.
Well, you're putting the money in there because if it does pass, you have to have that money in there for January.
Yeah,
We can.
Well, but I can do that via budget adjustment.
Okay.
That's not a big deal. I mean, I can adjust the budget according to what was approved by a budget resolution and the money's in there. So there's not an issue with adding to it.
What line would you put that under, Mary?
It would go under the salary line once it was approved.
Okay.
is it salary or just compensation?
Salary.
Salary.
It is salary.
Yeah, it would be under elected officials. Now, you didn't change the counselors' amounts, but but it would, the elected officials, it would go under the elected officials line. I don't know if I can legally submit that to DFA without proof of ordinance.
Okay.
But I can most certainly do a budget adjustment that is not a big deal, and we don't have to wait quarterly. We could do it as soon as we knew that it was approved. I could submit it on through DFA for approval. It has to be passed by resolution.
They just wanna make sure the money's gonna be
In
in
the
there.
budget.
Well, we're $479,000 in the black, so I would say yes, the money is in there.
Okay, you're talking about the ordinance and all that stuff. We gotta be able to get on there to change the ordinance. We can't change the ordinance till we get on there. But like the city clerk stipulated, we have to have it in the budget to actually move forward with it. And this is what we're trying to get now. And I don't see where rocket science getting involved in this needs to come up. It's a cut and dry thing. We're approving for $500 extra a month, 6,000 a year. That comes off the total grant that we've got. We don't, that won't.
So
take-
I can,
It doesn't take place till the 1st of January of 26, correct?
But what she's saying is you're in the black, so
Right.
she'll leave the money in there.
She'll leave
You'll
it
be
in the
okay.
budget.
She's saying that we've got that money in that 470,000, that she will guarantee us will go in there if we pass. it.
absolutely.
Just stay in the black, you'll be okay.
See, she just said it again.
She'll move money
Absolutely.
around.
But we have, what I'm looking at now, when we say we're gonna do this, 1st of January is when all this takes place. I want to have to subtract that 6,000 a year from that black. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what she's saying. Yeah, no, that's what she's gonna do.
Yeah, she'll do a budget adjustment by resolution.
Yeah. Right, Mary?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
That's what you guys want. When it passes through, we'll do the adjustment, budget adjustment by resolution. It'll go to DFA and immediately those rates will change.
And that's not gonna hurt you or anybody else that was getting.
No,
into that?
sir. Not unless you're giving yourself a $479,000 raise.
Which legally you can't do that.
I can't
I'm trying to be funny. Sorry.
Okay.
I took it as funny, Mary. Thank you for the humor.
As far as the other line items, are you gonna be changing anything within the legislative or are you all gonna be the same?
And she was talking about the counselors.
The counselors.
It's the same thing, same process.
Okay,
So we'll have to
we
wait
can't,
till,
we haven't decided how much to put in there.
but she says it's in
I
there.
don't, I think the counselors are okay, in my opinion.
Well, it depends on how much you spend this city. And I spend a lot. I spend a lot on all these events
What?
because I don't wanna, we
No,
don't
no,
have a
what-
great
what are you
amount of
looking at?
sponsors. And, I come up with it, so.
Okay, good, but when you say you spend a lot on these events, can't you turn that over to Mary or get a pre-approved?
No, I can't. I can't. They can't pay for our food and they can't pay for our other stuff that we need.
They
I
pay,
just
they
don't
pay
have-
for travel and per diem.
Yeah.
Okay, you-
That's
you-
something I don't do. I do local
Okay, what do the counselors make?
200 a month, 200 every week.
every meeting.
Okay, what do you,
Well, I was thinking we have to go to our meetings, of course, make that money. Other places get a certain amount, they don't even have to get it. Like we're doing, so,
I think you need to show up.
I know, you sure,
I do.
and that's how we've always been, Terry. But I'm thinking, we could make a set amount, and no matter how many meetings we go to, we get that set amount.
I disagree with that. College, you get paid for a service, you're being paid for a service.
No,
that you're-
I mean, just the opposite, that's what's going on. We don't get paid until, what I'm saying, get a certain amount every month, and they can add as many meetings as they want,
Unlimited meetings.
unlimited meetings,
Flat fee, unlimited. meetings.
that's what,
So you're saying 500 a month, and that's for all the meetings you go to?
no, I think we need more than 500.
No, I was
Yeah.
using it as an example, but is that what you're?
Yes, yeah, that's what I was thinking, and I was, if he's only getting 1,500. I don't wanna go over that. I know some towns, and there's smaller towns too, they get 800 or 900 a month.
We can't base it on other towns and stuff. We have to look at what our city can
I
afford.
just don't wanna go over, and our city can afford. We do a
I
lot
don't
of
want to do
traveling.
it, period. That's why I don't want, that's why I'm talking about going over. If we keep it the way it is, how many times, okay, we're getting paid for being here today, so that means a double check. For Monday and yesterday for the meeting and for a day for the meeting. That's not $500 every month, that's $6,000, a month, that's $6,000
A
a
year.
year. That,
Ours has been like 4 or
That
5.
that each counselor would get.
But right now, what we should concentrate is on the legislative budget, because Mary is saying that that money is in there. We'll worry about that when we get to the public hearing.
When it passes or don't pass, yes, but we gotta have a number.
You just have to do it before the
Right.
next election.
Yes, ma'am.
Well,
So what number are y'all looking at?
I'd go to 250 a meeting with no more.
You're getting 200, so this month, what, that's 600?
It's 400 a month, two
it's
meetings.
400 a
200.
month right now.
200.
Well, you-
Month.
You get paid for workshops too, so any meeting you have.
Yeah,
You
but
get
that's only-
workshops, special
I
meetings.
just did my taxes and I got 4,500 or something for the whole year, not 6,000.
Yeah, you should have got 6,000.
No, we didn't. I used to. Cause we had a lot more meetings, we had a lot more get-togethers and stuff, so
Okay, so it's 400 on 2 meetings.
a lot more workshops we used to have.
What do you want to talk, go into?
I mean,
We'll
we
talk
did-
about it later.
we did
Yeah,
talk about it.
public hearing, that's not
But
something.
we don't need this number?
No,
Okay. Cause we just gave the number for the
Yeah.
other.
exactly. No, you don't need one.
Okay.
She doesn't explain, you don't need one. So, but Mary, then if the number does change later on, it's gonna change all the FICA and insurance and all that, right?
Yes, correct.
And- Okay, so here's that. Okay, so. The equipment maintenance and repair. I don't remember doing that, putting in $47,000, I just don't remember that.
47.
I mean, that's legislative, but that's all your equipment. And I think the reason we did it is because we bought the software.
Wasn't we wanting something else?
Remember
A sound, something sound?
You got all that.
We got it. The sound system and audio.
So if we leave that 47,000, oh, for your laptops. Right, so if we leave the $47,000 in there and Judy gets reelected and wants touch pads. Then the book will be there.
I'll just tease
I'm
them.
good with that.
Materials and supplies, what does that include? Yeah, Ally, materials and supplies.
Well, you really don't use it for legislative.
I need some business cards. Would that be out of that?
No, I would be.
That'd be
not
under-
Really, that's minimal. That's-
Okay, and do we ever use postage and shipping?
No.
Okay, so we can take $50 off. Counselors, do you agree with that?
I don't have anything in for 26. If you look in the blue column. There isn't, the only thing I put in there was the fees that I knew we had to pay. If you look at the pink column, these are what you have told me to change. If you
Okay.
want me to put money in, materials and supplies for cards, I can. You need to tell me how much.
So for equipment, maintenance and repairs, we're gonna go ahead and move that 47,000 into the pink line. So leave that line item alone here, move it over.
Okay, so for the 47,000, what did you need to use that for?
In case we need new laptops after Judy gets realized.
Okay, so if we do that, I would say $15,000 would cover all new laptops. They're about $1,500 a piece.
And why was it 47?
Well, because we weren't sure the cost of upgrading the sound system and the video system in the chambers. And so we did due diligence to upgrade and we found an excellent deal for the less than $9,000. But we were unaware of how much it would cost because we did have quotes from vendors that were up to $62,000 to do the work. So we were unsure.
Wouldn't it be safe to leave the money in there in case anything happens,
Yes.
any of the equipment?
And you can look through the past all the way back to 23, how much you actually have spent in that line all the way back to 23.
Well, these laptops have been here since 2021, because that's.
What if they-
Right, and so everybody is probably going to need new laptops, so I would say,
I
are
would
you
say-
okay? 15,000 is gonna be way more than,
But you're gonna
are
think
you
about-
okay with that?
What if there's a move to the museum or something?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, move it over.
Yeah, just leave it alone. That's my opinion, but
That's my opinion too.
Yeah, Mary, just move the 47 grand over.
Thank you.
Did, okay.
Okay, so.
I have a question,
Oh.
Mary, about where would a newsletter go for our residents?
Oh, that's why,
Even if it was every 3 months.
I think that's why we did that. You're right.
That was our,
That should probably come under the 47,000.
No,
no.
the materials
don't
and
know what-
supplies would be a good place for that. Materials for newsletters.
could we put some money in there? Because I think it would be great to let our residents what the city's doing,
Our machine, what does it charge?
even if it was every 3 months.
Okay, so under materials and supplies, you want to up it to
Send out
1,000.
Quarterly letter, all of a sudden.
They told me it was expensive.
So that's.
Materials and supplies,
How much?
1,000,
People who signed it for the water bill.
in case we want to do a newsletter, and then that we would have to up the postage.
That's
then.
less than 1,000.
Okay.
Okay, postage?
Paper.
Right.
How much did you want for postage?
Just a second, Joe,
That's
Mr.
both
Jarvis,
separate.
what does it cost to mail out the utility?
I couldn't take, we get a special rate, it's a special deal. Yours would be separate.
They would get the same, well, if we run it through our machine, it would be.
Postage and
No.
paper.
Postage is expensive and it's especially if you're gonna send it monthly.
No, it
No,
wouldn't be monthly.
Quarterly?
Quarterly,
Quarterly, and also, why not a?
So a regular stamp is 79 cents. We get a 6-cent discount, or maybe it's a 5-cent discount, so.
We need to put 10 grand in there?
So you would have to do 800 times.
There's only 800 homes here?
No, 920 something.
It varies by how many accounts.
The way I sat down and figured this up when I was at home, I figured it up. I talked to Joey about how many meters we had hooked up. How many people we got on wells, but if we get the letter put out, they can be posted here, they can pick them up here, they can be mailed out, but the water bills, when they go out, that's how many people we would send the letter to. That's the way I think they did it in the past.
So how many water bills are there?
Not roughly.
It's about
900.
852, between 852 and 903, I believe.
So we're looking at about $600 per newsletter at 70 cents a letter.
And then the paper.
Then you figure
Well,
in
this
the
is
paper.
The postage rate. No, that's postage times 4. So we need about 2,500 under the postage, Mary.
Okay,
Bump it all to 3,000 per quarter.
No, yeah, it was less than 2,500 for the entire year.
But to be on the safe
To
side.
be on the safe side, 300. So, and then the actual paper and ink and which one?
If you want to do it by quarter, then you have to look at it. You're looking at it per month. I'm looking at it per quarter.
Okay, I'm looking at it per quarter.
Okay.
It
so-
was, and the total times the total I got per quarter times 4 quarters was 2,500.
So put
So we have 3,000. But, so what copy machine would we use?
And
And
what
what
are
is,
you going in the, administrative offices?
and, do,
Can you round that up to
So
36?
that's underneath
Just
your
run
material. and supplies.
3,600 in case postage goes up, ink goes up.
But they're
papers,
separate funds.
They're separate,
They're
so your
separate
postage
funds.
is separate.
right.
One's gotta be postage, one's gotta be material supplies.
Postage, now you're going to materials and supplies for the ink and your paper.
You
That's
remember
another.
when we had the brochures?
So what do you do?
All of our
Different departments
numbers
come
were
in and
there,
use that
so
machine?
people could
No.
call us and
They all have
it's
their own.
just the convenience.
Okay,
part of
since
it.
we don't have one, what would the cost per page be? Do you know with printing and?
No, it just depends, no.
Cause on top of that,
We just give her the number, she does the math, like I'll tell her we did 20 copies and then she'll figure it for ink and paper.
So if we did a 1-page newsletter, 1 page on 2 sides. Mary, what would a 2-sided copy cost per page?
Well, basically, we pay for, you would need to buy paper. So because we pay the cost of the printing through our machine, if you used our copier, our ink is free. So, and we pay a lease amount and we get unlimited use as far as I know. So I would have to look at a monthly bill when you guys ran those and then do the math based on the billing. But it wouldn't be very much, but you would have to buy your paper, Angela, how much was a box of paper?
Tons of paper.
35.
$35.
So we can get 1 box of paper, which has 10 reams in it, which is 5,000 pages for about $40.
And then are you gonna put them in envelopes or you just?
No, just a, no.
I would
I'm
talk.
trying to talk about.
How would you mail them if they're not in an envelope?
Yeah, and theirs is pretty.
It's only 10.
That's what I was talking about, a brochure, to have somebody make them for us every quarter.
Then we got.
Like the lead? Like to be,
No, like.
Gary and them used to do it here, it was a trifold,
do it.
oh, but it was a 1-pager.
Yeah,
trifold.
Yeah.
Jared, all it needs to be is a paragraph. And for the mayor puts it out, then each director, like Public Works, Police Department, Fire Department, has their comments in there. If they don't have comments in there, they don't put nothing in it, you send it out. And when I used to get them, I think the biggest one I ever got was like a page and a half, but most of them was on 1 page.
Yeah, because they never changed, I remember. That it
One
was.
paragraph, it was just 1 page.
it's not worth sending.
We're not, we're not telling the story, we're just, this street, Public Works, this street will be closed off, this date and all that.
But then they have to project 4 months. Or 3 months, they could. Like today, Joey, when I came down here, I came down on Harris. And there was no indication that the road was gonna be closed. I drove right up Harris and all of a sudden it said, road is closed, but I was already more than halfway through the street. And
Call the gas company and complain, that's what we do.
oh, that's them? No, I just drove.
I get the complaints every day.
Like the guy standing there looking down in the hole?
Yeah.
That was gas
That's
company.
If the road's under construction,
All right,
you should
then I
expect
don't
some
feel
kind
bad.
of delays.
Because I drove around it, drove right through it, and then they're going, oh, I'm coming because they only have.
Guys, I'm sorry, we're a little behind already and I want to know, we need to make decisions here so I can get with Joey. His should have started at 9:45.
So how about materials and supplies? We double that? For the-
2,000?
Yeah, to include the newsletter and
Yeah.
business cards and whatever. So then.
Do you want 2,500 in there?
I would put that much.
Okay,
So,
or do you want 3? What do you want?
No, that sounds good, Mary. For the new
Okay.
business.
Are you guys satisfied with your budget?
Hey,
Not yet.
Mary, tell me.
Yes, sir.
back To the travel per diem, what's this, the -44?
The what?
It says -404.
Where?
Oh,
Oh, that's
Travel per diem.
2023. That's old history.
okay, well, I'm just looking at what she.
Okay.
in front of me.
Take it back. Mary, if you'll go ahead and slide it back, I was telling you, it's for 2023. So we're working on 2025.
I understand that.
Okay.
That's, there you go, we can do about the first two columns. There is three.
So, Mary, I have a question about telephone and communications where we put in $500, and what would that include?
Yes, I do need to put that in there. That is for the mayor's cell phone.
He doesn't have a cell phone.
And there's a spot up at the top called cell phone mayor.
Well, where
When
is that?
Julia was here and then, Mayor Holman had one for a while, no, yeah. he
Well,
did.
but if he has his own personal, Ally, don't we pay him $50 a month for that? Or did he opt out of it?
I think he opted out of it, let me ask Don.
Okay. The reason that's in there is because of the cost for the cell phone.
Yeah.
And as the other line for the mayor's cell phone, I know that I saw that in the budget lines, but I don't know that that's ever a line we've ever used. So the history would be on this line and not on that other one.
No, he does not.
Okay. So you would not need anything in that telephone and communication line. Although year to date, we spent 500, was that prior to him not, Ally?
Yeah, he used to, but he no longer.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
This is an election year, so this will carry over into next year's first 6 months. So you don't know if a new mayor coming in will go on cell phone or not, so you need to.
Do you want me to put money in there?
Should.
I just think it'd be better to have something in there and not.
I agree, I agree,
And the mayor has to be in contact wherever he goes.
absolutely, I agree with that. So 600, that's $50 a month.
Okay. And so,
That's based on if they're gonna use their own personal cell phone or not, correct? $50.
It's less if you use a city's because the highest cost we have for a new handset is about $47 a month.
So
through
it's still
Verizon.
about the same. Okay, thank you.
Of
So,
course.
round it off, just like 600.
yes, that's what she did. And then so for dues and subscriptions and advertising, you.
I have 11,000 in there because that is based on the New Mexico Municipal League dues that they charge for the city to be participating with them.
Okay, that sounds
You
like.
mean they actually advertise for us?
Yes, they do actually. If we have positions open, they put it in their monthly reporter. When there's new news in there, I believe that you can submit and have it put in there.
Because they're empty.
From
There's nothing.
municipal league.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I also got it on Foxfire. My gosh, I didn't see
I
those
just put one in there yesterday, we've already filled all of them.
Well, his,
So here.
personnel costs.
The new numbers.
So I do want to bring your attention, when we first started, this blue column, this is the grand total. Let me go to the bottom. If you see the grand totals in each one of those sublines, you can see we started out with 48,848, which was the accumulation of everything in this blue column where we started. Now that we've added this new column, it has jumped to 81,200. And then I'm going to pull all the way over here and show you the ending line. So we started at 46 and we ended at 130. So that's a difference of 80.
81,000, what you said.
And 48,848. So we've increased the budget by 81,200, which is going to come out of that. And it'll automatically calculate. Once I save this, I'll go back to that recap sheet. And it's going to take that 81,200 out of this 479,000 we're in the black, just so you guys are aware. Okay.
How much did you up it, Larry?
81,200.
Okay.
And that's reflected up here at the very top where my mouse is by 130,48, where we started at 48,848.
So I have a question, Mary, this training that I just took, the one that we were talking about earlier. They want me to join their organization and there's an annual dues. Can I add that on here?
You can add it on there, or we can move money around once the fees come in. Do you know how much they are? Cause there might be enough money already in there,
I
in
have
your
no
budget.
idea.
I mean, you've got $47,000 on equipment here. And when it comes down to it, you might only need 45, and if your dues and fees are $500, there's plenty of money in there to cover those costs.
Do a budget resolution. I mean, a budget adjustment for resolution.
Or do you want to add it? You tell me what you want to do.
Oh, yeah, I was just wondering if it was, if we could do that. And it sounds like we can.
How much do you need?
I'd have to check. When they first said it, I didn't pay attention.
25 million to pay all my bills off.
It would be 500 or less annually. I'm thinking it's a lot.
So I'm gonna up the annual dues because I think the annual dues are 10,500, but I'm not gonna bet on that. So I'm gonna add $500 to the line, okay? So now that's going to increase it by 81,700. And this is this green line over here. This is what I did want to draw your attention to. Is you can see all the changes I've made today. My name is next to them. And I have not changed anything that was originally submitted in the blue. All changes occurred in the pink column, and then the totals between the two are brought over to this ending green column. Does everybody see that? Please review the green column and make sure those line items are correct. I've got them on the right line item and the amounts look right before I save and move.
Mary, we don't get to see the whole page here. All we see is a couple of columns.
We got two.
Even when I slid my
No.
cursor over?
No.
Yeah, all we see is a lot, if you see it, you look at our screen.
Hold on just a minute. Let me change the view maybe. Did that change it for you?
No,
Nope. You just got 26 on our screens.
Okay, hold on. That's so weird. Allie, why is it not letting me? Okay, share.
See changes before moving.
Oh, that's her doing that. She'll save all the changes, then we'll get a hard copy of all this.
Okay. It's still the same thing, guys.
we just kept them the same. We just,
It's not showing.
Oh, you know why? Because you have to move your cursor. On the bottom, can you move? No.
no, it's not letting us.
Cell phones, gasoline.
Okay, now that we've got it in the marathon.
Can you see the green column?
I think you're gonna have you change the same, so that's.
So you log, but you can always log out, so.
Okay, it's showing it now, Mary, under the adjustments.
Building maintenance repairs.
The,
But you still can't see. I'm sorry, you still can't see the green column?
Yes, we can
Yeah,
see
we
the
can
green
see it.
column,
All
and we
we
can
see-
see the adjustments
all
we
we see
made.
is the green column, and it doesn't say what the,
Mine's blue.
Yeah, it's on the top.
I see it just
I
like
see
you.
it.
so what are you looking for? I wanted to see the projected number back on that blue line or whatever that yellow one was. Mary, can you, yeah, there you go. I wanna see green, yellow, blue, and then the stuff on the other end, but I can't.
I can't, I have to slide the screen, which is why I couldn't print this out. It's too big. I could, let me see. No, because if I reduce that, it takes away all the columns. But I can, what you can see is the blue line, and I know you want to look at the statistics, which I can slide back and forth. We can come back and relook at it. But the changes I made today, I didn't make any changes in this blue column. They're all in the pink.
Mary, slide it over to you, 25,
We just
Oh,
wanna
it's
see
not-
2025.
just 25?
I wanna compare
2025?
2020, yeah, 2025 to,
Take off
2026
26 and 24,
we can't see.
yeah.
They're all, you had them all there, Mary.
You're going,
Now they're there, but we can't see what's on the right.
going, Mary.
Right. not that fast.
The other way.
The other way, go slow, right there,
One more,
go over.
right there.
Is that what you wanted to see? I thought you wanted to see, no,
I just wanted to see the 2020.
there you go. That's,
Yes.
there you go.
Thank you, Mary. That's exactly.
I told you, be patient. We'll get through this.
I'm not a patient man. Don't laugh at that, Jody.
Does that work for you guys?
No, because I can add, when you had it to shrunk the other way, I can add the 48,432 to what we put in the right column that we want changed. I mean, it's,
So you.
It's the same here. You can still see the addition between the blue column and the green column. So you can see those changes I made in the pink column now listed in the green column that were not in the blue.
So you upped it 81,720, which went up.
Yes,
to
that's correct.
130,48.
okay, but my question here is the $48,148
Yes, sir.
was what was already deducted from.
Yes, sir. So now we have added the 80.
All we're increasing it is the difference between 48,848 and 130,000, so you're only
Yes, sir.
looking roughly 80,000, something like that, not even, yeah, roughly that right there.
81,720.
81,500. If I did the math right.
Oh, what did you say? 81 what?
I thought it was 81,500. Let me look.
81,700.
81,720.
81,700. 81,700, guys.
81,700.
And so I was telling you that's gonna come off of the 479, which would be 603. So that's gonna bring that black down to 397,903. And I'll show you that on another page once I save this and you're okay with it.
Okay.
Are you guys good with this?
Only if I get a hard copy of this and not computerized.
Soon as we get to the preliminary, and once you guys tell me this is what you want and I get it uploaded in Cassell, I can print those for you.
Can't you snip it? And then print
I
it?
can do a snip.
Yeah, snip and print that.
Okay,
Okay. And then I'll go get it.
okay.
All right.
It doesn't say legislative on here, so
It's okay.
you guys know that, right?
There you go.
Okay.
So are you guys okay with legislative? We can move on to Joey?
Have we covered everything in here? We done the maintenance and everything?
Legislative, she went line by line. So I'm gonna go get you all a copy.
I can't see nothing.
I just took a picture of it on my phone, so I've got it.
There was a lot of.
No,
the
I mean,
bottom that
right
we
now.
didn't go through. There's a few at the bottom we did not go through.
That's what I just asked that.
Are you okay with me saving this budget?
Ms. Miller's got some questions on something.
I just said there was a few things at the bottom that had 00. Does that mean we never needed that?
That's correct.
We've done our cap out and everything.
And one of them was flood. We've never had floods till last year. Redosa Downs, I don't know what.
But this is,
But y'all have your emergency fund.
We have the emergency fund that we cover, all that.
this is the expense for us as
Us, I
councilors.
understand.
So are we good on this?
We've got our training in there, we've got our, letter in there for coming up for, next year, whatever that is, we'll be ahead of that because it's gonna be.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank
you.
You're welcome.
Will that work as a printout, guys?
Yeah, that was.
Yes, I like this, so now I know what our changes are. This is ours to keep, right?
And if you guys wanna mark it legislative on
And
the
I
top,
need help, like,
Oh,
ASAP.
so you know this is.
You-
legislative.
Ally, they don't take those sheets, right?
They can, Mary.
Okay.
Selling advantage, but I don't know what username.
So are you guys happy with legislative? You wanna move on to public?
I just want one quick, I just want to ask you one quick, where all these zeros are, is there something going in those numbers?
I just need to log in.
That's
Or does that come out of the fund?
The ones that are zero,
Uh-huh.
that's, did you guys wanna change it? Or wanna put something in there?
Travel transportation, you got nothing in front of it?
Well, travel transportation, didn't you all just leave it the same?
Yes.
No, we have travel mileage and per diem, wait, at 13,760. Yeah. So.
750
Same.
twice.
And then the travel per diem is in the hole.
So together, there's a lot.
No,
of-
sir, it's not.
So let's see this travel mileage per diem was 1317, we
Good.
kept it
Go below
13.
it, all these zeros, what I'm talking
We're
about.
not using those categories. Those are.
No cell phones, no gas,
We're not using any of those. categories.
maintenance, repairs, vehicle.
Not until we get down to equipment and maintenance, which is this kind of equipment. Those
I think
those
it's tough.
categories were not used.
That's because we get travel pay for our fuel to make some on vehicle.
So what you requested for is those others right here. The very bottom, the last one.
Could be.
So if you didn't up it, it stayed the same.
Tell me again?
If you didn't up it, it stayed the same. Maybe we were specifically asked.
No, it'll work.
Stay.
I found this on.
I just need to get the cell.
This is real.
So are y'all good with this?
Need it, yes, yeah, I guess it's not needed.
What's not needed, Jim?
All the ones towards the bottom, 0,
She's asking the same thing.
of no cost, emergency for that.
It looks like you have, never put any money.
Nothing in any of those.
Yeah.
One of the times it changed a little, but
Okay, then
Joey tells me that it's in our emergency fund already, or whatever.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, go on to
so,
Joey.
okay, Mary, they're good. You
Just-
wanna move on to Joey's? How long is Joey's gonna take? Can we take a break?
Yeah, think about it.
Thanks. Mary, we're taking a bathroom break. Mary?
Call it 10-minute breaks.
Should not have already.
I make a motion for a 10-minute break.
But she has a pause button on the other side, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know how you do that, Jason. Just see what you can do. I want to step outside.
Yeah, I don't know, man, it's the- We can take on the. Yes. You bring anything to, you got your candy, want something? No, I
But I'm gonna need it, but the chief's gonna need it.
I'm.
No, I don't want hard to do.
You just make your statement.
That's it.
Well, yeah, that's like that one that got pulled over. Yes. No, I hope later, nothing.
I don't have, can't get my email on.
So this right here.
No, but you lost it yourself. So you
Yeah.
can.
There's nothing, it's no one is going.
Temporarily commissioned by the Regal City Schools Department for a specific date. That did not.
What to do? I would kill it.
No one had known that to us.
Yeah. No, they don't. They passed that stuff on that. I sent it out. It was just like that last meeting.
That's what
we got
That's what, yes. Okay, I just wanted to.
Yes. I'll call this meeting back to order. I'll put it away. 11,
10:25.
25.
Okay, we're ready, Mary.
I gotta finish the chief and then.
Okay, so I've changed the screen. I think I told you what if I did the math right, that we would be at 397,903 after those changes. And so if you look at this recap sheet, you can see that it is reflected in there now. Those changes are immediate. So here, you see where my mouse is? There's the budget now for legislative at 135.48. Do you see that? Right here. Does everyone see it?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now I'm gonna go ahead and move on. I just wanted to share that with you. Joey, where do you want to start? Parks?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
ma'am.
Okay.
Good night.
Here we go. It's all yours, Joey.
Did everyone can see, I guess, so the first, change would be, when it started, 4347.
Tell me where we're at, Joey.
Fund 43-47 operational expenses.
Ally, can you turn your volume up on your laptop?
It's not the laptop, it's the system, Mary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she can't hear Joe.
Okay, so if you go down there for 4347, you see, the budget, the items that were increased. In the blue, I've kept building maintenance the same, vehicle maintenance the same, equipment maintenance and repair the same. And then in our park improvement fund, it was 6,000 last year. I've increased that to 10. Part of that money comes out of the helicopters when they land. Me and he split that money and it goes into the fund. So I've requested 10. Y'all seen the fence out front at the park? It's pretty ugly. I'd like to rebuild that fence
Which fence, bud?
right out here in front of the skateboard park. Bunch of old railroad ties that are rotten. I want to replace it with new fencing. And some work at Riverside Park. I probably need more than that, but that's just to get me started. The next item is material supplies. I've kept it at 10,000. Training was 2,500. I dropped it to 2. Fuel vehicle was 2,500. I just
How come you dropped your training points?
That's what I was fixing.
Well, honestly, if you look in there, we haven't used nothing this year. We had a plan. I was gonna have this company come that goes through all of our grass, our dirt. You know, tells us what the pH is, teaches my guys a bunch, but then with the disaster, I didn't spend the penny, so.
Well, this is gonna go into next year, but too.
Yes, this will be our next year, so hopefully next year, I'll be able to do it. That's why I didn't use it.
This is the budget for the rest of this year and the first 6
No.
months. of next year.
Yes, it's
Well,
July.
It is.
Right.
Right,
July.
July till next July.
So that's why I just bumped it down and it's fine. My budgets are good. They, you know,
You don't do uniform?
Okay.
that's a whole other subject later. So telephone communications, I did increase it from 1,200 to 2,900. Now that we actually have a parks office, I need to get internet to that building. You know, maybe a telephone, we'll see how that works. The new red and white building behind the deal.
Behind the
Is it insulated?
They're working on it right now. They built an office, they're wiring it, putting insulation.
Are my signs down there still?
Oh, sure they are. That's one of the way they keep everything pushing.
So who's the parks guy?
Ronnie, Ronnie's
Oh.
been here 30+ years.
He got
Yeah,
on,
that's so-
I got on
yeah.
contract with 92.
Thank you, Mary. Everything else is unchanged. We got down to cap out, excuse me, I did put 1,500 for a new computer. We've got a lifespan where the computer people say we have to replace them.
You mean in their office?
This is for the Parks Department.
Oh, okay.
So they have an old 2016 model and computer guys said we have to replace it. They find with security, so that's what the 1,500 is. And Mary, if you'll scroll down, I think that's it in Parks.
Doing.
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna have to, put new, equipment down at Riverside Park. It all looks pretty bad.
Riverside is in bad shape, but I don't want to spend $1 there until the flooding is stopped, because how they built those HESCO baskets on the north side. The intent is to flood our park out,
Right.
so I don't want to spend $1. I'd rather leave it alone when it's done.
Not even grass.
No, because we're gonna plant grass, and it's gonna be a foot
You
deep.
guys, Terry, we went down there and got out of the pickup and,
Thank you.
I want to give you all this. I know it's hard to read. I can't figure out how to print this bigger because it's a spreadsheet done by Mary, but just so you all have this. It is a copy of all the current grants we have. But these are only ones that we have agreements in place. I did not put the Vector or the grapple truck because I do not have an agreement in place.
You need a gravel truck?
I want.
We got the money for it?
No, we gotta have the office turned in first before I get on.
What's killing us?
Come here before.
Where's this going?
That's what it.
Well, I'll.
So, well, it's been a wage, second up answering this question, I'll answer it as well.
Well, I do have an increase in here on a full-time position, this one right here. This guy here. He's making very small.
No, that's what I'm,
Yeah, so I did put $1 there, but I would like to see, my guys honestly are frustrated because they say. Their take home now is less than it was for years.
well, that,
I realize that,
that's why
Our insurance have went up, our everything is,
but you're not asking.
I would rather see across the board a 3% or 5%. If there's money in the budget to do everything.
Okay.
Y'all can exclude me, I don't, my guys.
No, that's not the point, Joey. Y'all do actual physical freaking working, and then, trust me, I know if you don't pay them guys, they'll leave.
Right. They're hard to keep.
Yes.
We've been keeping.
Oh,
them.
I know.
We gotta do something there eventually.
Yes, no, not eventually, we need to do it now.
I agree.
Everything's gone up, their
Yep.
insurance, everything's.
Everything.
So is that, can we do that
I
now?
can't touch salaries, I'm not allowed to, like, directors can't.
Tell me what I gotta do to fix it.
That would just be something you as a council, you guys would say, you know what, we'd like to look at upping across the board or wherever y'all feel fit. I can't change the salary side.
Can we do that right now?
Mary?
Are we
Okay.
talking about the parks guy or all of them?
All the Joey's
I
got.
have one in there for one, because his base salary, by the time you pull benefits, he's not much over.
Parks, garage, and public works done, and these guys aren't making it.
So we have to do the wage increases by category.
That's up to Mary.
Mary?
I would suggest that if you give COLAs, you give them straight across the board.
So we can. just
Because
keep-
the cost of living has affect every employee.
Okay, what are we looking at, 5 or 10%?
Well, I can tell you this year, our health insurance increased by 8%.
So you guys, counselors, I don't like percentages because the people at the top get huge raises and the people at the bottom who need the same amount of money as the guy at the top get little PDP. I'd rather do a
Okay,
lump
but
sum.
if you go through this, they're pretty average.
See, I
These
disagree with
guys.
your statement there because what my water foreman does is a job that's 10 times more than the guy that cuts grass.
Like mine.
10 more responsibilities.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
but
really
we
is.
reduced in cost of living and we did, everybody gets $5,000 a year.
However you want to- That's up to y'all. It needs to happen. At some point, we have to.
Mary?
So we're not allowed, unfortunately, we're not allowed to give a one-time bonus like that, but we can do a COLA.
That would be an annual $5,000 a year. Annually, everybody is making now 5,000. They did it on Ally
She just wants to raise everybody's salary by X amount for the year.
instead of a percentage.
Okay, so hold on just a sec. I need John to type.
There's a $5,250.
I don't know this, I don't know the statute and the law enough. John,
I'm here.
can you answer that question, please?
The question being, can they give just a blank X amount increase in salary?
Uh-huh, to all the employees.
I think if they want to, and if we got the money, it's a workshop, obviously they can recommend that it be put on the budget and we can double check. But that's what they're, otherwise what you're saying, Mary, is that they should do a COLA, which is the cost of living increase.
Correct,
and
which is
Councilman
allowable.
Lakeville said, right, we know that's allowable. So do we know what the COLA is this year?
I know the insurance has gone up 8% and
So let's assume that let's just use a broad number of, say, 10%.
okay.
What does that accomplish in the realm of where Councilor Lacewell is going towards giving them a $5,000 per year increase?
I'm not sure. I'd have to get with Donna and see, but I mean, I believe, I just have to verify the verbiage in that, Lacewell, to make sure that you can do that for every employee. And we're not breaking the law.
My only concern is that we have that situation if what's good for one is good for all. So with this group of employees, do we plan to do that across the board for all the employees in the other departments?
Yeah, it should be.
Right.
We're just
So I
that
think we have a total of,
Joey, you have to talk over the whole.
So,
So like $1 is $2,080 a year.
Yeah.
Give them $1 raise.
and I just threw
That
that
times
out.
50 employees is what, $10,000 a year.
That,
Yeah, we're talking about. Okay, I don't like doing blanket raises. Because there's some people that deserve one more than the other, by the work ethic, the work they do the work, caliber of work, qualifications of the work, okay? So you take someone, I'd rather look at it by the hourly increase like we done it last year.
so give everybody under this director, give everybody $1 an hour raise. Is that what you're saying, $1?
No, I'm just saying that's what $1 costs. If you give $1 raise, it's.
yeah, dollar raise is $2,080 a year per employee.
All right, a good example here, okay, real quick, a good example here, you got an employee that's got 32 years working for this city, and he's making less than $8 an hour, and he's a supervisor.
Yeah.
I understand that, that's why I'm hollering.
That's what I'm getting at.
So
So this is not necessarily the same thing with our department. or-
No, no.
Have your volume all the way up.
We're talking about public works.
Streets, parks, water utilities, streets. I mean, I went through all of these guys and
Right.
I don't know how you kept them this long.
Well, and a lot of people, they always used to tell me, oh, you gotta look at the benefits you get. I get that, but you know from the other side.
Yes,
When you're feeding a family, those benefits don't matter.
don't matter nothing.
And that's why it's really hard for us to keep our lower positions because.
The benefits
they
don't
find
kick
something
in
wrong.
until you need them.
Right, right. I'm at the point, it's good for me, but my guys that are 25 or 20
Yes.
years old, they don't care.
No, they don't.
They're trying to feed their families.
So what do you, is $1 enough? $1.50?
$1.
What do y'all think?
Do you know what,
I would-
COLA- what would COLA amount to? If it's a
Well-
10, if, let's say that COLA is 10%, increase on your hourly rate wages, Joy, what does that mean?
I couldn't honestly tell you because I have to sit down for.
Well,
every-
I'm sorry, John.
So
I
it's-
believe they have a printout of all the salaries and you would just multiply it times 10%.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
No, but COLA's given by the federal government through the state to the municipalities to all employees.
Right.
Yes, it is a cost of living, which is acceptable by state statute.
We don't give it.
Right.
Oh,
They
we,
don't
You
give me that
guys
here.
make that decision out of your budget if you're good. Or the mayor does.
Right.
Yeah, the fed, well, we did one time.
So if we're talking about 10%, Mary, what's the percentage if we do the COLA deal?
Okay, so I believe you have a printout of everyone's salaries. I do not, hold on, maybe.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me find it.
Just ask me and I'll tell you what number you need.
Oh, okay, just start with one and I'll do the math.
Okay, we'll go to parks.
Annual salary,
Mark Ballard,
what's the annual salary, please?
$35,692.38.
39,692.
38.
35.
where did y'all get that?
35.
I got 38.
35, not 39, correct?
I got 38.
Because of the blow on.
Okay, so I did the 39,692, 38 at 10% is $3,969.24.
Mary, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Am I open here?
No problem. Go ahead.
It's not you, I don't have a copy of what they're looking at, I'm trying to find a copy of the wages.
It's the one you requested?
Right?
Yeah.
It's not printed here.
No, it's not printed there. You requested.
No, I
it.
didn't have it. I'm sorry. I just barely got it this morning. I didn't have that sheet.
Whoever handed those to the other counselors, I believe they came from you, Ms. Faithful?
Not me.
No, mine was in my box.
It was in your box? Oh,
Mine
okay,
was
then-
too.
They come in that last packet.
Okay, cause Ms.
I think
Faithful-
Judy asked for it.
No, Ms. Faithful
I
asked for
I
it,
asked for
so
it.
we gave all the other counselors a copy.
Okay, Mary, where are we at on Mark Ballard?
So was the amount 39,692.38,
Yes, ma'am.
Mine doesn't say. that.
3,969.24.
That's on a dollar raise?
Yes, sir. No, it's 10%, sir.
Give a 10% raise.
So a dollar raise would be 2,080.
Less, dollars less.
Dollars less?
Yes, sir.
So we need to go $1.50.
But see, that's what they're trying to say is you either gonna have to give all 50 employees the city has 10% raise. Or you're gonna have to go to a budget workshop again and break out every position and y'all make a decision. on if
And
you wanna
we
raise
can't
salary.
do 10%.
What do you think is fair? You work, they're your workers.
Well, I know my department needs money and I'll fight no matter what. But I do say that there's other positions here that, I mean, everybody needs money. We all see what it's costing us. You know, our governor just raised our fuel 3 cents per gallon again on taxes.
But that you work, I mean,
Yeah.
you gotta talk to us, Joey.
I think the cost of living will be good all the way around, honestly.
That's the 10%?
Whatever number y'all choose, y'all have to look at the budget with Mary and say, you know, like y'all were discussing, there's $400-something thousand in the black. If you're giving everybody a 10%, what does that number look like? That's gonna come out of that reserve?
I still,
That's very.
Let me,
Okay,
Let me
so
know.
I,
let me
ahead.
make this recommendation. And I just threw 10% out there as a COLA.
We can't get nowhere, people, if everybody's talking at the same time. Excuse me, John, I'm just trying to get a little handle on it.
Okay, buddy.
Go ahead.
So my thought is this, obviously this is a budget workshop. So we're trying to get where we need to go. We've got to be careful in singling out people that because that's Joey's job of making sure that the people that need the raises get them. But what we're saying is that everybody needs a raise and they're all entitled to COLA. So we don't know off the top of our heads today what COLA is going to amount to, but my recommendation would be is that for the workshop purposes that you provide a COLA increase for all those employees within Public Works, and that number be provided to you prior to the budget hearing itself so that you can review that and make sure that's what you want to do.
Back to you, Joey.
I strongly feel, and I will never deviate, that going by percentages isn't fair. So on looking at this thing here, there's an employee who's making $80,000 a year. So 10% of 80,000 is a lot of money annually. Whereas you go down to one of these guys who's out there building our streets. I don't even know who all of these people are, but let's say, this guy's making 38.
And I agree with Ms. Lacewell. I believe that it should be by individual.
It should be a
Thank you.
flat amount, like $1.50 an hour for everybody in Public Works.
Because they still have those incentives and then they have longevity, so I.
Once again, y'all don't work these people. That man right there does. He don't know if you're a wayone or you work all day hard.
He's their director and
That's what I'm saying.
But y'all
he
don't have a
should
merit
put in
system.
for those raises. You need to
We
put in
do
for the
have
raises when you
We
know
don't
they
have
belong.
You don't have. a merit system.
The only thing I want to pipe in here is cost of living affects every employee. It is not one department over another department. Every employee has to pay the same cost of living that everyone else does. Now, how you come to that, whether it's $1 an hour or $1.50 or 5% or 6% or whatever that is, it's straight across the board because every employee has the same cost of living across the board. There's not one department that pays more for cost of living than another.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, Mary, but what I'm getting at, it's up to the director of each department to come to the council and say, this is what I'd like this group of guys to give. If you've got guys that's making $61,000 a year, he's sitting pretty comfortable. You got a guy making $35,000 a year, he's not sitting very comfortable.
And
Okay,
they all pay the same cost of living.
and now then, they're all gonna get the same cost of living with the except the person making $61,000 a year. If that's 5%, he's getting $3,000 increase, for the other guy's getting $1,500. That's where I come in, and that's where I wanna see that the directors do their job and say, this guy's been here this long, he's done a good job, we need to increase his pay by $1 an hour, $1.25 an hour,
If-
and move on to the next one.
And that's the merit. Cause it's by job. Their job.
That's what we did with the
That's-
police station, we done that with the police department last year, they come into us.
You,
Wait, please. And that's what we did with them. They wanted $4 across the board. not everybody across the board, we were losing police officers, so we raised their wages by $4 an hour. Is that correct, Council? We did that.
Merit
Okay.
system is by jobs performance.
Can I?
Okay, so the reason that was done is because the police department needed to be competitive in the area to be paid equally.
Exactly, but I'm. And the. Now then, we're getting it built back up. They will be the benefit of what we did last year. Okay, they'll benefit from that once they come off of probational time. Once they get their first year, their third year, they will get that increased step up each time. So that puts us a little bit competitive. I like the system of the director saying, we do this hourly. Now, if he says, okay, this guy here, I don't know.
That's the merit system. That's what the village does.
And we
Well,
don't
then-
have a merit system.
No, right now we have incentive and longevity.
Go ahead.
Tell me this, Joey, if we, and I don't know if it's legal or whatever, if we was to say, let's average $1.50 for all your employees and you divvy it out how you think. Can we do that?
No, we can't for the policy, I don't think.
Can we give everybody $1.50 an hour? And then this particular person you're talking about who hasn't had raises and been there forever, single him out separately.
Yeah.
Okay,
But that's a hard thing to do, you know, and I am extremely torn on that position. Because I know where he's coming from. Yes, the man's been here 30 years.
Yeah.
He's also lucky to have a job 4 different times, and we'd
Right.
love to keep that job.
Exactly.
And how do I pay a position that is this qualification? Up here with the guys that have to have licenses, you know, that's what, it's hard to figure that out, and I have a hard time with that, you know? Because it is tough. you
That's
know?
why I'm asking if we just spitball a number, can you not
Oh,
decide?
yeah. Oh. You
So
know,
If you guys do the $1.50 straight across the board for every employee, that's gonna give incentive to every employee. If you start picking certain employees' positions over others, it's gonna cause disgruntlement because they're gonna feel undervalued. And like Joey said, you have to compare what they're doing. They may not be out there digging a hole in the ground physically, but they could be doing what Joey's saying way up here and have all the stressors of all this responsibility. So for me, I caution you to be fair straight across the board.
you know, with Mary, I will agree on part of that because it don't matter what we do. We give raises, you guys give raises. And you know, nobody's supposed to talk about it, but every employee tells each other what they made, and then you got this guy pissed off with this guy, now they're mad at me.
They was
You know how it is. Yeah, I mean, me personally, I like to see a cost of living across the board. If y'all wanna develop a merit system that every year we do a, you know, evaluation of our employees and look at it, so be it.
But it's too late to do that for the budget.
That's what I'm saying, it's too late now. Do a cost of living across the board, and y'all, when it's.
Which one's gonna get them more money, $1.50 or cost of living?
Depends on how it is, cost of, I mean, either way, you're saying,
Cost of living percentage, so that means everybody across the board, that means.
yeah, mine may be $3 where his is $2.95, and this, you know.
Right,
It's probably fairer to do the $1.50.
but once again, Joey, you work these people, if we can do this, you tell us.
You know, the state did a 4% across the board.
Barry. Barry,
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm not that fast on muting myself.
okay. I'll start whistling real loud. All right. If we get the word COLA out of the system and we give across the board percentage, is there a level of yearly salaries that we can cut it off at? If you're above this certain group in your salary, then you don't get that percentage of increase. Is that legal?
I think you're creating a situation where there can be a lawsuit.
Okay, that's all I need to hear. I mean, when you say lawsuit, people get real skittishy when you say lawsuit. I'm not one of them, but I'm just saying. So that means everybody from top down, all the way across, would get the same $1.50, $2 whatever the council decides on, correct?
Can't we go by department? Say. public works.
Employees are employees.
In the past, they've done it by department. Okay, in the past, they've done it by department, so let's go with the history. And I would recommend that everybody in public works gets $1.50 an hour. And we'll discuss the other departments as they come up. For example, the police department just got it.
Provided that if all the other departments come forward and ask for the $1.50, you do not refuse to give it.
Well, it's up to
No.
everybody, Mary. Yeah, we can do.
Okay, everybody that's under 58,000 a year.
That's all of them.
Not all of them. Anybody under 58,000 a year gets $1.50 hour raise.
I disagree.
Well, that's why we vote.
That's where the money should go.
Yeah, got one vote, I got one vote.
I've given up raises 3 different times for my employees and I will do it again. But that right there saying, you don't care about me because I make over 58,000 a year, but I was out here with you guys on all this fire with all my time was free given. I didn't get paid for it. You know, the uppers are worth something too because they do something too, you know. If
What's
they
good
do
for the
it.
goose is good for the gander.
I'm not saying they don't.
When you're in the broke time, we were broke, if we didn't have money, me, Israel and Mark Lewis, none of us three took any raises to make sure the lower guys got it.
And the last raise y'all got was 30 cents, cause me and you sat here and argued over. it.
Yep.
Yeah. Cause I wanted to figure out a way to
We
get more
should
to them.
do, but when the budget's, you know, we gotta be within our budget. Can't
Some of
make.
these guys were here when we ran the whole thing on $1 million a year,
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we can't
92.
I'm for $1.50.
go above 50 an hour across the board. Where's that gonna put us, Mary, with our budget?
Let's start with just public. works. We go department by department.
Okay, let me do the math really quick, okay?
Just for public works, Mary.
Can't do
Thank
just
you.
public works.
Yes, we
Well,
can.
you can.
We are.
That's what budget we're working on.
There's been a lot
Joy?
of time. Yes, sir.
Just a question, because I don't have it in front of me. Is everybody in your department, including you, paid by the hour, or is there some people such as yourself who get a flat salary?
I'm the only one that gets a flat salary.
Okay,
All directors get salary. They're all salaried.
but it's measured
That
by,
can still figure in. That can
so
still
the
figure in.
department directors are salaried. So, and one of the reasons for that is because your hours are flexible. In other words, a lot of times you're there, come rain, come shine, come day, come night, correct?
Yes, sir.
So within the $1.50 per hour, there needs to be a consideration for an increase to the department directors as well. It's my thought. My only concern from a legal point of view is what happens sometimes in these types of situations is, as Joy said, you get people who have resentments or feel that there's discrimination and you open yourself to lawsuits. So if you're going to give a raise, even though Joy is obviously the highest paid person and he's on a salary because he's department director, I would recommend that from the top to the bottom, you give a raise.
That's what we're talking about, but on the same, how about if we do the $1.50 for all the employees and give y'all directors the cost of living? Would that work?
Don't matter.
No, I'm asking, Joy.
I think it's easier to keep it across the board because then you can't figure.
Can they figure that into yours with the?
Oh, yeah. They
Okay.
figure the 2,080
Then
hours.
there ain't no problem with that.
Okay, may I jump in really quick? I have a figure.
Okay.
So I figured on 55 employees at $1.50 raise, it's gonna cost $174,720 for the wages. That does not include the taxes.
How many employees?
55,
We're talking.
You
just-
got 55 guys?
No, she's saying
Do
the whole city.
the blanket.
But
Oh,
Mary,
no.
let's go department by department, so
Yeah.
just public works.
I got.
But
14.
John just piped in on that. John?
We heard him, but.
I understand it. When these secretaries and everybody gets a raise, them guys over there don't get a raise. So just because these guys are getting raised, don't mean the other ones are gonna throw a fit. And if they do, well, I don't know what to tell them.
But we're gonna start, Mary, with, and there's historical precedence here. We're gonna start with just public works at $1.50 an hour. Times 14 people.
I agree.
That includes your director?
Yes,
Okay. Doug?
times 2,000.
Joey and all of his people. Does that encompass everything? Okay,
$42,680.
Okay,
I got no problem with it.
I say, let's put that in the budget.
So
Everybody
just for clarification, I just want to, so since Joey isn't hourly, are you going to give him just a COLA on his salary?
No, he said they could figure it in.
They break it down by the hour, so you take 202,080 hours divided into the 70,000, whatever he's drawing, it breaks down to an hourly rate. You add that $1.50, that hourly rate, it takes it back up. He would basically get 3,000 and just a minute and I'll tell you.
3,000 and change for the
He'd get
year.
$3,120 a year added to his salary.
Okay, as long as there's a way of figuring that out.
I just did it.
Anyway,
It's done.
I'm good with numbers, John.
You good, Ms. Miller?
Yeah,
Mr. Proctor?
he's good with it. That's Joey.
Joey?
You good with
You're-
that?
I'm good with it. So that
Can
being
you
said,
figure that in?
would y'all like that? On top of the one increase I've already got in there for the one position, on top of that, or is that just gonna be?
on top of.
On
it.
top
Of it for him, yes.
So
Okay.
you're doing $2.50? A
Yes.
dollar.
Get $1.50.
It's just like we done with Knight, when he was the only one that get that little fund.
Yeah.
And we gave him that $4 to $6 to Malone, and then he was already getting another 2.25.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
I just went into the,
No, no worries, yeah.
$250, for public works.
For that one
For
position?
the one position, for the other one, they're getting $1.50.
Get 1% more.
Right.
so did you get that, Mary?
And that includes the.
Mary,
Takes your minutes on you.
okay, you trying to figure all this up?
So Ballard will get 250 an hour raise and the rest of the employees will get 150.
Yes, ma'am.
Including Joey.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Or yours, Joel, would come out to
What about?
3120, based on 40 hours a week. I know you put more than that in. But
What about Ronnie?
that's new time.
That,
Just the 150? Okay.
well, look at the salary plus that too.
Yeah.
And what, I mean, what do y'all feel? That's where I'm torn at, is
Okay.
because what does that position do besides cut grass,
Yeah.
you know, rake the field, do the event, stuff like that? I mean, it's,
Add on to his workload.
that don't work. That don't work.
Stay.
He is a great employee, great person.
You have to understand Ronald.
You give him a cell phone, he'll hand it back to you. You don't even know how to dial your number to call you. He
Oh,
don't
you talking
learn.
about Ronnie?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's been here 30-some years. He deserves. Only goes to a certain
Every
point,
once in a while,
you know?
You lost me.
you could use the.
Tell me what you want.
Well, no, I think that probably with the $1.50, whatever you're seeing on there, is probably adequate.
Okay.
Okay, so you're happy with that? or-
I'm happy with it, unless Counselor Proctor, I mean, you see the numbers, I don't even.
No, he said it was.
Right, I'm good with that because we can always come back and do a little bit more.
Yes, sir.
If you have an employee that's outstanding, come back. Hey, I need,
And you all gotta keep in mind, they still have that opportunity to up their salaries by getting certifications and
That's
by
right.
the, how long they've been.
so you're good with this, Joey?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is the counselor on?
I'm good
That's
with it.
good. Yes,
Mary, I think we're done with parks.
jeez.
And water, sewer and everything else.
We haven't even started on those ones yet.
We already gave it to them.
No, we still got a lot more to talk about.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so with parks, I can't put the wages in here to, well, maybe, would it let me?
You can add them before you give us the actual spreadsheet on the 28th.
Yes, I'll have all the wages in there as such. Yeah. I don't have it here. We'll just have to deduct it out of whatever the total.
Mary, the little cheat sheet you gave us on legislature,
Yes,
can we get a printout of that so we can keep, so we have this where our changes?
yeah,
came
let me
in?
close. So we didn't
Yeah.
make any changes to this. Let me shrink it.
Oh, we're gonna remove council, the 510 I have in there for every employee for, uniforms, 'cause I'm gonna try to make my guys wear uniforms. We can't do nothing about that right now because it's part of the personnel policy, so the policy would have to be changed before it comes back to
You want
you.
to put the money in, get it on the agenda, and we can change it?
We will have to do it after it's approved by.
Okay, I got one question.
Uh,
Since we just raised all these guys, do we need to up the overtime? Cause they're gonna be making more money.
Maybe the water, we'll have to look at water numbers, but I think I've already increased it, so it should.
Okay, where we going?
Okay, we're good.
She's got all
Are we
those
done
things.
with this?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, Miss
I
Melanie?
think so. I don't have anything else.
Ten per employees.
That's why I had to remove out, cause right now y'all are paying like around 1,200 per employee for clothing allowance. And I was gonna remove that because, and just make them go to regular uniforms, people bring us, wash them,
Right.
but I couldn't do that because of personnel policy.
Okay. Barry, did you hear that?
He's not gonna do the uniforms, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Because of the policy, he said.
Yes, that's correct. It's in the personnel policy.
So where are we going next?
It'll be 1071 next. I'm trying to print these out for them.
That's how much we taken away from the 400 and something thousand that we were in black.
I can't reflect that because of the,
No,
Did
I'm
you-
just saying.
well, I might be able to, hold on now. Did somebody figure that out? How many employees were there?
14.
14, okay.
Are you included to 14?
What is Bayer included in the 14? Bayer?
Okay, so that's an increase of 43,680. Hold on just a second.
Bayer, so.
Oh, plus another dollar for
Yeah, that's-
Another 2,080.
Ballard.
28, right?
Ballard.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
On
45.
the table? Should be.
45.
Okay, now let me see if that's if it's brought it over. 78, yes, okay. Let me save this, hold on. And then I can go look and see what it's done to our figure.
Before you do that, Mary. Don't
Yes,
forget Joy's increase will be 3,120.
No, all of them will be, sir. It's $1.50 times 2,080. With the exception of Ballard.
Okay,
I've already
gotcha.
done the math.
We figured it that way. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Give me a second to make a copy of the new information.
What this means, Joey, if I'm leaving my bill, I don't see my damn water turned off.
The first one I shut off. You wouldn't believe it, I've shut off calculators before, that's not a fun one to do.
You don't,
It's not a fun one, did you know you're in trouble?
Joey, tell him it wasn't me.
It wasn't anybody sitting in this room.
well, I know that.
Joey, we have a house in Las Cruces that we're getting ready to sell a rental house. And so for the last 3 months, utilities were in our name and they didn't send us a
I
bill.
don't remember.
And then when they finally did, it had a $2.47 late fee because we hadn't paid the 2 months before that for water. And they said they do a flat percentage of the bill.
Yeah, some percentages, some do flat rates,
Think we helped it.
ours is $10 flat rate. It's just like we've been discussing, bumping heads about this construction water, Cap Dan's $16 or $13.
And that's.
Las Cruces, Tucson, Phoenix are all half what we charge. And you're damned if you do, damned if you don't.
No, the only thing I got on the water, Joey, is
Hey.
these guys are water
Can I
restrictions.
please have your attention for a second? I brought up the new recap.
Go ahead, Iron, speak.
I brought
Go
up the new
ahead.
recap, so now we're down to 352,143 in the black. After those changes to parks.
We have a question from Joey.
And Mary, just as a question, in the projected revenues, did the GRT from the 17 million get added into this?
Oh, I did increase the revenues based on history, and when I go through when I present our budget, I will go through all of those revenues.
I just wanted to ask, I didn't know if that was included or not. But yeah, you got $17 million that just happened at the racetrack, we get our GRV off that.
Well, I can't figure on
A one-time
$17
thing,
million,
but
Joe.
They're actually gonna give it to us?
they have to, they're paying that, Fisher gets paid, has to show their taxes on that, so we have. to-
Joey? May I
Yes, ma'am.
interrupt, please?
Please,
I cannot do a hypothetical on revenues. I can do a statistical evaluation on what it would be. I cannot take a hypothetical $17 million, whether it's true or not, and add revenue to it. So I
assume
have
that.
increased it based on statistical information.
That's good. What I thought you did, that's why I'm just asking.
So did you print it, Mary?
So that's like what she's saying is what historically, what she's been bringing in and how we've been going up. and-
They are printed, Ally, I'm sorry.
It's only gonna be 1.5% or 1% of this.
Well, that's what I said, cause it comes from Santa Fe, and it,
They get 5.5, the county and us get the other share, but still, that's a lot more than we normally get.
Joey, in your
I think
opinion,
the city gets 5
If
point
the-
one something now.
The
I
county,
mean,
the state is 5, that may be 5 side.
The state, yeah.
They get the big chunk.
Joe,
Yes, ma'am.
so it was my opinion and belief that after the disaster last year, our revenues are going to be lower for 25 and 26, 26 and 27. Are you saying they might be higher?
Well, you have $17 million on a job, and you're gonna get revenue.
So is that, but
And if you ask Mary, because I know me and her discussed it, our GRT at certain parts has went down, but then we had other months that were good.
so we didn't have a race season. We didn't have revenue from what those people would have spent at Walmart and at Santa Fe,
Right.
the court and all that. The hotels didn't have the people in. That's a huge loss of revenue. And does 17 million make up for it?
That's a very question, I don't know, probably not.
no, because we're not gonna get to that something.
So if we- If we're not.
No, they can't get none either.
Sure.
They don't get it either, they, the village, it's not. But they shouldn't get none. Remember, and all the GRTs go off of where the sale happened.
Right.
So like your feed gets there, not, and that
Money was spent.
the work happened at the track, so we're supposed to get all that GRT. Supposed to.
And see, that's just like when that racetrack comes in,
I'll get to
they
it.
bring their own feed, they don't buy no feed from us.
Nothing local.
No,
Okay.
because they keep it all right there in house.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, that's why when Rick comes in here, he's gotta duck his head. Yeah.
So
Okay.
Joey,
Can we get back onto the budget, please?
Yes.
Let's do, please.
Okay, so when I did that 14 employees and added it to parks, I realized that that's not a true statement because Joey has 14 employees across the board, including water and sewer. So the employees that are in water and sewer will not be coming out of general fund. So that 300 and whatever it is not a true statement because of that. How many employees are in water and sewer, Joey?
That's a Donna question, it's like 5 or 6 or something.
And
like
which one?
So 5 or 6 of those, the amounts will come out from operations and
So
into
it's gonna
water. and
hurt the
sewer.
general fund less.
Yeah, so it's
What she
less
said.
of an impact. Yeah.
So instead of the 45,000, it's gonna be maybe 35.
Can your water or sewer
Yes.
support
We
that?
can support that.
Yeah, okay. That's all I want.
Yep. But that does help a lot.
You're talking about water utilities, Joe? Water utilities?
Well, which one you, the salaries, it's,
Okay, can we begin on streets?
hang on 1 second, Mary. It should be coming out of these two funds, out of 53. Yes, this is right. So, yeah.
Can you? Or still say one.
We are,
what you're making.
I understand we need to have conversation and I'm not trying to,
Okay, we're ready.
okay, because we are so far behind. If we have to be out before courts, we are
Okay,
really
we'll go
behind.
quick. We'll go quick. Are
Go
you
ahead,
on-
Joey.
Okay, so the next is streets. Right, Mary, streets.
Yes, that's what I have up.
So the increase, the only changes was when you go down to. fund,
Tell me,
you're moving on me. The vehicle fuel cost, which is 1071 46030. There's a pretty large increase from 10,000 to 25,000. We are in the hole dang near that much this year on the fuel because of the road projects.
10 employees in water and sewer. Wow.
this is on the increase for the fuel project.
Yeah, it's just increase for our fuel for
Fuel,
streets,
okay.
for all of our equipment. So that one I had to do because we're having to already transfer money for fuel's broke.
Well, and fuels,
It's, yeah, it is. And, so that's it.
Joey, I'm sorry. I believe that I went in there and you had 20 and I bumped it to 25.
I think you told me that.
I did
yesterday.
increase that because I don't think it's enough.
Correct.
I bumped it to 25.
Because it did it. We've done so many projects and this is killing us on fuel. The next increase is 2 down. It's for telephones, because we had a new telephone for our street foreman.
Is that a cell phone?
Yes.
So,
I bumped that one too. I don't think he had enough in there, so I did up it a little bit more than what he had asked for.
is it a city phone?
It
Mary?
will be a city smartphone, yes.
And I thought
Yes,
those
but
were-
it's also, they also pay for the landlines and the internet.
For the
all
building.
all under Mike.
Well, it's not truly under Mike. It's just.
No, they split the cost based on how many handsets are in each department.
And so that's the increases, and on the bottom, there's a cap out for auction. We do this every year, so we go to the DOT if there's any.
So
new
my only thing on that one, I'm sorry, Joe, I don't mean to interrupt you, is I really would like to move it up to cap out equipment and not just cap out. We've never used that line. You put the 30,000 in there.
people-
Can I move it?
Please do.
yeah.
Okay,
Only minute.
okay.
Ready.
Last one down.
Well, I see where it was, I guess.
It's going right above it to the cap out equipment. From cap out to cap out equipment right here.
Yeah, if you look in the green line over here, I moved it.
Yeah, it's moving.
Okay, Joey.
So that's it in streets unless.
You didn't change it. Oh, you can't change it on the blue?
I don't want to change anything in the blue because I want to keep my changes separate where you can see we've made them.
Okay, I got you. I see it capped out over in the
Adjustments.
the adjustments in the green.
Yes, sir.
Lunch?
I'm supposed to see the therapist at 12.
Oh, so I think we can be done with mine in the next.
Yeah, keep it rolling, Joey.
We still have 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, do I need to save this? Are we done with streets?
Good with it if you are.
Good.
Good.
Pretty basic.
Larry?
Is it yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Bring us out a little copy. Ed, said you would,
What's next, Joe?
stuff that it goes in the general fund. Or
Yes, because it goes back to where it came from. It was, you know, I'm okay with that as long as we have money and y'all, if we have money, y'all allow me to get something. Yeah, put it back in general.
Well, I don't know, this is election year, we don't know who's gonna be, or not.
Okay, well, she's gonna print those out for you, and then we'll move on to garage.
Now, you still can't, Joey, you still can't buy like 10 filters for certain type vehicles.
I can't have a lot of money to do it.
I'm just, oh,
Until we get the audit put in, he's.
I know, I know. All of us are.
We are, you'll see in my next one, my garage. The cost of supplies have gone through the roof. I mean, my guy, he's been broke for 2 months. We ain't got no filters on the shelf. Chief needs an oil change, he brings it down to us, we get his credit card and we'll buy the filters.
I didn't know if people were coming in. Just do 6.
Yeah, because that includes Joey.
The budget.
It's been, there wasn't enough.
What we did, we needed to do it, I need to do it.
There's another one, Ally.
We went in and stock our shelves with 2
There's
filters.
another piece of it. I can't figure all of them.
Stock, and that was at $10,000, just, and he only gets 17.
But it's like when we come in and adjust some of these budget deals, why can't we do? just for that.
Well, we can, that's, there's.
Okay, so we are on garage now?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Joey.
She went to, hang on just a moment, Jody went to the, relief room.
Oh,
You're fine.
How do you know that you're all?
No.
You wanna, know something?
Is it?
Prior to it, where you gave the rate, it's still Joey's.
Okay.
No, you can go pick those up, you don't have to get up and down.
No, I'm fine.
Times, you sure?
To get working. I
Street
sit all
lights
day.
and everything.
Not no shoes though.
If the street lights and then run over by a car, we get the insurance money, you're supposed to go back into that fund. So it kind of keeps going, and we're doing. I don't know what's gonna happen on the stoplight down here, we're battling with the state. on the
They still
stoplight.
haven't paid off for it?
No, it's all paid off and done, but now, if you notice, it keeps flashing on us.
Yeah.
Well, the state's saying, we told y'all can't put it back up, we're not maintaining it. And then they're saying, well, the system that Bixby put in, that's why we won't maintain it, is the biggest piece of junk. Well, Bixby sent it to the state signed off on it saying it was good. So now it's kind of a fight three ways, so we'll see what happens.
If you sit on Downs Drive too long, won't get into traffic.
Ain't that what we're gonna allow you for?
We sat on there a long time, and last night I thought it would never change.
And last night it was.
I just brought you.
That was.
Yeah, you made it right finally.
And right after I did that, then it turned.
Changed, yeah.
So I got.
Sat there for a long time, but you see a lot of people pull up, there won't be no traffic coming from the left. They just go ahead and turn, and 3 minutes later, change the
Yeah.
green, everybody.
We sat there for 5 minutes last night, finally, he took off, and there were still two of us sitting there.
okay, guys, can I mention something really quick? And I know Lace will be back, but this is with Joey. He put a $17,000 metal fence, but he put it down into debt service, and I really want to move it back up here to cap out equipment. It needs to go up here. It's not a debt service expenditure. Is it okay if I move it up?
Yes, please do.
Okay, so I'm gonna move it because he has other items in those lines. I'm actually gonna move it up to where it says cap out operational materials and tools, if that's okay. And then I'm gonna take it out of here because it's not a debt.
Well, I seen the public works fence and I thought it was a good place to put it.
No, that's okay.
My fault.
It's not, you know me, I'm very particular about where it goes. And it's not a debt, so I don't want it there. Okay, it's all yours, Joey.
I can see it taller, just to keep.
What's next, Joey?
You can, it generally keeps honest people out.
I mean, I'm
You know
just
that.
kids and balls and stuff like that.
They tore up everything over there again last.
Oh,
We're ready.
Okay, garage. First item I increased was the software upgrade for the scan tool. It is 2021 is its latest, so I need to upgrade it, and that's what it costs for new software.
This is for the new computer you're gonna get?
No, this is just for our scanner we already have, it's just, it won't do the new vehicles. We have to upgrade every so many years.
So sorry, Joey, it doesn't need to go here. We've never used this line. I really would like to put it down into equipment maintenance and repair.
Sure.
Are we okay with that?
I am. Council,
yes,
Even though it was for software?
Yes, sir. It's a line that's in there that's never been used, so it doesn't have any history in it whatsoever. And we put our software and upgrades and stuff like that into equipment maintenance and repair.
Is that cool with you, Joe?
fine.
We're good, Mary.
Thank you.
okay, yeah, it's fine.
Mr. Crowe?
Yeah,
And then our next line item is our building maintenance. It's at 19, but Mary's gonna add that. It's at 19,000 to the furnace for the shop you know, we got the great AC unit last year, now we just gotta add heat to it, which ain't bad, so we're gonna add the heat to it and take. Trying to kill two birds with one stone, I'm gonna take the heaters out of the shop and put them in the parts building, so we don't have to buy new ones and then put the heater in the shop. And then I wanna do the floors in the office area, and the concrete.
And that's enough?
Oh, yes, yes, sir.
And that will cover all year for your building maintenance and repair, Joey?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
just the one project?
No, that should cover everything.
Okay,
We'll be good on that. We'll be real good. All right, that was coming down from 22.5 the year before. Okay, the next item is, for a lift. Our lift our four post lift got destroyed. The guy backed out, and the front bumper of the semi caught it and bent the lift. As soon as you bend a lift, it's done. You can't fix it, you can't.
Insurance can't fix it?
It's $1,000 deductible. They probably give me 3,000 for that lift, because that lift was, it was actually in the green building over here 25 years ago. Yep. Yeah, for one, you can't weld on the lift, and the guys welded on it and hauled it down there, which made it illegal years ago, but we've always tried to make it work.
That's different. And any damage to the structure, what, even if it's just covering a hydraulic hole or anything like that, any kind of bent damage, yeah.
So that will replace the list.
That's on the vehicle that's in repair?
No, that's under materials and supplies. No,
on this one, Joey, on the lift inspections. I would prefer to have your materials and supplies in there, but if you're actually paying for an inspection, it should go under contracts and professional fees.
Okay.
How much do you think that is for the lift?
it's only 1,500, but I have to have them both done because they kicked us on the ocean.
No, that's fine. I just wanna put it down here so it's separate from your materials and supplies.
Okay, if I need to leave, I really like to leave 20 though in that material supplies. You see where I'm at right now with it. We're in a big hole.
So you just wanna add an extra 1,500? You have, what is the cap out equipment? 8,500 for the lift. What is that?
That is for the lift that was torn down. That's-
Okay. So you just wanna add to your budget 1,500?
Yes, anywhere that you see fit for that OSHA inspection. Or the lift inspection. I guess you put it under contracts or something if you wanted to also.
I put 1,500 down here. I left your materials and supplies the way it was.
Okay,
At 20, yes?
yes,
Okay.
That gonna be enough to buy one, they enough to lift the papers you got now.
we need a light duty one, you know, for the, mulch.
Cars and shit. Okay.
And honestly, that's my plan, but I don't know that I'll do it. My mechanics love having an open bay with enough room to drive a whole semi in right now, so we'll see where it goes. I just wanna have it in case we decide, okay, yes, we need to fix it.
Better to have, not need, than need. not.
Exactly.
Okay. Cause you don't have
Computers,
to come back and council, just finish someplace else, right?
if it ain't for a lift, I have to come back and ask permission.
Okay, I just want to be sure of that.
Well, if I can look at something,
The training, that's all you want, Joey?
yes, and we don't use much training on the sheet drive. Computers, that's because we gotta replace 2 of the computers.
You didn't up the fuel cost.
It's actually, he's used less fuel than he ever has. It's a newer mechanic, so he don't drive around and
Oh,
so. Everything's pretty decent. There's the fence down there to rebuild the west.
telephone and communications,
Is that a public yards, the fence? That fence?
Telephone.
$400? That's enough?
Mary, is that good? Yeah, cause it looks like.
What are who are we paying with that? Year to date so far, we're at $250.
I don't know who gets paid out of that.
And he just requested 400, that's why I was asking.
I think right here, 460.50. I think, I changed that. I think he left it at 250. You can see my change up here. I moved it to the 400. I did the math based on how many months have passed and what's left. And it needs to be a minimum of 400 for sure.
Okay. Utilities?
Yeah, I don't mess with that.
Oh.
You know, stuff like utilities, stuff like that. Mary has what it's costing for the year, so.
So we're just going to the same as with that.
If we covered it this year, we should be good next year. Yeah, I mean, we're at 9,500 this year.
Contracts. Personnel costs, $200.
Yeah, it's only got one position, so if he was to quit, I have to get a drug test and physical for me, then I actually do it.
Yeah. Half out school board.
Yes, it's the 83 and then the 17 she moved.
I moved it right here to cap out operation materials and tools.
Computer down here, equipment.
That should all be good.
Metal fence. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Good for me. Should we go on?
Yep.
Are you guys good with this? Can I save it?
Yes. What's next, Joey?
Not sure.
How many more do you got, George?
I have 2, possibly 3 or 4. I know 2 for sure, I got water and sewer, but I don't know if we have any on these 39
Oh.
structures. You know, she
Need
put it in
to-
zero.
Got it next 3 days and then this week.
Except that she doesn't have to key it on these changes, because
That's a big part of it to it.
it's doubling our time and lessening.
You know, if we ever do it once or twice, so it might not be that hard. It's just the little hiccups.
The biggest thing in a person's life they do not like it changes.
It happens.
That is true. Oh, I hate change. It is what it is.
Well, you know, it's just like people like up on East Circle and West Circle, they complained and bitched and griped about everything until it got done. Now they're active and fixing it's like.
Now they love it. Same, it's gonna happen on there. They're gonna do that.
And I lived there. I didn't get it. You did?
What are they gonna do?
Okay, so now I'm sharing sewer. And the sewer is what I'm sharing with you right here is the revenue side. If you, and this is on projected gross receipts tax and sales. And if you have questions on these changes, go ahead and feel free to ask me. I did it based on averages and percentages of where we are in this year and what I predict we will be next year. Any questions with the revenues?
So you're dropping from last year?
Yes, sir,
No.
because, yes, I am, because I have set for 25, 1,229,006, and year to date, we have 1 million. And so I divided that by 9 months and multiplied it times 3 more months, and it came out to this. Of course, these are averages because the unknown is unknown.
So if it's gonna be unknown, why don't we leave it the same?
This is just revenue though. She's.
Because
projecting-
if I leave it the same and DFA looks at that and our revenues are short, they're not going to allow me to add to that. If I can prove how I came up with the figure mathematically, then they'll allow it.
Yeah.
There's not that much of a difference. And I did increase the sewer sales based on the same process.
We had an increase in,
Joey, what's WWTP?
Wastewater treatment plant, so that's an 1/8 of a cent GRT we get
It's dedicated.
dedicated for that plant, and y'all will see on the expenditure side, something's gonna have to give after next year, so. what we're
Right,
doing-
and I'll go to the expenditures next.
Uh,
So are there any questions on the revenues?
Sewer.
Well, the $2 more a month,
Connection.
add up with this year, up to 26. On revenue, on our utilities.
Well, that goes to Green Tree, are you talking about the?
Oh, it just goes to the,
Yeah.
we don't have any part of that in, okay.
Are there any more questions on the sewer revenues? Let's go to the expenses then, okay?
Okay, I'm good with it.
Okay, Joey.
Okay, there was another employee in here that I requested a dollar rate, but I'd like to do the two. And it's, should be covered by this fund, money to cover it.
So do I need to delete the message?
No, cause I think we're still giving the dollar for the employee plus the $1.50 around.
Yes.
Look at his wages.
Okay, that was not figured in the,
So were you doing the 14 employees plus the 10 for, store and water?
Yeah, but we had to do them separate, she said.
No?
well, but I already added it into parks. And so when we added that in, the only exception to the rule was Ballard with the extra $1.
So you're only doing the 14 employees?
Correct.
Correct. But
And then
Mary,
10 of them are utility.
this dollar increase is coming out of a different line, but on the budget, so it's separate.
Correct.
But this one's not included with this 14.
Yes.
Everybody gets $1.50. Yeah, and then out of a completely different fund in a different place on his budget, this guy's getting $1.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. I figured all of it in the operations and I told you I have to move the employees that are in water, sewer. I have to move those monies over here to water and sewer. Okay.
But I-
With those calculations, this was not into consideration, so it'll be more we have to add.
There's 2,000. That's okay.
So which one's this one, Mary?
Sure.
This is sewer.
So you included it in there?
No. So it'll be $2.50 for this employee is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
So that
Joy-
changes the equation. That's all I'm saying.
No worries.
Okay. We moved down, cost of materials, I increased by 5,000. That's the pipes and whatever I need for new sewer lines. There's an increase there at 5,000, and down farther, there's an increase in computers, but we have to replace those computers as well. There's an increase of 5,000 there. And I need 2 laptops and I have to replace our tablet, which is 2,017.
That's material and supplies, Joy?
That's farther down at the,
Cost of material increase?
yes. Sir. That should be the only 2 changes, I believe, in that fund.
So I have a question. So the employees are listed here by their department and like Jay Gray is underwater utilities, but then, Gutierrez, Nancy Gutierrez is joint water sewer, her wages are paid out of water and sewer. Yes.
So he has to break that down, what makes their wages, they.
Half of their salary is paid for one department, half from the other.
50-50.
Our electricians the same way, there's so many that covers it away.
Work in several departments.
Yeah.
It is. They work in different departments and.
Joey, down there on the cap out,
Mhm.
it was 300,000. You're just,
No, that was for, the cap outs are usually like one-time purchases. So that's something with like, I don't know, that could have been a vacuum truck or something like that we want to purchase. Gary, what was that one?
Didn't you buy a backhoe or something?
No,
Not for that high price,
so that price had to have been like,
a vacuum truck, I think.
267,000, I don't know. I know it was some big piece of equipment you wanted.
the sewer factor, because I was afraid of covering it.
I know that we've paid it because it's actually paid out. You had asked for something and then you bought it, but I can't remember, I'm sorry.
I knew it was something like that. It's cap out.
and we don't have to go through this nowhere on the brush front.
whenever we do get the agreement, then she'll actually do a budget adjustment or whatever and put it in the budget. But we can't put nothing in until we have the signed agreement. The agreement's there, but it's not signed because
Cause I found you a note we all pay for $30,000.
I'm ready for it.
Written out, guys. Don't get-
That's all that's in sewer.
I'm on truck paper.
No, there's another piece. I'll move to the next portion. So. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can't remember if I muted myself or not. Okay, so this one is to cover the cost of the state gross receipts admin fees, and I know I talked about this last year. Based upon average over here, 23, 24, 18,000. I had 31,000 this year because I was expecting a lot of gross receipts to come in and those admin fees. But they didn't, so I reduced that expense to 20 because I believe we'll be fine with the 20,000. And then the 15,000 in here is for the loan, and I know that Riadoso has a new loan. I think it's like 92 something thousand. And I know I'm not exactly sure what our loan payments were, but I stuck 15 in there until I get documentation on those loan payments. We did pay off the other loan. If you look at 23 and 24, it was 13,881 a year. I stuck the 15 in there because I know we do have a loan payment. I'm just not sure how much it is.
Can we go backwards and print out revenues and the last one?
Yeah, as soon as we're done with the rest of sewer, absolutely.
What was this, the loan thing?
This one's probably, there's two or three, but we're putting solar on that plant. To offset the $60,000 a month electric bill. So that's part of it. They replace bar screens, and unfortunately, that plant's pushing 25 years old, it's gonna have to start being maintenance, and that's where all of our costs are.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to look at that here pretty damn soon.
Is anybody trying to make a deal with the natives?
Requested 3 times for them to produce the bill that the reservation pays, and they've not produced it yet.
And who
And
won't produce it?
the village, I've asked to see what they pay versus what they're paying, what they are charged for, how many gallons, so I can see where we're at.
We're a partner, we should have that.
And there's an agreement, I know the agreement with Mescalero never wanted to be a part of the deal.
I've got to take a quick break, guys.
They just wanna pay a bill.
Okay, Mayor.
And so the village is in the middle of a rate study on their sewer right now to see on that specific bill, but I've asked for it, the mayor's been there, I've asked for it 3 times, and I cannot produce it. The village won't produce it. I went in the JDB, and said, I want a copy of what the bill is for 20 months. Oh, yeah, we'll get it right to you then. That's all right. Never happens. Send an email, never happens. Ask at the next meeting, never happens. I want to know what they're being charged.
Been there every day for you.
If they're producing as much as we are,
Yes.
then they need to pay the city.
Exactly.
We are or more. And if they're gonna be a customer to the village, then they should be paying even more, you know?
Yes, them.
Because I'm sorry, I'm not a real trusted person. They might be paying their bill and they might be taking their cut out of it and shipping the rest down.
I heard from a resident just yesterday that their utility bill is 145 and it's going up another 40.
Oh, yeah, we're one of the cheapest utility.
We are. We live in Redondo.
That little Farm Ridge subdivision is $126 a month just for water.
We're at.
Farm Ridge, just past the corner of Whole Road on Gowan. They're 70 home, that's what it costs the people for water per month, just for water, not sewer trash.
They're gonna be paying 180 a month, the way she talked to me.
It's gonna keep going.
It is. And then people are wondering what they're doing with the money.
But you gotta realize what it costs. It's like a chemical we use for sewer, it's $2,600 last year. It's $5,500 this year.
So don't feel comfortable.
You know, it's.
They're not.
Well, we're fortunate to live in Redondo now.
Yeah.
Very fortunate. Is it? It's 20 minutes. I
It's water.
I didn't cancel my favorite.
Bad.
My friend.
Bad. Sugar bad.
No caffeine. Yeah.
Like, look, I can pop them. I have those after Joey and my lunch. As long as you're done by 4, because the judge is gonna be in at 4. 4:30. 4:30, yeah. I didn't cancel. I'm gonna tell her to hurry. But how long? No, it's usually 45 minutes. Do you need to leave? Oh, we can do it. We still have a quarter. She will be quiet. Yeah, that, if you guys want to continue, that's why I asked if you guys wanted to work through, I understand. Namaste.
She got me.
Therapy at Tuesday.
We still have to work and the judge. needs to-
You feel comfortable with us doing the right thing, going your deal, and we still just pick up, so we don't have to come back for it. How do you feel about that?
I don't care.
Is it still gonna be a quorum? Is it still 8?
I didn't,
Okay, so the last piece of this is the transfers for sewer.
Still have to come. Yes.
Okay, and so the transfers are in here because per ordinance, every single sewer account is charged $1.48 that goes into a sewer reserve fund. So as you can see by statistics, we're close to $15,000 a year when calculated, and I have $15,000 in there for those transfers, and so that's what this is on this page. Any questions?
Nope.
Okay, are we okay to save the sewer? Yes, okay, I'm gonna save.
Money. But yes, good with me.
Okay. I'll print these out. It's gonna take me a minute.
What do you got left, Joe? Water?
There should be some, well, I got water and then I think fund.
What? Do you have any future plans for replacing someone?
No. They're not near as bad as people want to make them out.
Well, I'm just, well, I didn't know, I know we had a couple of bad, I just. think-
Yeah, we've been replacing them, you know, they bagged like 49 of them, we found like 14 that were actually bad.
Oh, I know
You
that.
know, it was ridiculous what they, and so they just went up, they were 1,500, they're 4,500 a piece now. You know, so our budget kind of only allows for 1 or 2, you know.
Supply and demand.
Yeah. It's that no lead copper and no lead brass and American made, it makes it more expensive, you know.
American
Stems with
made
the
is
woke
more
system.
Oh, way more expensive, double the cost.
Yeah.
Why?
Cause that's American won't work for pennies like some of the other countries.
That's why. Why?
Go to the Philippines to get a hot bill, $10. Yeah, it's nothing.
Like it here.
No, they're not, about 100, they don't shoot a real nice and good.
First time I
Is
ever
it made
went,
out of dirt?
No, it's bamboo.
first time I ever went to the Philippines, we went down, I thought they had these hams in front of this door, because it looked like a black ham, you know, with this pepper on it and everything. We got up close, it was flies.
Oh, it was
It was flies.
I built something out of flies.
Oh, and then when they take an egg and they put it in the deal, bury it in the ground, and let it ferment. They take it out and tap the end of that. Suck that unborn chicken out, they call it balut.
The flies were on the food, the fly was
Oh, on
so
the
cozy.
Oh,
Yeah, you know how ham, it's usually got pepper all over it? Yeah, that's what it was. No, it was flies.
You know how to catch the monkey, don't you?
Hmm.
They'll put fruit inside of a jug of gourd. And the monkey will put his hand in there and grabs the fruit, can't get his hand back out of it. And they run up
Okay,
for a
so
real-
now I have up on the screen, I have water, revenue. And I did the same thing with this one, statistical wise division and multiplication to come up with these figures based on actuals. Do we have any questions on these?
What's the minus 590 in the blue?
Which line are you looking at, sir?
On the interest in,
So the 590,000, that's a, sales are denoted in a credit status. That's their normal credit status. So that's the total amount of revenue water is gonna bring in this year. Per statistics and mathematical division. So the total amount of revenues for fiscal year 26 for water, I have estimated at $590,000.
The little increase over last year.
I'm sorry?
Just a little increase over last year.
yes.
Yes, it is a little bit up. That is correct.
Nothing.
Yes.
What's the late fees?
This is, yes.
So
What- Maintenance,
Late fees,
miscellaneous revenue, I'm sorry, I'm trying to hear what you said.
Late fees.
Late fees? So when they do the billing, if there has not been a payment received for the prior month, there's a $10 late fee added to the bill.
Everyone's all the minuses.
it's a credit versus a debit. Why it shows that.
Mary, that if it's not here by the 10th,
Actually, I believe they have until they do the billing or the 15th or something like that.
About the 15th or something like that.
It says that when we still try to give grace to everybody and it's the same offenders, everybody.
Connection fees, we went down 15,000.
On which one? Connections? Yes, because statistically speaking, we're not getting new connections, new water tap fees. Now, I would raise that up if they were doing a brand new project and adding water line. Those fees would go up.
what is the fee now
That's one
for a
meter.
connection?
Yeah, it's just one meter.
Which is the one behind me?
No, well, that's one meter, yeah. And then to build the one at Irons, that's 1 meter. So those meters, they're like, a regular residential is $1,250, so, that, you can make 10,000, that's a lot of tie-ins.
Okay, no, I'm
There's
just,
just not enough room to land to do it on.
okay.
So she doesn't project that much, probably won't get it.
Through lunch, do you want?
And reconnects, that's when you come out
And
and.
we turn them off and turn them back on.
We're working through lunch.
Other revenue.
But I didn't think they were gonna work through lunch.
That's up to you. Do what you want.
Have a tap turned on, do they have to have their lines already in? Yes.
Joey, what's miscellaneous revenue and other revenue?
Miscellaneous revenue would be anything that doesn't fall under one of these categories.
Other revenue and miscellaneous revenue. Sounds like the same thing.
We got the wrong breakdown, so you miscellaneous.
Yeah, it's
I
not
want
on.
to see it now, it's gonna,
55, 30.
yeah. Got you.
That could be anything, I may be wrong, but there's things like the construction you're talking about. They have to pay $850 as a deposit. We keep 200 no matter what, so that could be where some of that, I don't know. for
Oh,
sure,
okay.
but
No, I was just asking.
miscellaneous stuff like that,
So we good?
we're good.
Everybody else good? Good. We're good, Mary. Bring it.
Thank you. There's nothing in there.
So if we're working through lunch, I'm having Selena order pizza.
Oh, we'll take that.
Pizza.
Cafe. Reno.
Oh, no.
How much is it? I'll leave some money if you leave me.
No.
Okay, so now we're looking at water expenditures and in this one, I did put in here for a raise for the utility clerk. 50% is paid out of water and 50% is paid out of city hall. But since you guys have given $1.50 raise, I'm gonna remove that. I'm fine with the $1.50.
Now, who is this?
Nancy gets her.
This is a utility clerk position.
And she's getting raised why?
She's not, she's asking for $1.50 raise, because everybody else in public works got $1.50.
That's correct.
You should,
Yeah, it's the public.
Does she work for you, Joy?
Yes, yeah, because she already got $1.50, they wanted to give her 50.
Mary, you need to make sure you include that $1.50 for public works, include her on that. We
I'm
did-
sorry.
I didn't account for, when I said 14 is in my shop physically, I didn't account. for
No, I understand that, but she is part of water and she is part of City Hall and I want to give her a $1.50 raise.
I agree with you.
We just asked for it, last year to give it to her.
I don't know, but when you look at the salary per hour, that's why we don't get, you know, you gotta pay decent to get quality.
Well, I understand
That
that, but I'm
position
just
is
saying,
one of the hardest positions.
It
Yeah.
is.
I know, cause there's been about 10 of them through there this year.
Yes. That's the entry into the city, everybody goes through there. Exactly, yeah. So then you move on.
I do.
That is the busiest spot.
And that person needs to be very customer service,
Absolutely.
and I don't think that's happening.
Hey, Joy, what's next?
Okay, Mary, can you scroll down? please?
So was that a yes for that position? Yeah. Okay, yeah, or that was a yes, Mary.
Thank you.
And so we go down and the first change is material supplies. We went up another 5,000, it's just, you know, that's what it's costing to treat water and produce water and fix stuff. Probably, 554044 gross, 1.
just be careful.
4410?
Just roughly.
Yes.
Went from 80 to 85.
Outside the road.
It's good, yeah.
On the fabric. Materials and supplies,
Yes, sir.
85,000,
Yes, sir.
up 5,000 from last year. Is
Yes, sir.
that enough?
We'll make it work. I try not to get greedy.
But sometimes you.
No, but if it ends up not being enough, I'll come back with some, but I've never had. We'll make it work.
Dosage and shipping,
We had to go up a little bit, as you can see, we're pushing the limits, being over budget on it.
training. You dropped the training, cause
Yeah, we had 3,200 and didn't spend it.
fuel cost,
Kept the same.
but we were just talking about how fuel.
Yeah, we probably need to go up a little bit on that.
Oh, yeah.
Mary, let's, what do you think?
Probably another 2,000 just to be safe. And we also have.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. The heater or something just came on and I'm having a really hard time hearing what you guys are saying.
Yes, sir.
What was said? I'm sorry.
We're down here, vehicle fuel costs.
Okay,
Here's check screen.
56030, where
It's
is,
at 8,000, we wanna increase it 5,000.
yeah, it needs to be, for sure. Are you sure?
Let's just start, make it 15.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
was gonna say, I don't know if that's gonna be enough.
Yeah, 15.
That's in,
Joey?
is that your gasoline and diesel combined?
Anything that has a fuel card, it's owned out of that department, so that actually like. Well, I should, not that one, I guess, but sewer pays for the Peterbilt that hauls all the base course. It belongs to sewer, so fuel pays for that.
Okay, it's 15,000 enough.
15 should be plenty. I mean, we're only at 7,400 for the year, so.
So if we're gonna increase it, I guess I only need to put 7 there, right? Or no, how does that work? Hold on, let me look. Sorry.
I can change that part.
Just so the total's 15.
Yeah, so it's gotta be 7 here. That's what I thought. Ugh,
Increase of 7.
Yes.
there, sorry. That's right, okay.
Okay, the next change is utilities. Mary increased the utilities pretty close.
Where we got utilities? We were at 32, we're at 34.5, that's enough.
Did I change that one? Let me see, I might have changed it. I did. He had something in there that was not enough, so I upped it.
It to 34.5?
Yes, it needs to be that way based on actuals and what's left.
Cause you actually went over 35 in the 2 years prior. That's why
The
I'm-
only. The only thing with that is I believe that are you splitting, some of the parks and stuff? A little bit on that, Joey, or no?
Oh, it should be.
Cause they have a new office.
Right, that, the park should be paying their own.
Oh, that's, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, or the-
But if I did it on based on actual, you're right, so 24 was 35, yeah, we probably do
Yeah.
need to.
Was it
Maybe 37,
Right,
are you okay with that?
I am.
Is that
Oh, no,
enough?
I don't wanna add it that much, doggone it, I'm sorry,
Put that in there.
okay, that's right, all right.
The next one is dues and advertising, 15, I raised it to 20. I know subscriptions are going up, our, mailings and all that will go up, and if we print letters or anything else. I think the reason I increased this one is our Neptune is going up again, our AMR reading system. We have to pay thousands every year for that, for the software, we can see it online, so that's where the increase was.
And that's good.
Yes, sir. Can you scroll down there?
The only thing I did is I added that $500 down here to the overpayments because there are some overpayments and we normally don't put any money in there. But I'd rather have something in the budget than not in the budget. And Joey, as long as you're sure 20,000 will cover your subscriptions, I think it's fine.
I added that to what I already had, and we were plenty good.
That was good.
It's good.
Everybody good?
Good. We need to move down, our next one is gonna be cap out, 5540. 48050. There's an increase there of 140,000. It's time to purchase another backhoe, the backhoe will be replacing the 1999 model.
American name?
Case, probably, I'm not sure yet, I'm open to this. I'm gonna look around, I won't buy cat because we just had issue with service.
You're going through state.
You'll be through statewide price agreements. Yeah. Good. And that was the price of the cat, so a case should be cheaper, but we'll see when they get there.
The only thing I wanna say on the mandatory tank inspections, you have it on cap out and it really should come up here to contracts and professional fees. Can I add that up here, Joey? Can I make that 26,500 and take it out from down here?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
We got a hit, that's the only hit we got on our sanitary survey this year, is we haven't had the tanks inspected. It's been 5 years, the state wants us to inspect them every 3 years.
They just changed all that stuff, yeah.
So I didn't have it done, so we didn't have the money, so I better get it done this year.
Move that 6,500 up 6,500 up to the 20,000.
Yes.
26.5, right?
Price.
Well, if it adds it together.
Right, which, yeah, okay. Perfect.
I believe that should be it.
Backhoe for water.
Mary, do we have Fund 56 here?
Yes, I wanna make sure that there isn't, hold on. Anything in these expenditure lines? I don't think there is, but I just wanna make sure. Okay, there's nothing here. And I thought there was something here, yeah, so
What about?
I put this in here because this is debt service. And so
Where you at?
I'm sorry? This is water debt service. And so we're trying to get this paid off because we pay a lot of interest on this loan. And so this year we paid $33,000 in principal and 14,000 in interest. And this year I'd like, if I added up the next 3 years on that, and I gave you copies of these loans, I believe. I'd like to pay 3 years of principal and then this current year interest to draw this down so we can get out of this debt. So I put 40,000 as a principal payment and 14,000 on interest to draw this debt down. And that's what those are in there.
The total debt.
It's 145,000. I think I gave you printouts on that.
Do we have?
I mean, I'm sorry, I think, let's see. You have, hold on, let me find my sheets.
140,557.
I gotta find my, sorry, my loan sheets, so I can see which one. You gave me copies of those, right? Oh, they're here. That's health insurance, they need that. If you want to, I can go and give them to, okay.
Harry, do we have enough to pay it off?
No. I mean, I don't want to break water. We're trying to build the money up in water, and so I would rather do it this way, and I think next year we'll be closer to having it paid off.
How old is it?
Water was it was almost in the red every year, and we're trying to build the cash flow in water up so that he's comfortable enough when he has a big project or he needs to buy infrastructure, whether it's those water meters that are very expensive or commercial meters, which are even more expensive. He has the money to do it. So I really don't want to draw the cash revenue side of that down.
Okay, how old is this debt, Mary?
Since is it 1998? Hold on, let me get my debt book out.
I know it was.
This debt is, hold on, let me find it.
Well, she wants to pay it off because the
You
interest.
didn't buy off the free until,
1999. So we borrowed 425,000 and it's costing us $1 million to pay back.
That's why we don't do USD.
That's why I'm really trying to get this principal paid because they are just killing us in interest. The interest is more than the principals.
that's all right.
That's why you do the interest and then do a principal payment. Okay.
So the loan was for $425,000 and with interest, we're paying back 960,440. So the interest cost is $440. And so we paid more in interest than we did for the actual loan.
What's the actual interest?
530.
No, what percentage?
It says it's 4.75%, but when I did a spreadsheet, I can't ever get it to equal that, so. It's from the USDA, so, this is a high interest loan. I don't like it, I wanna get rid of it.
Yeah, since 1998.
Yes, sir, 1999.
So you're gonna pay 40,000 on it one white, this budget, and then hopefully next year we can just buy out of it.
So I paid 33,000 this year and 40, so that's 70 of principal. That brings me down, and I don't have the one I actually have my arithmetic on. I believe that brings me down to the year 2030. So then the principal payments are a little higher. Let me see what that would be. It's about, I'll tell you what's left on that. I still think we're gonna have to do another couple years on it. Unless Water has a huge fat cash balance that wants to pay it out.
Yes,
Have they not been paying it the last 27 years?
No, we pay it. No, we've been paying it every single year, but the principal payments have been like $4,000 a year and the interest is 20.
Well,
So yes, we have been paying it. I just want to get out. It's an ugly loan.
the people that was here in 98, jumped on that like a rocket on a June bug and boom,
They just paid that.
they paid the payments.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
No, the payments have never been missed.
Right.
Okay.
she's been Trying to get those.
I am trying to whittle these down, guys.
It makes it
So
hard.
you got, 25, you paid 33,000 on it. And so in 26, you wanna drop another 40,000 on it, that'd be 77.
Yes, sir, on principal, and we still have another, if I'm at 38 or 30, we still
paid-
have another 100,000, looks like. 16,000 for 2 years. Hold on, let me get back there. It's ridiculous. So I have 16,000 at 2 years, 17 at 1, 18 at 1, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 26,000. So there's still quite a bit of principal to pay because all we've been paying is interest.
Nobody's been paying under the principal?
They have, sir, but the principal's only been $9,000 a year with the interest at 15. This is why I'm doing it this way, is I want to get out from under this.
You paid 47,000 last year and you wanna pay 54,000 this year.
Total, yes, sir, that is correct. This
I
is a
got
$960,000 loan.
Okay. You're good with it, so are we.
Okay. Any other questions?
Next page.
We don't have any transfers in water.
No.
Okay, so I'll go back and start printing.
We're good with it?
Let me save the budget.
Sure.
Yes, water's good, we need to. We need to look at 56 and that's it.
Tell me
If you
again.
look at your recap sheet, the one that we started with, if you go down to water, you can see where they are as far as expenses and revenues are. So Fund 55, I show 590,000 in revenues and he's gonna spend 581,000, which leaves him in the black $8,761. But I have got his cash flow up to almost $1 million now, and we've only started 2 years ago on building that cash flow up. When I started, his cash was down to almost 100,000 to begin with. So on sewer, if you look at Fund 53 on that recap sheet, I did have to put some cash in there, otherwise we would have been in the negative. Because he's bringing in 1.2 million and then he's going to spend 1.5 million. So sewer, I think, has close to 3 million in the cash balance. So some of those a lot of that cost is the villages. I mean, it's like $1 million worth of cost in sewer for the regional wastewater treatment plant, and I have to put in their budget in order to be compliant with ours. So $900,000 of that budget in sewer is regional wastewater treatment plant. So let me put these.
So funny.
Oh, now you're printing?
Next, in the shop.
I'm sure it's in two little bookers that's been in here all morning.
Yeah,
Joe's passed out.
we're only out. 40 minutes.
Look, 56 real quick and I'll be done.
That one went through.
56.
It is my, it's water and sewer improvement fund.
Okay.
And so that's where I have like money to buy water. Something comes available.
Then why ain't you buying?
I've had to buy the schools right.
There's 4 pages.
$1 million plus to get it done. I told the village to split it half and half. They could sell it. Or not the village, the schools. They wouldn't split it with. We're gonna pay $1 million for
Who's
$300,000
wanting $1 million from now?
to school.
I've
Yep,
already those.
because all those people along that creek wanna fight and argue about that.
Well, yeah, because Hubbard moved that water upstream when he wasn't
Exactly.
supposed to.
But they fight me the same way.
I understand.
I'm not pumping out of the creek. I'm taking it to a spring. I'm
I
moving
know.
more water in the ditch.
Well, what do these farmers all tell you? Water table's the same.
Yeah, you know better. That damn wet well, we got the case over 2,000 feet below.
I understand. But I'm just telling
No,
you.
it's a battle.
It takes a drop of water to go 2,000 feet.
A long time.
Depends on if it's just one drop.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, when it rains, it's for that water to seep down through the system.
Okay, show me, are they using it? Is the school district using them or
No, they're gonna end up,
losing it?
If it,
well, they won't because their president of the board told me one day, he's gonna wait for them to go to lose it, then he'll take it. and buy it.
Oh.
who's that?
You know who the president of that group is?
Who?
across the street.
You're kidding me?
Yeah.
Who in the right
Him and
mind?
Cheryl just wanted to fight me to no end on that.
Cheryl too?
Oh, yeah, me, you know, they're good for it, but she wanted to fight us.
Well, she couldn't take off and take care of her little tribe if she didn't.
That's a conflict of interest.
It's,
Conflict in some point.
Can you go to, on the water, can you go to the state?
Oh, they're all involved right now. They just,
the Yankees have all the power, even if we have nothing compared to the Yankees.
right now, the state of New Mexico just draw the line right straight down the middle. You got District 1.
I can't hear anyone. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Mary.
Okay, so now I can hear you, Joy. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything that was said. I'm sorry.
We just want 20%, let you handle it from there.
So on the Colonias 5789, is that look about right? Or I mean, I was trying to add it up.
I just completed, Mary.
You think
Zero.
you think that's about right?
No, you need to get with Dora, that's completed and zeroed out.
Oh, there's nothing left here?
No, that project's done.
Okay, so I'm gonna put 0. I was unsure, Joey. That's why I asked.
We can verify that though with Dora, but the project is done. I just don't know if there's any outstanding pay requests.
On the colonies.
Okay. So I'm going to,
Give me your.
I'm gonna, oh, shoot, why did it? not? Take this out. I don't want it in there if we.
You slim back in. You just gotta click the zero, the blue zero.
15. There, it should.
It's on.
Yes, okay, so that's 0. The interest income is based on actual versus what's left in the budget. And so I left this one here because I'm hoping that we'll have more money from gross receipts come in on this. And my interest rate is based on the cash balances on that, so fingers crossed we'll get up there. We haven't made a lot of interest this year, but you can see actuals in 24 we did. So, and that has to do with the market, so. Do you have any questions on this?
Okay, so the loan and the grants, that's 0, 0 on both of them?
The only grant I had listed here,
Oh, you
oh, is
got it.
5185 gone too, Joey?
Yes, but you're missing your loan component on 5789. Yeah, that's expensive.
I don't, but if we've paid, okay, so here's the deal, the loan component is, what we get for money during the project, and you said the project is finished. This is money coming back to us for money we spent on the project. If the project is finished, there won't be any revenue coming to us for this project. Okay, now the loan component is in the debt service, and we'll look at that here in a minute. Okay, is what we owe back for the loan. Okay, is that what you're asking me?
I was making sure, yes.
Okay, so yes, this is money coming in. So the only revenue we should have in here is the interest revenue. You're saying that, yeah, I don't have any revenue coming in for 5185. Is that one
Right.
finished?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because I think we have debt service for that. So other than taking the 450,000 out of here, are we good with this revenue wise? We just have the gross receipts and the interest, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so it's not 450.
No, there's not. That job's done, so that money's already come in, but it's been.
Okay, so these are the expenditure, wait, where am I?
Oh,
Sorry, guys, I'm in the wrong area.
Went back.
Yeah, I went wrong. Okay. This is 56. Okay. So Joey put in one line in here, but I think, well, no, a couple. And then I added a bunch. So Joey, go ahead and tell them what you have.
On mine, I just put 100,000 in for water lights. We do that every year, we try to keep 100,000, so
How much we got in there?
it doesn't roll over, so it's just. And then my next one was, my lift station for the sewer lift station. I've had 30 in there for about 5 years and then we will spend it. I raised it to 40 this year because that's what the cost increase was. So hopefully this year I'll be able to rehab one lift station. But that's what that money is about.
And that's all you need?
Yes. Sure.
Okay, so with that being said, 5789 should be 0. I'm gonna make this 0. This $8,000, this is to finish paying this loan off. This is the ERA loan. Last year I put in 34,000. I thought that would cover it, but after I paid it, there's the small balance hanging out there, which I do want to clean up and get it to 0. I put $8,000 because I don't have the exact figure. They have to call me and give me that amount over the phone or email it to me, and they won't give it to me until the year is closed. So I'm hypothetically guessing, it's not going to be more than this. It could be less, but I want to pay this off completely. And this is one of the other loans that's very old. Then down here this is all debt service. So, and I did give you copies of these loan notes. The 453 is to finish paying Colonius 2975. That will clear this debt. It will be paid in full. The 3358, I believe, is half of the debt that we owe. I will pay the second half of the debt next year, which will make it 0. The 4628 is a fairly new loan, and I just left the minimum payment. And then the 5185 is the half. I gave you copies of that and I wrote on those. 66,144 is paying half of Colonius 5185. And then that'll leave us 66,143 to pay off next year. This is a fairly new loan, but I want to get it paid off. And
The
then,
loan,
I'm sorry?
the loan for.
This one was for Eastward Distribution System.
Built the water line from Mongo Free up, that show. Both sides.
You have hard copies of that in your paperwork I gave you.
Up here on the Colonius grant, it's -420. Over here on the other page, it was 450.
Because I was unsure if we had more revenues coming back as reimbursement. Sometimes the reimbursements overlap. And so we could have a little more reimbursement than we do expenses, but I've zeroed both of those out. They're both now 0 on both sides. There is no revenue and there is no expense,
Correct.
but that's why it looked that way.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
And then, the other loan is the 5109. This is a water trust board loan we pay interest on. And this is the minimum payment, and this is a fairly new one, and it's a 20-year loan. So this is 1 year's payment.
What was that for?
This one is for Agua Fria sewer line extension.
109.
Okay,
No,
I got-
I'm wrong.
Like this, do we get reimbursed from the people?
No, these are grants, and so they, you know, we get our 90% or 80%, we do a 10% loan, 10% match, 10%'s on the city to pay. And so no, that way we're extending service, we get money from them through their bills.
So this one was for Riverside Waterline Spring Tank Replacement. It started in 2020. The original principal balance was 405,533. We have brought the principal balance down to 366,382.68, so we still owe quite a bit on this. This is one I would like to work on next year because they do charge interest on Water Trust Board to get it paid down by paying a lot of principal, so we don't have so much interest to pay. This is a big loan. This is a $500,000 loan.
Is it under Well Development Riverside or somewhere else?
No.
Riverside Waterline and Spring Tank. So in this, it's right here.
Oh. 51.
Yes, this is loan number 5109.
And the principal is 20 grand and the interest is 920.
19,897.17 is the actual principal and the interest is 915.96, which brings it to 20,813.13. And that's every year.
That's a $500,000 loan.
I'm sorry, $500,000, yes. Well, it's 405,000 plus interest. Any other questions?
Just out of curiosity, why did we go take these loans if we've got money?
It's requirement of most of the loans. That's how they get their money back and they play the game and build interest and loan to other people, and it's part of it.
Okay.
Require 10% loan.
So this is a discussion me and Joey have had about Water Trust Board, is because they're much more expensive. However, they are a very good loan to take when we have failing infrastructure and they're high dollar failing infrastructure and we need to get it replaced. So our cost is 400,000, but the total project might be 3 million. Any other questions?
What are all these debts?
All loans,
All loans?
loan payments or.
But some of these that now have zero, I paid them off. I paid them off last year. 947 is paid off, 2718 is paid off.
What's
I'm
it?
paying off 2975. I paid off 3514 we've made progress on
Pay
these.
these off, because they didn't used to pay them off. They used to just pay the payment. And Mary, like 3 years ago, was like, hey, you mind, let's try to get these paid off and not pay the interest. So that's-
We're debt heavy. We don't want to be debt heavy. And when we're debt heavy, we're borrowing more money than we're bringing in. That's not good. We need to be close to debt free. So it's great to apply for the grants, but when you're debt heavy, it's not good.
Okay.
Unless we get 100%.
So
Next-
I'm
next-
working on getting us to be, out from under that debt heaviness.
Not these kind of grants. There's nothing.
The last page, Mary?
Transfers, do we have any in here? Hold on.
Barry, while we're here, just I want to mention to you so you know what's coming. We're roughly about 500 to 750,000 FEMA money gonna be coming in. We have to match that 25%.
How much?
25%.
No, how much was the total? I'm sorry.
2,500 to 750,000.
750,000?
So that's the total grant amount. So we'll have to match 25% of that.
And what is that grant for?
FEMA.
That is all the FEMA.
That's
reimbursement.
187,500.
We do not
So
have to
what
do
is it for?
all of the disaster stuff we've done or have to repair.
Okay, so I need to know if that's
we don't
parts, if it's water or if it's sewer, because the money has to come from where we're spending it.
All we have to do infrastructure. That's stuff I told you last week. I sent to Dora for you to talk about.
Oh, that's the loan you were looking at. Okay. Yes.
Oh, yeah, it's just we submit a cost like Freedom Bloom Bridge or some damage to fix it's $150,000 estimated cost. So they come back and say, well, we're gonna give you $95,000, you'll have to pay 25. We're
Okay,
still trying to the state. They gave the state 79 million to cover our matches, but the village ate every penny of that up.
Exactly,
So none of us got that.
exactly.
So they're supposed to still be working on possibly getting that covered for us, but nothing for sure yet.
but until then, and I see the breakout of how it is, whether it's operational costs for park or infrastructure, street, roads and bridges like Fund 39, or if it's water and sewer infrastructure repair, which would be 56, 53, 55. I have to have those components in order to give you an answer, but I know that it's gonna be 187,500. And until I get that, I can't really put it in the budget.
Well, I wanted the council to know what they're coming at us.
Okay. So, this one here is, what was I transferring? Okay, so this is part of the loan. Why is it coming out of 56? Okay, so this transfer is, I don't need to worry about this transfer because 53 is covering this transfer. So. Or I didn't put it in because I don't have the actuals. I might need to do that. Let me go in and add this just because I don't want to be out of balance. It's gonna go to sewer. For 15. I'm gonna put that in there, but I might have to take it out. I don't think I need it because my transfers are in balance. I'm gonna take it out. I don't feel comfortable with it. If I need to change it, I'll do it before final. Any
Good
other?
job.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good job.
Okay, so are we good with this?
Have no idea what you did.
I didn't do anything. I was going to do something and I didn't do it. So I'm gonna say, are we okay to save Fund 56 budget? Joey?
Yeah, fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, so I'm gonna go in here and save all this. I'll do the printing. And then Joey, I do wanna go over 28 and 39. I was gonna do it in mine unless you wanna come back in mine.
It don't matter to me. Fund 28, 39, one's a street improvement fund and one's a general infrastructure. No calls came out recently, yeah. No calls, nothing. Not today.
Is this also gonna be
Ken
available?
calls me nonstop.
It's also gonna be available.
talking about
After.
Just any calls that come in that way.
No,
Which one's burning down that they're trying to get hold.
no, I've been coming on this problem last few days.
It's our spoiled, it's been a lifetime.
Yeah.
Won't you
I-
just
I need
drink some
to follow
Clydesdale
the
beer?
rules.
We can afford Coors Light, so.
Oh, no, it's a light around
Yellow, blue and
What
white.
phones?
If he pulls up past Blue Ribbon, I'll leave.
I can call names of beers that my grandpa used to drink, but not PBS Sluts. Get you a Slits.
No.
Get you a
It's your Valentine. That was a big beer in Vietnam. Had so much formaldehyde in it that if it sat there for about 2 weeks, it would rust the top.
Wow.
They made everything before.
I screwed up one time when I was way younger, and under 21. The can that had the pull tab. And took one little drink out of that and puked my guts up. That skunk beer was so nasty. Oh,
Well,
I don't know, my son drank a 40-year-old
I
bottle of
drink
champagne.
beer when it still has the,
Oh, yeah, I remember the baby coolers,
little banquets.
yeah.
the little bitty ones, they were kid beers. Nowadays, you'd probably get thrown in jail for giving your kid one of them.
About the size of a little tomato juice. can.
Yeah, that's exactly.
It is here too, as long as they're on their property.
New as Texas.
As long as you're giving your kid beer. You get per kid beer, it's
Yeah.
going.
Usually.
Okay, so now I have fund 28 up, I believe, where, let me make sure I'm looking.
39.
No, 39, I'm sorry. This is Fund 39, it's dedicated gross receipts. This is an infrastructure fund that is dedicated to roads, bridges, and buildings. So Joey, you can see what I put in. I did do the calculations on the gross receipts. This should mimic Fund 56 because it's split exactly the same way. So the dedicated gross receipts are the same, should be the same on both. If they're not, then I did a calculation error, obviously. It looks like you, what did you do here?
I have no idea. That's probably when I was punching buttons.
Well, no, I might have had 275,000, I might have had some money in this line for G2889, and you might have said, no, there's nothing left. So is that correct?
No, one of them's got, well, I'm waiting for Dora, as usual. I'm waiting, one of those funds has about 18,000 and the other one is 0. Saw that paper wrong.
So you don't know the 88 or the 89 is the one that has the money?
Hang on, let me look. 89. Supposedly 89 has $4,543.92.
Hey, hold on, let me find the right line. Okay. 5,000 what?
$4,543.92.
I'm gonna make that 44. I don't want to play with dollars or change. Okay,
And 88 has 191,589.
okay.
So
Does
that's
that
what
look
the-
right up on the screen, Joey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I have the interest at 21,030, the same that I have in 56. So that's the only revenues I have in here. At this point, there could be more grants that come in that I would add in. But at this point, this is all I have on revenue. Are you guys good with this or any questions?
Good.
Okay, I'm gonna save it and then make sure I don't have anything here. So I do have stuff here. This is the DFA grants down here. This is a combination. Okay, no. This is 5789. Are we at 0 on this, Joey?
Yeah, it's gone. It's completely.
So the grant and the loan component have been spent, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 376. So that will bring that to hopefully 0. Wait a minute. Well, that didn't work. Hold on, guys. Sorry. I forgot to open my column. Okay. 376, 117. Okay, now did it make it 0? Yes, okay. So there's no expenses in this one that I'm aware of. Or revenues coming in, I'm sorry. So that's gonna be 0 and then expenditures. Cancel.
There's
Cancel.
about 3.5 million in grant money still we're working on right now.
Damn, I feel like I'm back in school. Got her.
Okay,
Already.
so Joey, you put in some, but then I put in some. So you go first.
No, wait, they don't have one thing, and that's the 40,000 for the street signs.
Right,
Years ago, they mandated us that all street signs had to be properly, a big letter and a small letter, and we'll replace them as they get knocked down. I didn't want to spend all that money and time at once, so that's why we just keep rolling it. Using what we have.
okay.
Right.
I put $5,000 in to cover the cost of the administrative fees for the gross receipts tax. And I did this based on calculation.
Who does that go to?
Into that fund.
This is an expense. This goes to Fund 39. And so the state charges us admin fees for the gross receipts tax we receive. So we have to say we're receiving the revenue of it when we never do, because the state takes their share of it immediately. But I have to book it as we receive the revenue, and then I have to expense it because we never did. So this is something I have no control over. The state takes it, but I have to book it. So that's what that is.
So we got that GRT since one of those years.
These are costs, not revenues.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, so then down here, I wasn't sure where we were on this one, Joey. If you can give me those figures again, I'll put them in to equal what the revenues were. So the expenses on 2888 was going to be what?
191, 589.90.
Okay, so I need to add to this 9159. I have 100,000 in there.
That's supposed to be 191.
Okay, let me look and see if that's right.
You're right. You add the 90,000 makes 191.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then on the 88, oops, I have it in the wrong spot. I have 88 at 191. Is that correct or wrong?
88 is 191.
Okay. Then 89 is,
45, 43.
thank you.
45, 44.
Oops, sorry. Okay. Okay,
Good.
so that's in there, and then we have loan, this is a loan payment, this is another Colonius, loan. 4922, but it's being paid out of, infrastructure because this loan was for resurfacing. Is it resurfacing Agua Fria?
I think so.
Is that
So-
right, Joey?
That's
So that's why we're paying it out of Fund 39 is because it's road infrastructure and it's a loan component. And this is a fairly new loan, 47. Oh, no, I already have it in there. Sorry, I don't need to add anything. Okay, so that is what that figure is. Why are you doing that to me? That is what that figure is down there for the 4746 is for the loan. Any questions?
Yeah, all these cash matches are 40%?
10%.
Well, it says 40.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why it says that, but it's not accurate.
Okay.
Remember where your Colonius 5789 says cash match, it says 40%. She's probably pulling, you know what that is?
Oh, no, the reason is because this particular loan and grant was split because some of it was road and bridge infrastructure and some of it was water and sewer. So in order to make it right, based on the percentages of what the cost was for each one of those components, 40% of the cost was charged to streets, bridges, this fund 39, and the 60%, which were the higher costs for the water and sewer infrastructure, was charged to Fund 56. So no, it's not the total amount of the loan, it's the split of the component based on cost of road versus water sewer.
So is that a grant or a loan?
No.
Well, I think actually it's 0 now, right? I need to take out this 376, 114. Is that correct, Joey?
Yes. No, so like when we dedicate, when we apply for, I apply for these, I have to say like
We have to show it in our budget.
road, you know, all of it, one. How much of it goes to water, match to be paid out of water, how much comes out of streets? And so like this one was a 60-40, so the 10% match, 40% of that match comes out of this infrastructure.
Correct.
Oh.
It's a lot of just,
It's a
You
lot
know,
of splitting the hair there.
yeah,
Any questions?
Capital outlay. City Hall.
that's the money we have.
For the new studio?
This is what we have left.
That's the design money we have.
Yeah.
Out of what?
That's the design money we have left. That's part of the capital outlay we were given 5 years ago, I believe.
For the museum?
Yeah. One of those things that we're gonna have to jump at some point, and make a decision, some of this money's gonna expire eventually.
I know. Well, we got Barry to find out what the loan was gonna cost us in it, stuff, we got any answer back on that yet, Barry?
No, shit, we can't afford no more loans.
Oh, man.
No, sir, I have not had a chance. I'm sorry.
You can't really like, can't afford to load, you can't afford to not do it. when you're
Right.
driving.
It is something that we will have to do. I agree.
Gotta figure out how we're gonna do it. but-
Correct.
We gotta get down and live where we can pay for it.
Yes.
Okay, all the pay raises we gave, we need to take that back plus like.
Well, that's the guys that actually were working.
I don't know that.
Okay, are we good with Fund 39?
I am.
Okay, I made those changes. I'm gonna save it.
Well, we're back.
The wind blows, there we got here.
Pretty windy up.
Yeah.
Careful.
Be real careful over there, cause you might have to scoot over a little bit.
Yeah.
Cord.
I think so, okay.
Yeah.
This fellow that made the copies, all this stuff.
Maybe it'd be better. There you go.
Yeah.
See, that's what it-
They made the copies of everything.
I got pages and pages. You ain't got much.
Know where they
You're
are.
pretty simple.
I only got 5 employees.
I can figure out what they are.
Oh,
Happy right now, but you have to get over it.
Yeah, we want
so much meat on this side. Maybe that'll help.
to be happy.
The pizza's here, if you guys wanna grab a plate or however you're gonna.
Are we done with Joy?
Nope, we got one more.
You said we only had 2 more and that was 40 minutes, 1 hour.
See, that's what bothers me about you, Joey. You don't count real well.
I don't count it, but I did go one way or the other.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
This one's easy. This is like nothing in the next one.
What's the next one?
Street improvement fund.
Street.
Yeah. There's my money for my materials and supplies and.
You want pizza?
Well, I think we're supposed to go in there.
I'll bring it, so you all can work. Or do you wanna go eat in there?
I won't, thanks.
We can be careful.
A little ketamine.
What?
Right, right?
Oh.
Tranquilizer.
You want a couple of pieces of pizza?
I think we're.
I'll bring it to you.
Okay.
Ms. Miller, how many do you want?
I don't know, what does it look like? I'll go look.
Dead or alive. They didn't go to Cafe Rio. But you know, I kind of quit going there for a while too.
It's great food, but I don't like to stand outside waiting.
I don't like the books they got in there. They had some of them little woke books in there and stuff.
Cattails.
Yeah, they was telling little boys how to do little boys.
Yeah.
Just,
Oh.
I can't.
Where,
Yeah,
right?
pizza?
Oh, that pizza. You don't know what to eat? Where is that restaurant?
Cafe Rio, it's right next to, there's one shop between it and Quarters.
Oh.
Can you guys hear me? I can't hear you. Can you unmute, Ellie?
There it is, Mary.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I have Fund 28 up.
Does it have no jalapenos in them?
Really good.
There's one with green chili.
No, it's.
I thought that was onions in it. I am.
Go with it, Mary.
Okay, so the revenue side of Fund 28 is minimal. We receive revenues from gas, sales of gas tax within City of Ruidoso Downs, 1 cent, 2 cent. You can see that we don't make a lot of money in this fund. This fund is also used for grant monies that Joey will get for road surfacing projects. So with that being said, Joey, I need you to look at those revenues down here. I have a combination of road grants. I have 3 grants in this 665,000. And I felt comfortable in leaving, not putting in a new revenue because we've already received the money, but I do have to expense it. So on the revenue side, I don't have any money coming in. If there's a road grant here that you're not seeing, that you know we've recently received, that you think I don't have in here, let me know and I'll add it.
Is
Um,
there, on the TPF, there is a match component on both TPFs that we.
isn't it in kind?
Oh. TPF. kind.
Okay, well, this is revenue, so this is money coming to us, not money we're spending.
45 is good. 46, we should have already received the money.
Yeah, that's why there's no revenue coming in.
Right.
This is money they're sending to us that we've already received.
619, we've already, we should have already received it.
We did, it shows we did. Well,
So that's good.
actually, it shows that we received 260,000 in 24.
You should have got 260 total, yes. That's it.
Okay. So this one is a different one for 346.
2 different grants?
This one would be yes.
I don't know what 346 is.
So I'll go look on the other side. Okay, so I'm gonna not ask for approval on this because I need to go look at the expenditure side, okay? Oh. Okay, so. I did not put anything in for street repair and maintenance. We haven't had anything in there. I did put the 525.80 for those 3 grants. You have spent 144,357 out of the 665, which is why I reduced it by what we've spent. These are new grants. There is $50,000 here in this line for street maintenance and repair within the city. I believe that 552 is 0 and I believe 570 is 0. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 619, I didn't put anything in. Has that been expensed?
No, we're working on it right now.
How much is left in that one?
149.
Okay, hold on, let me get in there. Give me a sec. 149.
523, so 524.
Okay. And then I put 100,000 on each of these because we spent some. Okay, hold on. Let me.
Yeah, you got some.
I gotta move this to 49,000, right? 149. So this is 49,000. What, Joey?
524.
Okay, so that makes it 149,544 for 619. What about 46?
Okay, 46 is 213, 708 total.
Okay. Does that look right?
No, because it's gonna add that 100 to it, isn't it? Don't you gotta write 113, 708?
Okay. Is that right?
Yes, you might be correct.
Okay.
But
Does
you
the
also
rest of that look right, Joey?
still need to add 45. I don't see 45 in there. Oh, the 45. No,
They're probably combined up here in these 3 of 665, 580.
So that is correct, the 139. Mary, you need to move over the L45 over to, yes, where your arrow's at.
Okay. The 139 needs to come over here.
Yes.
Is that correct? For 45?
Yes. 139. More on board, this is the paper I gave you, of course, she didn't magnify. I can barely read it either.
Okay, 139,
Yeah.
Does that look right, Joey?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any questions?
I know.
down there where the 49,544 is?
Yes, sir.
Is that?
This is the balance of this component of the, I can eat,
Harris Lane. The road for
I
flat
can eat
lane.
the meat and the cheese.
Yeah, that's what
Okay. This 49 is actually the balance left of 619 we need to spend. So I have 100,000. He said it's 149, so I added to it to make it the 149 that he has left in the grant money. So these are balances on grant monies we have.
Those
46 is a grant, Joey?
All of these are grants.
Barry, I am. Hang on, before we get too far, you should have a 655. You see that on there? I don't see it. Line, it could be.
I see a 665.
Yeah, there should be a 655.
Right, I combined 3 loans, Joey, in this. If you give me a second, I'll look up what loans they are. There are 3 loans. There are 3 solid loans that totaled $665,580.
For grants. Yes.
I combined all 3 of those on one line.
Okay, that will work if it's.
And then I just subtracted what we've spent out of there, which is 144,357 out of those 3 lines. Or those 3 grants.
And that left you with the 525.80?
Are we good?
Motion out to this 294 plus 245, so yeah, that's probably real close.
Are we good with that?
I think so, Mary.
Okay,
I'm good.
all right. 28 is the only thing I need to show you are the transfers, and the transfers are moving the money from the 2 cent to general operations per state statute. So this is a required transfer. This money goes to operations. Any questions?
Are you done, Joey?
Yeah, John, glad you got to spend a couple hours this week.
Okay, Joey, you're done, I think.
You're done, we already done council legislature, haven't
Yeah, you have police and planning and zoning.
No, we're way behind. Sorry, guys.
Are you printing?
I'm starting right now.
How many preferred?
Hold on, let me print this real quick and then I'll tell you.
Okay.
Thank you, Joey.
Thank y'all, I appreciate it.
Hi, Joey.
Joey,
Careful, dude.
have a good afternoon.
I'm just hoping weather's good and we don't have nothing else going on.
Congratulations to your son.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Very far.
Gotta go that way or that way, they lost you.
Yeah, the wind, you're in the door.
Your next or what?
Huh?
Your next or what?
No, but I don't know how long you'll
I
take.
don't know. I got the,
You gotta let her go, cause she won't take 5 minutes. There ain't nothing to give her.
Nothing to give, nothing to take. I don't have to ask for anything.
So we're gonna transfer you an employee.
look, I don't remember that.
No, just leave it alone.
I didn't have to grease the money.
You don't want another employee?
I don't want another.
Canadian bacon.
You don't want another employee?
No.
Oh, I do like Canadian bacon. I don't like- Maybe you should. I don't need,
That wasn't green chili, that was like really hot pepper with,
was it?
that's not green chili.
Something crawled on the plate.
Yeah.
Something crawled across the oven together.
Green chili's hot.
I think that's what we didn't want to thought.
I come from the Messiah Valley where it's- the chili is meant to be hot. That's not my favorite.
Where at?
From TRC from South.
That's the, you know.
Where I was born and raised, so that hatch green chili, is what I grew up with. TRC.
Get out of here.
I went crazy. Graduated from Mike's, from Hot Springs in 04.
Where'd you live at?
Los Colomas.
Don't be darned. That's where they used to send me every summer. My grandpa ran the L7 up there. Up towards Eagle, Walter Brown. You know, Ben Kane, Lewis Kane,
Since I was a little bit kid, I worked Kane real well.
Ben gave me I went to try to find his ranch during the pandemic.
Huh?
And I went out there and I couldn't find it, found the old L7 and everything. And I kept going, we standing there taking pictures in front of the space thing.
Yep.
And I looked across the street and right there was his house.
I was so mad when they bought the, I was mad.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Lewis and Ben, yeah,
Yeah.
I knew,
Matter of fact, I was on the scene when Miss Kane's when their car went off in the ditch in Craig Creek. I responded with the fire department and pulled them out of the creek.
you remember when Steve got killed in that chase?
Yep.
Cindy, she treated me just like.
Ellie, who's next? I'm sorry.
I gave my list to Mr. Proctor.
Please.
Police.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hurry, not back for lunch.
Okay, so I have the police.
Wait just a second, he went to get his papers, Mary.
Oh, okay, good. I'm gonna run real quick and grab my,
He's the only town you know that had 3 different names.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hot Springs, TRC, or Truth and Consequences.
Yep. He's in the little deputy room.
Mary, we're gonna go get some.
Okay.
You remember Ash Balls?
Yep.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, Rick and Tess car.
It burnt down though, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Twice.
twice. Oh, wow.
The second time. it went.
Yeah, Buck. And, hello?
Funky.
Oh, they had a smaller, a younger.
Your stuff.
Buck's youngest.
Buck.
I have a bunch of puzzles. And then when you're done,
He's
you
a few
put it
years
on the
older.
Marshall, everything at work. I'm
I know
going
where
over
that
it.
is. How's that work?
Oh, yeah. Country at Burr.
Matter of fact,
Can I have that?
He came from himself in town
Yeah.
for a bus to my car.
Right there at the old cell phone.
Yep.
Well, you know where they,
See.
what is it, the fairgrounds right
I
there?
don't know, something.
Okay, if you look straight up that hill right there.
Yep.
Where that cave is in that, and there's a house that sits up there,
Oh.
that was my grandma and grandpa's house. Yep.
So that whole Mud Canyon, you're getting the cows, 47,000, that little, that finishing thing right there.
Uh-huh.
And then we ship them out of that same pen.
Y luego cuando vamos a Mexicano,
And there was a lady that lived over on the other side of the way over there.
de todas maneras.
She had them Australian shepherds and they would eat you alive. She'd walk out there with the flash swatters. And them dogs would just.
What was that lady's name? Man, she was older than Jake.
Yes, she was. Her husband died before she did.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were grandpa and they were good buddies.
Can't just approve it, they were on.
You remember, what was that guy's name? Grandma used to jump him every time he'd come to the house. He'd have Frankie Neonis.
I knew the nuances, because I know Frankie.
Yeah.
Frankie, Eugene. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's your turn, boss. Here. Do I want to see for you? Yes, sir.
No, I did not have a new car, chief.
That's a sort of subject we learned last week.
That was big forever.
So he called them in 2 weeks ago now. They ceased building any cars because they were doing this whole open house, come look at what we can and can't do type documentary show.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be at least another 2 or 3 weeks before they start building cars again. His car is sitting there and we haven't heard back if it's finished, if it's in pieces.
The new one we got?
That's tomorrow's project. Yeah,
Taking forever.
we're not happy with MHQ.
Is there another place we can go to?
There is, and we'll get to that with the top of the board. And it's quite cheap, a lot.
What is the quality of work? Barry, you ready?
From what I've seen online, yes, sir. In person, I haven't seen it.
I don't think she was good there. Never go see.
Think she's had to go a little over. You, go ahead, put your stuff.
This one.
Get the lady.
You live in-
Did you say? It's the morning.
That's a question we have. On the line item that we haven't really get this year, that would cover the cost of those.
Yeah.
So if possible, we'd like to order on it. Next 2 days. But if not, we do have them on that's one of our budget requests.
Or what?
New sidearms, new department issued sidearms.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Have we changed anything?
Start when you're ready, Mary.
Okay, so this is the police department's budget and they filled this in, so I'll let them take over.
Thank you, Mary. Real quick before we get started, I have a question on cap out. I believe it's cap out camera 62 480 35.
Business.
Okay, what is your question?
On our current budget, it shows that we have $25,000 in there.
Correct, you haven't spent it.
Would it be permissible to use that line item to purchase our new department issued sidearms?
No, you have a line in there for ammunition and where is it?
Guns.
I guess. I think there actually is a line for firearms. I would rather you use 1062 460 71.
Other assorted weapons?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we could move that 25,000 into that line item? And
Yes,
purchase
sir.
it?
Yes, if that's, okay, so you're, first of all, let's clarify. The amount you have over here for cap out cameras, 26,250, you want that moved up to firearms, right? To weapons? Is that correct?
That's what it said.
Yes.
Okay,
I see the 26,250 on the request, but in our current budget, we're showing 25,000.
Well, that's what it is. Look to your left on the yellow line and it'll show you.
Okay, yes. Yeah, if we can move that 25,000 up to,
well, okay, stop.
sure.
The 26,250 that you have in the blue line, I'm going to move it up to your weapon line.
Yes.
I'm not gonna add another 25 grand above this.
No, that's not what we're asking, no.
That's, I wanted to clarify because that's what I understood you to say. I just want to make sure.
Sure. And we can get that PO placed before the 15th?
These cameras are what, for in the vehicles or body cameras?
No, we're talking about firearms stuff.
Firearms. I know with the 26, the money you're wanting to move.
It's moving to
It's
Was the cameras, and I'm asking, was those cameras, body cameras, cameras you want in the car?
no, I don't know where that 25,000 came from.
It was just stuff they sold, like the equipment.
Okay, what I'm getting at, is you had $26,500 for cameras. Is what it come out of, is that correct, Mary? Where we just moved it from?
No, sir. He wants to buy weapons, but he didn't know where to put it in his budget.
Okay, I understand that, but we just moved $26,500, right?
From cap out cameras.
26,250, I'm sorry. That was cap out on cameras.
They don't want cameras, they wanted weapons.
This is what I'm asking, were this body cameras or cameras that go in the police cars?
None of the above.
None of the,
Wrong spot.
they didn't want cameras, sir. They
This is
just,
what- They don't want the cameras. What I'm asking, was this cameras that they budgeted, whenever they budgeted it for body cameras? Or cameras in police vehicles?
it could be either one, sir.
Okay, I'll leave it alone.
You just wanted to know why they asked for it last year. Do you remember what it
Yes,
was for?
because, Knight wanted brand new cameras for vehicles and,
Or
yeah,
you-
officers.
So we don't have cameras in our cars now, right?
No. Can't afford
They just had it.
it. That's 25 grand would do probably one car. Isn't that what y'all told me?
Yeah, the 25 grand, but I am working on the in-car camera project. But the first quote I've got right now, we just had a meeting yesterday with Axon, is gonna cost about $98,000. So we've got to whittle a bunch of stuff down and a couple of other vendors we need to look at for dash cameras for vehicles.
And I know the league offers help for cameras.
Right.
Like body cameras, we could get your money back on them,
Yes.
Yeah.
You have body.
but not on the cars. They
Yeah,
will
not on the
reimburse
cars.
you for two cameras.
Yeah, it's particular to body cameras.
So, okay, I know that you had help with your budget and like that. Do you have any outlooks on going for looking at grants through the law enforcement?
Not current. Only because I'm still filtering out, I'm still getting information in, Joey put me in touch with, Dora and, I forgot the other lady's name from the municipal, or from, the Southeastern Council of Governments, I think is the name of that place.
Okay,
So I'm in contact with them, but nothing's come open that we can apply for yet.
okay, now just, we can move on, I got it now.
Okay.
I did want to comment on the Law Enforcement Protection Fund.
Yes.
That money can be used to buy cameras for their vehicles if they so chose.
Yeah, but we need a lot more money, Mary.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that it could be used. That's all.
Polaroid.
Get you one on Amazon.
That is an option.
Go ahead, Sam. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Thank you. So we'll get that, PO or that the requisition over as soon as I can.
Mary, the stipulation that he has, he's gotta have the PO by the 15th in order to buy these guns that he needs.
Keep the price the same.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a minute. Okay, so we're talking about fiscal budget for 26. We are not talking about fiscal budget 25. So if you want to buy your guns now, it has nothing to do with 26.
Okay, so let me clarify. My original question was, can we move that money today?
Yes, you can move it anywhere you want within your budget,
You know,
but that has nothing to do with 26.
Perfect.
So do you need that 26,000 for 26 if you're gonna pay for it in 25?
If you do, you better add it to it.
You know, do it now?
Yeah.
Yeah, she says to go ahead and do it now.
So take it out for next year.
I'll take it out completely, or you can leave that 25 in there.
Or do you wanna add 25 to it?
But do you want to add the 25 back to the cameras for capital outlay?
And then ask for 25 on your gun.
Okay. So Mary.
Now I'm confused.
It just, now go ahead, DC, and explain what you want to do with it, so Americans.
So
understand.
we're going to leave the 25,000 where it's at for the cameras. And we will move our line items and request for the new guns under the assorted weapons. Is that right?
Yes.
But aren't you saying you want to buy the new guns this week?
Right.
You
We've
won't
got
buy
to do-
in this budget.
Yeah, we've got to do a budget adjustment for
But
it.
he don't wanna break himself. He needs,
Right, but we're not adjusting the 25 budget right now. We're working on.
That's correct.
That's right.
he's added 25,000 to this for the 26 budget.
But he needs his guns.
Right, and
That's why he moved it back to the cameras.
we're gonna leave it under cameras, and then we'll do a budget adjustment later.
With this other.
Yes.
So the 26,250, you want to leave it in cameras for new cameras next year.
Yes.
No, we're going to, yeah, we're gonna do the opposite. We're gonna move that 26, or we're going to request the 25 for the new, cameras. Once we make the budget adjustment, I think I'm confusing everybody.
Barry, he needs to leave the 26,250 where it was at, or you tell him what to do. He wants to buy the weapons now, but he needs 25,000 in an account too. Total, he needs 50,500.
So he needs 25 for this year and 25 for next year.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You need $25,000 this year, which I can see you have done. You need 25,000 for next year. And what did you need the $25,000 for next year?
Next year would be for cameras.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So we're good on what?
Yes.
Okay, so I took off my changes. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, but for his next year, he said 25,000, it's showing 26,250.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Thank you. Thank you so much.
He cut himself out a little bit there. I was just watching that. So. Moving on.
Ammo budget's good.
Ammo, I think we requested a $2,000 increase, just due to the cost of
Training.
ammunition. We are training now with, we have shotguns, rifles and pistols. So it's gonna increase that a little bit.
Okay, you just messed up.
How often are you gonna be taking your certified police officer to? I don't have to recertify once a year, but how often will you be going to the range and firing with them?
With any luck, staffing dependent, every 3 months, but we do some kind of range, hands-on training.
90 days, whether it be pistol, shotgun, or rifle?
Yes, sir.
A mixture of any one of those?
Yes, sir.
Good, okay.
May I address the new report management system for 67,000?
Yes,
I-
that was our next one.
I just want to move it because this is a line we've never used and I would prefer to move it down to equipment maintenance and repair.
Even with it being new equipment or new software.
Then it would go out to cap out.
Yeah, it's not gonna be any new equipment, it's gonna be new software. It should work with all of our current computers.
So then so this truly would go into equipment maintenance and repair because you are maintaining your equipment. So for me, I would
Is
like
this-
to move this 67,000 here.
This got to do with the software for the reports?
Yes, sir.
If they won't let us use like theirs?
Correct.
Ally, why can't we use their deal? We spend that much money with them?
The village,
Yes, ma'am.
because we have to buy our own software to put it into their units. So the software that we went with, Code Dispatch, that's separate.
So
They're gonna buy their separate.
what it is, the state has gotten very strict on NIBRS reporting, so the National Incident-Based Reporting System that the FBI maintains for all your assaults and batteries and felonies and all the statistical stuff. The state has stepped in, has gotten really strict, they're requiring reporting from each agency. The way it's set up right now, because we use Rio Doso's report management system, the numbers are correct. And the system is outdated by at least 20 years.
So we're gonna wind up with a better system than they got.
We're hoping to, and that's where we're at in the discussion, we want to purchase Mark 43, which is the same system Ruidoso has. It's also the same dispatch system that they will have, so there's not gonna be, there shouldn't be any problems with their dispatch systems talking to our report management system. When they get a call for service and downs, it'll be in one format, the call sheet will match up with the report that our officer does. It should all intermingle and there shouldn't be any issues with any luck, there shouldn't be minimal issues.
So the 400,000, that's just for them to answer the phone?
That's, to my knowledge, and reading the JPA, and Mr. Underwood can answer that better, that's my understanding of that $400,000.
DC, is that the
Cause it doesn't.
consolidated dispatch that we voted on for this?
It is the same system that they're going through, yes.
That's
So
what
we
we're
can
talking about, was that cost.
Hear what they're doing and
But it was my understanding that you have to do it, you have to get the new software, and not, you're not gonna be able to communicate with them.
Well,
That's correct.
yes and no, there are other vendors that we've talked to, more expensive vendors that we've talked to, that will talk to the Mark 43 system, but it's not the Mark 43 system, so there's gonna be, have to be an interface build that will talk to that system. Because they're dispatching off the Mark 43, it's not necessarily, it won't talk to Sleuth now, or it's not gonna talk to some other company.
Yeah.
This way, if we stay with Mark 43, it's all one platform, and they hopefully,
But it's still out of date.
Mark 40, Sleuth is out of date.
Yeah.
No question with that. Mark 43 is not only being used for report writing, they're gonna use it for the CAD or the computer aided dispatch, so dispatch kind of it. And then the large agencies, Albuquerque State Police, Berlin County Sheriffs, a whole bunch of agencies are using it and seem to like it so far.
Okay, where'd 67,000 go on our line market here? You moved it on, Mary.
I moved it from the computer upgrade software line down to equipment maintenance and repair.
Why would it be equipment maintenance when it's a computer upgrade software?
So that expense line for computer upgrade software has never been used in our system, and I'm not saying we can't start using it. There's no history for it.
Should be a history for 25,000 we just spent for software.
They always put it under this other category.
That's correct. It always goes under equipment maintenance and repair because they have to maintain the maintenance, whether it's the software for the maintenance or the actual equipment.
Okay, put it there then. You happy with that, DC?
So
Chief?
on the note of the 67,000, and I can pass this around, I apologize, council members, I didn't make copies of any of this today.
Just tell us about it. We're
Um,
fine.
for the Mark 43, if my numbers are right, it's going to be a recurring subscription fee of $20,092 per year and a one-time service fee of $28,611. So about 48,703 for the first year. So we can potentially cut that 67,000 down to the, let's call it 50,000 for easy math.
Yeah, but if it's higher, you need that in there.
Better to have and not need it.
Okay.
Yeah, just,
Okay.
if you're gonna go down, just leave it.
Okay.
I'd say leave it, and then if you come into a glitch or something, it's there. Or if you want to transfer it to somewhere else, then we're gonna get it transferred somewhere else then.
Okay.
That's okay, Mary?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Except I think I moved it to the wrong line. I'm trying to get on the right line here. Hold on, I have to do it this way. Yeah, I had it wrong, 67.
Okay, I was moving with you and I lost the place.
Okay,
Okay, is everybody good with it?
But it's still on the,
No, she moved it, it
No,
dropped
she got it down to.
way down there.
yeah, I think I have it on the right line now.
And you,
Yeah.
the maintenance and repairs where you have it right now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yep,
Yeah.
You got it, don't you? Okay, everybody good with it?
Brennan.
The next one. Is our kitchen remodel.
It's right above it.
Yeah, just above it. It looks like we've only used. Very little out of that line item, but the kitchen and also our entry doors to secure our facility, we've got to get those doors fixed. I think the most recent quote I had coming in this morning was at 5,600. But we'd like to finish that kitchen so it gives us a little bit more room and get, a little bit more room out of the,
Your wife don't feed you?
well, yeah, hey, he's little and haven't eaten like. And that will, I'm pretty sure that would allow us, haven't gotten any numbers for the kitchen yet, but it would allow us to move all that stuff back into the kitchen where it is. And give us more room in that training area, so we can utilize that wider day room area.
In this building over here,
Yes, sir.
what are y'all training in there for?
That, well, we're gonna train be police.
You want to teach them to cook?
I heard boy.
They've always used McDonald's.
If we're gonna spend this money in the kitchen, then you can't, we want to know where to go eat lunch anyway.
That's my hope that they will eat better.
Okay, that's 67 that just got moved.
Yeah.
What's all these other numbers? 23, 19, 19, 15, 17, 5? Is that gonna add to it?
No, those are all.
No. Is that gonna add to the 67?
That's a good
No.
question.
The 17,250.
Yes, sir. Mary, is that add on to the 67?
Yes, sir, it does. If I pull it over, it shows now that that's at 84,250.
Oh, there you go. Good catch.
You got your money. Forget about the remodel.
So you put the 1,200 for kitchen and remodel stuff.
No, they had
No, no.
17. They had
We
17.
have 17
Okay.
already in that equipment.
In that 17,250
So we
already
need to
there.
take the 17,250 off.
No, we need to take the 12,000 for the.
Kitchen off.
Yeah, it's a different line. You've got $12,000 on vehicle maintenance, repair and building. Two different
So-
lines.
Yeah, we can take that 12,000 and put it back to the 10.
I thought you were gonna do which one? The vehicle maintenance and repair?
No, under building maintenance and repair, where we requested the 12,000.
For the
You want
remodel.
it to be 10?
Yeah, we'll just go back to the original 10 that was already in there.
That way
Because
you still got 17,250. If you need
That's
to use.
equipment maintenance and repair.
There's two 12,000.
They're two different lines, sir.
But we can always move it. Okay, where we're at materials and supplies,
yeah, so we'll just delete the 2,000 like Mary has.
Okay.
yes.
Is the change correct?
Yes,
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
we're on materials and supplies.
Materials and supplies, I don't have any changes to. It looks like we've only spent probably about 20% of that budget.
Now, what is that for your office supplies? What is
Yeah,
that?
it's pens, paper, paper clips, all that jazz, yeah. Postage and shipping can stay the same.
Are y'all good with that number?
Yes,
Mary, they're good with the number.
Okay, I didn't touch it.
The materials and supplies, 12,000. He said that's all he needs.
Right.
It looks like it. He's only used 2,600 for 9 months this year.
Well, yeah, but he wasn't here, the other guys did.
No, I understand that for sure. That needs to cover his ticket paper and all that stuff, so.
So we're good with that?
Mhm.
Okay. Postage and shipping,
postage and shipping, I'm not too sure. And Mary, can you tell us what we're paying in postage and shipping? What are we
So
paying?
you guys have opted, and I mean, this is your decision, it's your department, but you guys are like, you're going to the post office and buying stamps at 80 cents a piece instead of bringing your mail down here and letting us run it for a cheaper price and then being billed out after I do my quarterly reports. I have a report that says how many pieces were PD and charge you the rate that the discounted rate we paid for. So, I think that occurred with past employees. But I think you can save money by using the machine. You have envelopes that need to be mailed, we run them and you save some money on your postage, or you can go to the post office and pay those current prices every time you buy a roll of stamps. It's up to you.
what your deal is, he's getting 80 cents over there, what are you gonna give him to it for?
Yeah,
5 cents difference.
probably. Yeah.
Well, he'll save a little bit. I think we save a nickel on each one, so it would be 73 cents instead of 75.
We're worried about a nickel, we're in trouble.
Saved.
I have a question there. Some of that's coming from registered mail from the CSO.
No, he has his own budget.
He has his own, yes. He does.
There's a bunch of questions of who's spending this.
This was evident.
And registered mail, we get a bigger discount on. It's like
Oh.
$8 a letter instead of 15.
Yeah, so this was coming out.
Yes, this was coming out of yours. Everything's clear.
Okay, is that enough for y'all? 1,000?
Yeah, we're gonna leave it at 1,000 and
Okay.
that'll go to the postage machine in City Hall.
Yes,
And we'll just use it out of there.
yes.
Perfect.
And they'll charge you back.
Yes, yeah. I didn't know
Had a
that.
discount.
Yeah.
Okay, Mary, they're good with the 1,000.
I left it.
Just found out they're gonna charge you 82 cents.
Well, they keep raising the rates every other week.
And yeah,
Hey, 15,000.
Chief, I'm doing all the talking. You,
Okay, training, 15,000.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm probably gonna regret it come December, but that's okay. With what we have in place for the officers to keep their biennium training, the required hours that they have to do. I wanna leave it at 15,000 now, maybe halfway through we'll revisit it again. I don't foresee any issues. It's just the four of us that have to, or the three of us right now that have to keep our certs up through the end of the year. Next year, we'll probably talk about it a little more because we'll have more certified officers that have to do those training hours. I think 15,000 is fine right now.
Yep, you're looking at December,
What if you get
first,
more
the next
people?
day is gonna change into 26. So
So that's the only issue is if we hire another certified officer between now and December.
Okay, so add another one in there. What would it be?
It's hard to tell. It depends on what class he wants to go to.
what class you tell him to go to?
Yeah, if
Okay,
he finds a
that
class
makes a
or if I find a class that he needs to go to, they can range anywhere from $95 upwards to $685.
Okay, my question is 15,000, we need to kick it to 20,
That's just what I was thinking.
just to cover it, if you get another officer or two.
Cause what's gonna
Yes.
happen if these guys get certified this year, and the class comes up next year,
Right.
okay, so I would recommend what,
Mary, let's kick it to 20.
Well, this is for 26, so, you know.
Okay, do you think your officers can spend $3,000 apiece in training in 12 months?
Yeah, especially if we get another one or two, well, when we get the two back from the academy, they're gonna have to keep theirs up too.
Yeah,
Is it one class a year?
no,
No.
I think there's 3 classes.
so the mandatory classes, there is. Oh geez, there's a whole sheet. I think there's 8 or 10 classes that were required by state statute to maintain. But the new guys going in, they won't have to maintain that until the next year.
26.
So they've got some time. It's the chief and I, Officer Wall, and if we hire any other certified officers, they would have to maintain that up until. Some expire in December, some expire in March, because the state can't figure out one calendar.
But your new guys, this budget's gonna be for 26, so you're gonna need that
Right.
money then.
Correct.
Okay.
If you go find-
So
This
my
budget is 25, 26, change July 1st.
So
Okay.
you're absolutely right. If they find a class that they want to go to after the academy, be it field training, or whatever they want to go to,
So 20,000?
20,000.
Mary, let's change it to 20 for them.
Okay, no problem. I'll change it to 20. My question for Officer Hannah is the training is only for the cost of the class. It is not, you cannot include mileage, hotel, or any of that. It's just for the cost of the class itself.
It's only tuition.
Correct. And you think you'll spend 20,000 on your 6 officers?
Well, like I said, it's gonna depend on the tuition of that class.
Okay.
Okay, so we got the 20. Okay, next one down, vehicle fuel cost, 50,000.
I'm gonna leave that to y'all's discretion.
Oh, do you know how much y'all driving? How many officers
You
you
go,
got?
okay, right now you got 3 officers driving back and forth, that, each vehicle 250 miles a week. Okay,
You had 3 months there when you didn't have other officers.
I
Right, that's what I'm
understand that, but we're talking about 25, 26, which is coming in.
I haven't seen any numbers from previous budgets when they were fully staffed, so I don't have an accurate. number.
Okay, listen
They're
to
listed right here.
38, 9, 11. 31,407, 7,800, 45,000.
So it seems like.
That seems a little low, buddy.
Okay, this is what I'm getting at. You got 3 vehicles. It's gonna be averaging. What is it?
75 to 100.
250 miles per week for 3 vehicles, ride back and forth to work every day. Okay, not counting what you're driving here.
Right.
All these other vehicles back in 23 and 24, they either lived in Ruidoso or Ruidoso Downs.
23.
Okay. So that, you need to take a look at that and see what, if you're looking at this as being street mileage just around here, then you need to add that. I wanna say easy. What are you running, 4 days a week, 5 days a week? Okay, that's gonna be, what, $200?
And we're adding in trips to the jail, court, whatever else is going on.
So 75,000 are to cover.
They asked
I
for
would say,
50.
I'd say if they would be 60.
I don't wanna,
No, he's not sure because we were out of officers for part of this stuff.
I know. That's what it was.
I just wanna pipe in, I don't know that we've ever gone over 45,000 a year with fully staffed officers, and at that time they drove to Thule and back. And the gas prices were almost $5 a gallon. So, I mean, I'm not trying to say they can lose money here, but I can't see statistically that they would need more than the 50,000 they're asking for.
I'm with you,
I
Mary.
agree too.
Okay, so if we have this at 50. And he says he's gonna run short, because the last person I heard of driving back and forth to Thule was Officer Rupp, he was the chief,
Yes, that's correct.
okay? So
Gas
now
was
that
like $5 a gallon.
he was driving 35 miles. 70 miles a day, back and forth. Okay, these 3 officers are gonna be driving 200, 250 miles per week. 3. You got 52 weeks in a year, do the math.
I still think, sir, that the 50,000 is more than enough in the fuel.
Okay, leave it there, that's what everybody
Okay,
says.
that's not what everybody says, because Mary, you're in finances. These people are on the streets. They know what they need.
And I'm looking at statistics.
Yeah, well,
I'm
we're not.
giving you numbers of statistical
We're looking at-
information.
3 officers going to.
You have 3 years right there.
Good.
Let's make the
Every day.
And in 23, we were fully staffed, I believe.
we can think about meeting in the middle of 55.
I'm fine with it. I just don't want y'all running out of gas.
We think it's probably.
Just a second here.
I mean, it's not like they're siphoning that stuff out and selling it.
One vehicle,
Jeez.
one vehicle drive.
I mean, if they don't spend it, it's there.
One vehicle drive 250 miles a week for 52 weeks, it's 13,000 miles. Figure gas at $2.50 a gallon. The vehicles they're talking about are not gonna get 25 miles to the gallon. They're fixing to purchase a boat. And it ain't gonna get nothing.
Okay, well, 75 is so much, at least give them 60.
So whatever they, we've said what we would try to give them, if they wanna go with 55, then go with 55. You have to come before the council again if you need something else.
We never used to have that many.
I'd
flag
rather
on
go with
town.
what you recommend. I was just trying to
I-
save you.
I know that we could do a budget
Say-
adjustment.
Have you and not spend it,
Yeah,
then you need to have it and it's not there for you, chief.
well, let's go with 60 then.
I'm good with that.
Barry,
Change it to 60.
Uh-oh, what happened?
I don't know. Maybe the computer got tired of listening to us arguing.
Ah.
You that live out of town.
Mm,
Sam,
Yes.
does this cover the dog catchers too?
No.
Mine,
On their fuel too?
Right.
yes.
Yeah.
I was just asking.
I didn't know that the last while ago, but I
No, I'm good.
that's the only reason.
Uniforms.
What'd you say? We ain't got no screen.
Oh. Good, that'll give me time to get that belt.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. But I guess a loss happened. Okay, so
Mary, down there on that finished kitchen remodeling there, that 12,000 still there.
no, I understand. I lost I don't know what happened. Um,
Yeah.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
So that'll be close to 60.
Yeah.
Sure.
Gas is coming down.
okay,
How did you figure some of these people they got, whereas I can't see it. Yes.
Okay, next one, uniforms.
So on uniforms, we just spent $1,500 for 3 officers, and that's not including their protective vests. The protective vests were 1,200 piece.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,200,
Well,
yes, sir,
each.
each.
What's the lifespan?
Bulletproof?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay.
5 years.
And do we have any back there that?
Well, that's-
The problem with the vest is,
Tell her.
yeah,
He's been wearing his own stuff.
is they're fit to the officer, they're sized to the officer. So anytime an officer leaves, they'll turn that vest in, but there's no guarantee that that vest is gonna fit another officer they would hire. So every time we hire somebody new, we've gotta get them fitted, and of course, the expiration dates, they're here 3 years, they turn that vest in, we only have 2 years on their bills. Same thing with the average carrier vests. They're sized to that officer, so the one he has won't fit Mr. Parker, honestly, probably won't fit Mr. Hickory. It still wouldn't fit, you're gonna have, it's gonna look really fun.
There's no way to.
I didn't shoot you in your neck.
No, man, the panels themselves are held with, without trying to undress in front of everybody. They have Velcro straps that go around your shoulder and around the side. Everything else is form fitted specifically to the officer,
Where his heart may be lying.
where it sits. Of course, for female officers, it's a lot different. Theirs are structured for their bodies, and those definitely won't fit anybody else. So it unfortunately, as a law enforcement agency, it's a cost that we have to take on. I wish they weren't so expensive, but they are level 3A, so they'll stop up to a 308 round. They will stop with soft plates. They don't have the hard ceramic plates anymore, thank God.
No?
Now, we can go over those, but
DC, don't ever apologize to us when it comes to protecting a man's life.
Yes,
As a
sir.
police officer. That's, you don't have to do that, but.
So, we've got 12,000, but looking at these numbers,
Spent 1,500, so double that, that's 3.
yes, sir.
That gives you 15. Is that enough? If it's not, you gotta speak up, bud. If you need 20, you gotta say it.
I'm thinking 20 just because of the cost of the vests.
I got no problem, y'all.
Like I said, the numbers I have here right here in front of us are for the uniforms. Just these shirts are $70,
I got you.
and that's the cheapest we've been able to find them.
Okay, so everybody agree?
Yeah.
So I think 20,000 would be.
Mary, we need to change that to 20.
Don't wanna wear the used ones, I had to.
And we have a bunch, we have a
I know.
whole bunch of, I don't know who was working here that wore a 3XL shirt, but we have a closet full of uniforms that none of us can wear.
3XL.
He's in Arkansas.
Probably.
Yeah.
And then just like what we need.
Okay.
I didn't hear all that. You're coming out of the closet?
They tried.
We tried.
Okay, let's get on down. We're running out of time. guys.
Okay, we're going from, the uniforms, we're going from 12 to 20, Mary. We're good, right?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, she did.
Okay, telephones and communications.
Yeah, they, that is.
I'm assuming that would be the desk phones, office phones,
I have no idea.
is that part of?
What is it, the telephone?
Telephone and communications,
Yes, that's that, like.
radios and everything.
Internet,
I moved those monies up because they did not have enough in there. Can you hear me? Okay, yeah, so I changed their utility amount because they did not, for the utilities and the phones, I didn't feel like they put enough in there based on the math that I did, so I increased those to cover the cost of what should occur there. And on the telephone and communications, they once upon a time were 10,000, but that's before, when we were still paying Windstream. We no longer pay them any, so our phone costs have gone down.
But is that for radios too, Mary?
No, radios come out of. the
Radios
equipment.
or no, this is utilities that we pay for the building.
Yeah, I'm talking about telephone and communications. I was just asking the question if radios was included.
There's no fee for radio usage that I'm aware of, sir. We pay for those outright.
You're talking about,
You went up
yeah,
from 7 to 8.
Okay, I was just wondering if it fell in that category.
and going down to ammunition, again, if we can increase that, I think 2,000 will be enough to get us, with what we have currently in the armory. I think, an additional, 2,000 on top of the 5,000 we already have.
So the seven's fine?
So the 7 is fine.
Requested 7.
I'm gonna do my best. The company we're gonna order the guns from, hopefully they will give us some trades and we can get rid of this 40 caliber ammunition towards the 9mm ammunition.
Okay, those other two, the utilities and other thing was fine with y'all?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go down to dues and advertising subscriptions.
What screen moved again? Utilities, navigation.
I've seen where you got that already, 1,500 of his nuts.
Yeah. 1,500.
Dues, advertising and subscriptions. You only got
Mary, can you
1,500.
explain what that's for? I'm assuming it's for the Chiefs Association would be one of them. Is there any other subscriptions that come out of that?
Anything that you guys pay for to be part of.
So it's just gonna be the State Chiefs Association dues.
Any hair clubs, any of that stuff? y'all?
It wasn't spent.
No,
The league, you guys don't subscribe to the league?
In 2025, you guys spent 1786 in that line.
And what did they do with it, Mary?
They paid for dues or subscriptions that they belong to, whether it's New Mexico Municipal League fees, chief of police. I don't know what subscriptions they pay for.
the Chief of Police Association it's part of the municipal.
I'm not sure.
Are we
They
paying
don't
two
have
separate
any
accounts?
officers. so
Is it separate?
they spend-
Okay.
Okay.
I
So,
think we should make it 2,000 just in case.
I got no problem with it.
okay,
If you jump at 2,000, because they're gonna go up on everybody's gonna go up this coming year, because it's already.
Mary, a total of 2,000, so add 500. Thank you.
Okay, new equipment for vehicle.
so new equipment for vehicle. And Mary, we've expended that fund, that line, correct?
Well, you've got 27,000 for the budget request.
You have $60,000 in there for 25 and you spent 901.
That's with the purchase of the Tahoe and the upfit.
I don't have the bill for that. And some of that money for the purchase of the Tahoe and the upfit are gonna come out of LEPF money.
Correct.
It was 60.
But 27,000 is what you're gonna need for the fiscal year 26, not for this year.
We're gonna need, so, and that what leads me to the agreement from the Southeastern New Mexico Economic Development District.
The 200,000 for your vehicles?
Yeah, the grow application.
Yes.
The Corporation, can we put that 200,000 in that line item?
No, sir, we cannot. It's kept in a separate line item.
Okay,
But you can spend it for that. You can use it to buy equipment.
okay.
Unless the grant specifically says for vehicle only, I wouldn't know why it would prohibit you for upgrading and, getting it tagged and necessary.
Yeah, the agreement is specific to vehicle and the equipment for the vehicle.
So
you
the
clear-
vehicles plus everything that you need to make it work, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so you have $200,000 there that will not have anything to do with operations here.
Is that 27? That sounds low.
So it is low, however, with the company that we went through to upgrade the top overboard, I got the price down to 14,000 and some change to outfit the entire vehicle. So
Is that close to here?
it's actually in Bowling, so it's a little bit.
If they spend that, they've got 60 this year, why would they just want 30 for next year?
Cause they'll have all the vehicles already.
But they ain't got them equipped. They can equip with 2 vehicles for 200,000.
Yeah. Depending on what we buy, but we're still limited. It's right around 70,000 a vehicle to buy the vehicle and everything outfit. Yeah, it does.
Okay, 70,000 for the vehicle. I'm wondering why you haven't spent the 60 yet. Why are you gonna be spending? that?
Again, in 25,
How long you been here, Sam?
since January, so 5
So,
months.
can I jump in really quick? 70,000 a vehicle is, 2 vehicles is 140, you have 200,000.
You got 20,000, we're saying you got 227.
And then you would have $60,000 left to fit any other vehicles. Or to buy another vehicle.
So it's probably
It has
best-
nothing to do with operations.
So it's probably best to leave that 27,000 there.
Good. That's what you wanted?
Yes, sir.
Good.
And the rest of this is just typical stuff. On your personnel costs down there to bottom personnel, is that like drug testing?
Where are you looking at?
You got $7,000.
Yes, that's for new hires of psyche, val, medical,
Oh, that's a psychic.
everything comes out of it.
All right, everything personnel. And so then down to, we cap out computer,
What about the insurance?
that we can control that.
That insurance I entered in because
I wanna know about it.
that is the liability insurance that New Mexico Self-Insurers Fund charges the city for the police department. And I guessed at what it was gonna be for PD because normally I've only put in there 37,000 every year, and last year it was 40 some. And so the remainder of that premium was paid out of finance department to pay the insurance. And Donna just gave me, and I thought that I made copies for you guys. New Mexico Self-Insurers Fund, you have hard copy of. And if you look at the police department, it's $46,360 for their premium.
Say that number again there?
$46,360, and I think Ally has extra copies if you want to see it.
That's up from last year, Mary?
Yes, sir. So I put the 55 in there before I had this paperwork this morning because I didn't have access to the paperwork. We can reduce that down to a 47,000 because we won't need the 55.
Okay, is that good with y'all?
That's good.
I can
Okay.
actually do the 46,360.
Mary, how
Oops.
many officers did that cover for the 47,000?
Sir, it covers any officer that's under our employment.
No
Whether
matter
it's-
how many.
That's correct, whether we have 1 or 50.
Oh, okay, that's all I need to know. That's good.
Reduce it down, reduce the dispatch.
That comes from the village. That is the budget they gave me.
What were personnel costs, the paper positions, what are we actually paying?
What, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, the wind's blowing. The 349,111 for dispatch,
Yes,
how that's broke down, is it salaries, is it training?
it's
is it-
everything. So let me show you. Give me a second to find.
But it's going up tremendously.
Sure, not we're putting the whole bill.
Well.
And we don't have that.
No, I know it's not just that, but- and then we just okay 25,000 for smart software on top of all of it. Okay, well, mine's-
Okay, so we're paying for no radios.
Air raises too?
If you've ever dealt with the village, yes.
I'm learning.
Why aren't we just paying for our?
To my knowledge, we pay for 3 or 4 positions. I know that they have 3 positions open.
We've only had.
If it went up from 182 to.
I know, we've gone up a lot.
It's not even in the drug cars.
Well. We've been left out of a lot of their plans.
Mr. Underwood, are you still on the line?
It's not here.
Oh, he would know.
I
Mr. Underwood, how many positions, if you know, do we pay for through consolidated or for consolidated dispatch?
I think they have 8 positions total, and I think our share of that is 20%, so that would be what? 2?
2 positions?
Yeah,
That's- I thought that's all we had at the time.
ours is either 20 or 25%. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's all written down in the joint
The
powers.
reason we're all looking, John, is because it's went up tremendously.
If
But
you,
it's-
actually,
And it's been very,
down.
very, it's been very, very costly.
give me 1 second. I'm gonna find the village email that they sent me the budget and I can share that with you. I can print it. Give me 1 second to figure out how to do this, okay?
Almost doubled.
Yeah, because it's 182 and it went to 349.
Oh, 186 down and then how much?
I know, that's all. Yeah, exactly.
It's a picture of a boat in snow.
Great.
That's the last quote I had, John.
That was funny.
That's when he was in the Navy.
Captain Proctor.
Yeah, he's,
Did you need to come?
No. No,
Oh,
there's your
we'll
boat.
just give you a copy of everything she gave
Oh,
me.
great.
Oh, and I think I missed one, but
Lived and forgotten about.
we're looking for it.
32368.
Okay, here is, can you guys see that?
It's on the insurance.
It's on what? Okay, sorry. I'm not that nifty with this stuff. Hold on. Share.
it was there.
Was it? Did you see it for a minute?
It was there.
It was there.
Oh. Okay,
You see in the boat right now.
okay, can you see it now?
There you
Yep.
go.
Okay, this is 26's budget, and this is where I got that figure.
This is just for dispatch?
Yes, sir.
I think a lot of this happened before this current board got here, but you know, we had a mandate from the state because we had our own dispatch. So they had us consolidate our dispatch services so that there was only one 911 system up here. So basically what we've done is we've divided our cost for the dispatch system between CORD and VOR based upon the percentage of calls. So this shows the percentage of calls up here at 29%, and then the other part of the budget is based simply upon 25% and 75%, which was the original calculation.
And I wasn't part of that because I felt like we should have been 15 and 85, but
So,
Well, that's
I
kind
don't
of
know
what
why
on the
their
wastewater.
personnel, I don't know why their personnel cost is much more than their operational cost, but regardless, their dispatch budget is 1.1 million, and our cost involved in that is 320,735, which is where that figure comes in from dispatch.
Mary, can you or maybe Mr. Underwood explain why we're paying 29% on one side and 25%?
Because that's what they agreed to.
Well, we don't, well, it wasn't necessarily what we agreed to, Mary. It was what was negotiated after we
That's
looked
what I
at,
meant. That's what I
after
meant.
after the number of calls. It was based upon the number of calls. The 29% and the 71% was based upon the number of calls. And then we were, and the number of calls into dispatch, okay, the percentage.
And there's just us and them in this.
Yep.
Because
At a point in
originally it
time, the
was,
county was gonna come in and the county backed off and said they were gonna keep their own thing.
The county wanted, well, that's another discussion.
County didn't want in on the deal.
Now, when that some backs out, we were slated to pay 17%. Then when they.
Mary,
backed-
your graph went away.
hold on, I'm turning it on.
And it cost us that much, and we had them here. Then
I don't know, I don't think so.
This is insane when you get into looking at some of this stuff.
I would imagine.
Just like you said, the personnel cost is more than the operation cost.
And that's where my,
you gotta look
that's
at
from my heart.
where Reynosa Downs is situated on the calls, cause we get more calls than Reynosa.
Well, you already called 911 and see who you get nowadays. I called in the wreck the other night at 12:30. And he said, I gotta get you go, I got another call, I gotta go.
Oh, my God.
Yes,
Yeah, the sheriff's office only had one dispatcher on here,
yes. And he sounded like he's about 17 years old.
not far from us.
Oh,
And where was that? That was in Reynosa.
We're gonna run out of time, guys.
Okay. What do you need?
I need to get through all these budgets.
So going back to dispatch, if that's. the
I really
number,
can't change that, so I'm
I'm
sorry.
just gonna say that is what it is.
Yeah,
It did go down from last year, 20 grand, so there you go.
Yeah, but then it jumped up from 174 to 349. I don't understand that.
yeah, I don't, but
We're talking,
like Mr. Underwood said, that's.
Those are questions that need to be asked when they're doing their budget at their dispatch.
Correct.
I don't have an answer for that, I'm sorry.
we can't change it, so let's just move on. to the
That's
next one.
correct, I cannot.
Contracts and professional fees, we haven't used anything out of it, the $1,000 is fine. Personnel costs,
Be charged.
What's it for?
yeah, that would be more question for
Dr.
the,
Bells, we already
Yeah.
talked about this.
That's for drug testing and
Oh,
physicals.
that we're doing.
Psych evaluations, and things like that. Okay.
On 5,000 is good there. Again, the cap out, we're gonna leave there. I want to.
Cap out computer equipment,
Yes,
cap out cameras, we already done that.
yeah,
What's the
Yeah.
difference between cap out computer and cap out equipment?
Cap out equipment's for sidearms.
Okay, so, but didn't we just put 27, let's see. Didn't we just move money up there?
actually, that would make more sense, Mary, can we move that, what was it, 20?
20.
Hold on
26.
just a second.
Yeah,
Um,
out of the,
assorted weapons, you said you were gonna buy them out of this budget. You're not going to?
yeah, if we can move that down to cap out equipment, that would, I think that would.
Okay,
work
so
better.
wait, I'm confused again. I'm sorry.
No, that's,
26 down to cap out equipment.
Okay, what is the 26.5? I thought you wanted 26.5 for your cameras.
They said that, that's true, Mary.
correct.
I'm confused. So what, the 14,000 now, because you said you wanted to move the 26.5 to sidearms, but then you said no, because you have 25,000 in this budget, you're gonna buy your
26,250
guns.
next year's budget, he wants to get the weapons now, so he wants it to come out of the 25, keep the 26,250 in next year's
We
budget.
added. 25.
Right, so why do we have 14 for next year if he's gonna buy them this year?
Sidearms, good. I know, right?
Yes.
You're right, Mary, you take it out.
Thank you. Okay,
Next page.
that's it. Yay.
That's it for the police department.
Well, ready.
We do have LEPF to go through, but can I save this and make copies for you guys? Are you okay with it?
Yes, copy.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
One and done. I'll bet you're out again with. We got.
Oh, wait a minute,
Not close.
raises. We're gonna talk about the cost of living raises. Hang on one second, Mary.
Mary,
Okay, sorry, I didn't do anything. Okay,
Okay.
hold on.
tell her what you wanna talk about.
Just did raises, didn't we?
Not for the cops. He wants to talk about the COLA.
Not necessarily a raise, but the cost of living.
Yeah, that's
expense,
what,
absolutely.
that's what she calls it, COLA.
Oh, COLA.
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 Yeah.
Cost of living allocation.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's just fair to say, and chief, please tell me, it's okay. I think it's fair in just saying it across the board, like with public works.
$1.50 each employee? Okay,
I think that's fair.
Okay.
how many employees do you have in your department?
Year before last, or last year.
Last year.
Yeah, we get $4 to $6 a pop.
Without the raises.
Yeah, and Knight got the big fat check.
Exactly, and,
No, they upped the officers and they didn't up DC.
No, but that little bonus that they had in that one pile, he's the only one.
Oh,
Fight for that.
and we have,
And then.
That
and
is
then
correct.
another one, we gave him a raise and they didn't tell us that they'd already gave him a 2 1/4.
Yes.
So that made him 6 1/4.
Okay,
and
when you're asking for this raise. All these officers, this takes effect the first of the year. They won't get that to come off of probate.
correct,
Yeah, you're just talking about you three, right?
I'm talking about the entire department. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because the sheriff's office got their 25, they're getting a 30% raise.
Understand, part of it this year, part of it next.
Ridoso is requesting, I think, a 15% raise. We've got to do something, or we're going to start losing officers again.
Already.
Okay, but you're talking about losing offices versus your admin personnel.
Yeah.
I'm talking about,
Cause this is where we went into it last year over this.
in a sense, everywhere. Go ahead, chief, you had.
Well, I do wanna give everyone a raise. CC.
Cause we only got 3 cops. You
Yeah.
2 and Walt. Them other ones are probies. And we just hired them at top dollar.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I don't see giving them some more money.
Right.
Them 2.
We're sort of funny.
No, they hadn't even been, no,
Yeah, they'll go to the academy.
they had been in the academy.
I said until, but
And they started out at 26 or 28.
26,
That's $2.
Who did?
David and Ernest were 26. Uncertified, they look 28.
See, that would be their case, that's a raise right there.
Did we give up a position last year?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
One position.
One position to give everybody a $4 an hour raise.
To get the police off, right, patrol officers, that's all we believe in.
Part of them got $4
And
And
CC
stuff,
got a
uh,
raise. Or 2.
because they jumped in and promoted one by the time we done the raise, but they didn't come and tell us that they did. So he, instead of getting $4, he got 6 1/4 or 6.50, one of the two.
Well, we got $2.50 for a sergeant position.
Yeah, yeah, but then y'all come up for a raise for
But
him,
added up to
and then he was gone in 2
Yeah.
weeks.
And that's.
Then I gave him a new car.
Yeah.
Yes, that's separate. So they're still able to get their, per resolution, they're still able to get their longevity and certificate, which is incentive.
So once they come off of probation, they get that, or is it 1 to 2%, something like that, it's the first year.
First year.
It's 2 years,
No, the first year is 5%.
the first year 5%, and from there it goes down to, okay? So first year he gets 5%, so when he graduates and he comes off probation, he gets 5% added to it. So 5% of $26, you're $1.30, $1.40, something like that right there. You're going to jump into $1.50, like now you're getting $2 something out of the raise.
So would it be fair to ask for if the cost of living increase of 3% for everybody in the police department, including our
I
civilians.
don't like the percents.
I don't either, but it's going to save in the long run. We've got to do something to keep.
But then we're getting in the same deal that we got into last year. Cause instead of taking care of the cops, you wanna do the secretaries and everybody. And that's what we got into it with last year.
And-
You know, we're not retaining secretaries, we're retaining cops.
Absolutely.
Cause we've got, and half of the people y'all got, they've come from other departments in here, you know, they just, you know, they.
Well, Cece's been there on shows.
She got an increase last year.
Well, she had.
What did she do last year?
What did she have last year? I don't remember how much she got last year. Do you remember, Mary?
I do not. I didn't honestly think they got anything. I think they didn't give them anything.
We didn't give her anything.
I don't think they did. I don't think they gave CC or the other position anything.
I know we didn't. We only gave patrol officer. That was it. That, there already been.
That's what I believe.
Wanted to slap
Cause you
everybody.
guys said that to come back and if we had money, you would give them a raise.
That's name they don't got it down there by CC.
Via Real.
Cecilia?
Yes.
It's very.
I could be wrong, but I don't remember that you guys did.
Oh, I remember good. We didn't give it to the admin at all.
We did,
I was wrong.
Yeah.
She didn't get one last year.
yeah, no, we gave it to the cops.
Yes.
And
That's the
then-
way I remember it.
Yeah,
Her
39.
Because we got Spun and Knight come out looking good and Malone come out looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now, she's making 19.12 an hour.
She's what?
Making 19.12 an hour. She hadn't had a raise in
It's been a long time.
3 or 4 years since she's had a raise.
Let's go back down to them boys. We just gave $1.50 to. What are they making?
I hear what you're saying. That was Joey's. This is police department, 2 separate entities.
It's 2 separate entities, but there's 2 different jobs. There's cops and there's secretaries.
Well, I hear what you're saying. They just want to know the numbers.
Yeah.
I give them the numbers.
I'm gonna go back to what I said originally when you started this, that all employees are equal. I know they do different jobs. The cops put their lives on the line. I understand that, but when you start singling out employees and saying they're not worth the raise, it causes a lot of chaos within the city.
So if you've been here 11
Well,
years,
so,
it's making.
you know, What else? We need to take care of ones that's. Pretty close.
12.9 she said.
19.
Whether they're begging or not.
Yeah, that,
No,
I
no,
mean,
1930.
I'm just telling you, they just run through here, run through here, and run through here.
I just took it once.
I ain't got no problem with it. It's the responsibility. Well, I ain't got no problem with that.
But see,
As far as giving an outright raise, they can have the COLA and y'all can have the raise as far as I'm concerned.
But the COLA has to be all the way around. You can't
Yeah,
just pick and choose
you
who's the
call
COLA.
it out.
Yeah.
cold is a blanket.
Yeah.
That's why you all decided this morning to. Do it for
Since we
individual.
had already given all the police officers the $4 raises last year, maybe we should give $1.50 to admin, the admin people over there.
Okay, but the cops got raised last year, there was another raise, and then you want to get the admin on top of that?
How about $1.50 to?
That was my original, maybe I wasn't clear, but that was my original request, is just keep it the same way we done Public Works,
Yeah,
just to keep it math simple if anything.
So for 7 officers and
7 officers and 4 civilians,
you're.
Who's the 7 officers?
that's what we're budgeting.
Yeah, you,
Well, then we
if we
don't
were
have
fully
them.
staffed, it would be 7 officers.
So we're gonna give a non-position a raise?
we're giving so we're not.
Yes,
giving-
you would have it in the budget so that when you hire, that they're equally paid.
We're not even talking people, we're talking positions. I would like to say that I like $1.50 now for the whole police department.
I think it's fair.
I think it's fair.
I don't mind the cost, but I'm not voting the other direction.
So how many employees are there in the police department so I can figure out the math and tell you what that cost is?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
7 officers, 2 admin and 2 animal control. So that's
Okay,
part
but
of-
they're a separate budget, so let's stick with, I understand, we'll get there, yeah. But I mean, for PD, so I can add it to this budget.
So it's all of
9? Okay, that's what I thought.
Doesn't say how it.
So that's an increase on just the wages of $28,080. Are you guys okay with that?
No, that's what we're talking about.
Well, I know last year, when we had this pay raise and everything for the patrol officer. And I think the chief will remember what I told DC when he was doing all the talking, he could come back to the table after the budget and ask for a pay raise for admin and everything.
So we're doing that, right?
So they didn't get anything last year. Seemed like we did.
Okay.
We're good to go, right, Mary?
I can't hardly hear you. I'm so sorry. So is that a yes, put it in?
Two right now. Terry's decided.
Okay, I put it in.
They're deciding.
They're deciding, Mary.
Sorry, I
Slow
can't
down. I
hear.
know you're in a hurry and everything. We're gonna. have
I
to-
couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Hey, I haven't said nothing, that's why you didn't hear me.
What if you do $1.50 for the officers and then admin, say 75 cents? That is because the officers are out there in the street.
Could we split that and do,
I'll go that,
No?
I'll go split.
I just don't see where we're giving these little guys that's not qualified for nothing. Why are we giving them a raise?
Keep them.
We hired one for a dog catcher, now he wants to be a cop.
We're not there yet. We're not in the animal control yet. You're talking about-
No, I'm just saying about the office in general.
And it's not, that's.
Person that's hired for animal control, they move into a police officer position.
So we only have one animal control again?
Again, he started, and he was clear about that when even when he interviewed.
But he was writing tickets as a dog catcher last week, cause he put a red tag on somebody's house down there, I know they called him.
I know he was with Channel.
But let's not talk about that right now. We're down. Let's keep things open.
Okay, if he's working CSO, he doesn't get the pay raise.
We're down to one.
I'm
We're not
saying,
there yet.
Cause the other one switched to.
So right now, we're discussing admin and officers.
officer, $1.50 an hour. Cecilia, getting 75 cents an hour.
And
And the person,
Diane?
Diane,
That's 75 cents.
Evidence.
yeah, the evidence was.
Can we do the registration for $1 an hour and the police $1.50?
That's your.
Well, they just agreed to go to 75%.
I disagree. Okay, 75 cents for the admin, that $1.50 for the cops.
I don't like it.
You know, I'm going on 3 years now and I've never asked for a raise for my people. Never ever asked for a raise. And
You just got one
I
last
need-
year, chief.
I just feel like they need it now.
You did.
I didn't.
DC did it on your.
On your behalf last year, and they got between $4 and $6. And now you're coming back to us wanting another buck of them, man. For everybody.
But we just gave it to you, $1.50 a piece.
$1.50 for the cops and 75 cents for the girls.
Well, it's $1 for the girls.
Well, I agree.
That's what you recommended $1.
I recommended that.
I don't know about what.
Because the police
DC just
have
said.
some pretty good raises. They're compatible right now with.
I can see it in your eyes. Thank
Thank
you.
They're going up over at the.
Okay, Mary, $1 admin, $1.50 for the cops. Is that what everybody agrees to?
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, so you said $1 for admin and $1.50 for police, is that correct?
Now.
Okay, thank you. Give me a second to figure it out. Hold on.
Is that in lieu of COLA?
No, they decided this morning they weren't gonna go ahead with COLA, they were gonna do per individual, John.
Okay, so that's the same thing on this one.
Yes.
I would like that, but we can't do that.
So that's
So
only,
if they get certified, they'll stay at 26, is that correct?
Yes.
Then when they get to 26, they'll get the $1.5 raise on top of going to 28.
I still wanna know what happened with the recruitment.
So
Information
that,
that-
yeah, that's another question the state's not being clear. They finally emailed a list of what we can use that money for.
Okay.
It's still sitting in there. We haven't used it since I was hired in January.
Can you go there? Okay, but that's good right there. You're good.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it. Oh, that's, yeah, sorry.
That's good. When they applied for the law enforcement retention grant. They were awarded, and Mary, you may know the exact number of 260,000, I believe.
Okay.
The state took some of that back and we now have 75,000 in our budget. But it's specific for a laundry list of stuff.
Right, which is why I haven't touched it.
Right, we can hire another admin person to do office duties, anything related to law enforcement, so if they assist law enforcement in any way.
Okay.
Mary, and you can probably answer this better than anybody. What is the state's position on that 75,000 as a retention?
No, it's a different grant.
Okay.
Recruitment, they have retention grant. They did have a retention grant. I had to send it all back last year. And then on the recruitment side, it's specifically to recruit, and it is very limited on what it can be used for. I was gonna dig into the grant itself and see what the legalities are on it, but I know it's very fine-tuned and it's very specific. So I wasn't sure that it could cover any of the costs of your hiring. It could probably cover the cost of hiring your new officers, but I'm not exactly sure what that would entail, which is why I haven't moved any money. And if it would cover the cost of your secretarial increases or anything else like that, I would suggest to put the raise towards that. And
Well,
I'm gonna email you the fact sheet that I got from Bianca Quintana at DFA. That explains a little bit more. It still confuses me, but it explains a little bit more of what that retention money can be used for. Because there's
it's
still
recruitment, not retention.
retention. Why am I reading retention?
Because that's, I'm thinking you're right on that one deal, because that's the 85, 75, 50,
Yes, sir.
and then 0.
Yes, sir.
I think
So
that's
let me forward you this, Mary, and
if we can use it for that, I mean, that would.
yeah, if we can use it for.
We need to spend it before June 30th, or I'm gonna write another check to $75,000 back to the state, like I did last year.
What can we spend, what can he spend it on?
Recruitment.
What do you mean by recruitment? Are we talking?
So we got 2 grants. We got retention on the first year, and then the second year was recruitment is what DC applied for. And I asked him, why didn't you apply for retention? And he said, well, I saw that, but I thought we could use it better for recruitment. So that's what we were stuck with.
Do they pay salaries with it? What do they do?
What can
I
we do with it?
believe that we could pay salaries, but it's very technical, which is why I haven't spent it. I guess I'll visit with John and find out legally what it can be used for. And if I can move money around, I will and disperse that money. We've received it. I just have not posted anything against it because of the legalities on the grant money.
Mary, I just sent you an email from Bianca Quintana. There's a flyer marked FY24 Law Enforcement Recruitment Fund. And it's from DFA and it outlines what it can be used for. It can be used to fill law enforcement or support positions, create new law enforcement officer support positions, and then it explains the allowable type of positions.
Okay.
So create new positions?
You
Send it to John.
can do that as well.
I have it up on the screen. Can you guys see it?
No,
No,
Yeah, let me forward this to,
That.
but all of this says, let's see. Oh, yeah, custodians, but it's used to fill or create new. It doesn't say anything about existing. But we could definitely use the cost of hiring the new officers and the cost of their salary.
Plug it
I just sent it to John.
Oh,
Okay, right quick on your $1.50. I want to know if the council will go along with this, we restrict that $1.50 to be paid to them after they come off probation. That time they can get that pay raise, because you can't give a person a pay raise on probation. They will get their jump once they're certified to $28.
so the only question I have, I'm right there with you. Myself and Officer Wall are still on probation. They're matter of fact, the entire department besides the admin staff and chief. is on-
But y'all certified,
Yes,
yes, so it don't count to y'all.
so we would get the probation, everybody would be off probation next March, basically.
It's just the uncertified officers he's talking about.
Okay.
Okay, I just want to go through saying, guys are going to the school stuff. You guys are certified cops, okay? In the subject. Yours will go implemented 1st of July. These guys have to go and get certified. If they don't come back certified, they're not gonna get nothing.
Well, they're not gonna have a job either.
Well, that's true, I understand that. They're not getting nothing. They have to come and show, you got a proof sheet, okay, you got the badge, you got the stripes, you got the blisters on your butt. These guys have to show them, all right? When they come off probation, they'll get a 5% increase plus about half an hour. That'll put them right about $30 an hour.
As long as that doesn't mess up any numbers for HR when she's doing payroll.
I already sent it to you.
I just put the restriction on it and it'll be up to.
DC was looking at me like.
Like I said earlier, you, him, and Wall get it right now.
I don't understand where this one's
They
coming.
get their dollar right now, but the trainees, they get theirs when they come back to the county.
Okay, I think that's fair.
I don't know.
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay, everybody agree?
So y'all, hello?
Yes, Mr. Underwood.
Can you hear? So I'm reading this, Bianca's note, Mary, is fairly simple. It says LRF can be used, the $75,000 can be used to pay the salary / fringe benefits of any officer or law enforcement support staff hired on July 1st, 2023 or thereafter. So it appears to me that that can be used for salary for officers. If you wanted to include that increase with to use up some of that $75,000 or whatever.
You just.
They just hired John, like say DC and the other two,
She said.
Exactly.
yeah,
Yes,
they could have used different
Yes.
salaries.
but we can still go back, the
Okay.
raise we just gave them and take it out of that,
Take it out of
so
that.
that'll be spent.
So the big thing about that is.
Cause that's the only way you can spend it.
Once that 75,000 is gone, it's not every year they're giving it to us. Once it's gone, then the city has to eat that.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what I'm getting at.
Right, we were willing to eat it on the upfront, but
Okay.
now we're getting a break, we'll eat it.
We're getting a
next
break.
year.
If that's the way you wanna do it, they'll give all $5 an hour.
No, because we have for the ones that they're.
Well, just-
Oh,
So as much of that $75,000 as y'all can figure out to allocate for this budget cycle, I would do that. And then as Counselor Proctor has said, it next year, it'll be a different matter, but perhaps there will be some additional grants available for next year.
Okay, can I intervene here really quick?
Jump in, Mary.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, we're talking about budget of 26. The $75,000 has to be fully spent by 25. So we're still gonna save money because I'm gonna allocate the salaries over and use that $75,000 to offset the cost of this current year's budget for 25. I
Perfect.
cannot allocate the 75 towards 26 because 26 isn't here and I have to pay it back by June 30th.
Gotcha.
Well, we gotta spend that 75 the next 6 weeks.
Right.
I think we've already spent it. I just need to post it.
Okay,
Thank you.
What else can we use it for besides the wages?
Basically, that's it, sir.
So we gotta try to spend that 75 in 6
It
weeks.
says salary and fringe benefits.
So we've spent that much already this year in the police department's wages, so it's used. I mean, it's just poof, it's gone. We don't have to wait. We don't have to try to spend it in 6 weeks. I can journal those salaries against the 75.
I thought you said you hadn't touched it.
I haven't, it's sitting in there untouched, but I can make a journal and correct it.
Start touching. Yeah. move
Yep.
it.
But it has to be, I have to have it posted by June 30th.
Well, hurry. Okay, all right. So what did we decide?
Mary, we were waiting on the final numbers for the,
I put them in,
oh, you did? Okay,
it's 26,000 for 7 officers at $1.50 and 2 employees at $1.
Okay, Mary, you're not hearing us then. The only three, the admin is getting $1 raise.
Yes, sir.
Officer Hannah, Officer Commander, and Officer Wall get $1.50 raise. The other ones don't get theirs till they're off of probate.
She knows that. So all the certified officers will be getting raised. So only the certified officers are gonna be getting the raise for now, Mary.
Okay, so my question to the police department is, when will your officers be certified?
hopefully, if all goes according to plan, no, December of this year.
Which will be in 26's budget. So I need to put it in 26's budget. Even though they're not gonna receive it, I still have to put the money in there.
Okay, that's fine.
That's correct.
They won't get it.
I understand, but I have to account for it.
Okay, that's fine. Count for it. As long as they don't get it, you'll have to talk to Donna about that.
That's
Sure she-
correct.
Thank you.
5 instead of 7 then?
Are we good with police department? Can I save it now?
Yes. Hope about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's the next one. Yeah, that's where we're going next.
I get that chair.
Yeah.
How many pages, Mary?
It's gonna be 2.
Okay, thank you.
You gotta get one more than-
Well. You know. Should. Maybe. Farm seed. And just jump with it.
Is that all we're doing?
And then we're gonna do animal control still.
Oh, I know y'all's got a wish list and everything, but you ain't never gonna get 10 cops, just 10.
We only have a budget for Saturday.
No, I was just talking about cops.
Yeah.
It's, and it's statewide.
Yep.
What's that?
Go to Red Ocean and see how short they are.
Recruitment is, they're up to 7 now. They just lost another one the other day.
Yep. Went to the sheriff's department, didn't he?
No, fire marshal's office.
Huh?
Fire marshal's office.
Okay, so now I have animal control up.
What's the first one? Vehicle maintenance and
So this is where their salaries are.
Position 1,000, so that's gonna,
Okay, we get to just, okay, we're looking to, before we go any further with animal control. Mary, we have a gentleman that was hired by the police department through the council's approval to be a CSO. Then they come in a week, 10 days after we hired him and said he's gonna be a police officer. And that never come back before the council to move that man into being a police officer. I don't know how we look at that in legality. John, do you know anything about that? I mean, the legal what's standing behind it?
No, sir, I don't know what the policy and procedure for that would be. I don't know don't know that that's ever happened before.
You want me to bring Donna in here?
Yeah, I'll answer where I can, Mr. From what I learned reading the personnel policy and from Ms. Miller, it was a simple transfer.
Yes.
According to personnel policy, it didn't need to come before council.
Okay, all you were doing is vacating one position and filling another.
That's
Correct.
So then why is he riding around with the CSO? If he's
So-
a police officer?
Because of the,
So the question is the transfer from the animal control to officer.
and the reason he's, oh, sorry,
Go ahead.
let me finish my question with Mr. Parker. Because of the way the pay period ended, he finished one full pay period as a CSO and started the 11th of this month as a patrol officer in that position. That's why he's still a CSO to finish up.
That's correct. Because that changed the allocations from for the pay.
So it doesn't have to come for us on that then.
No, not a
They can
transfer.
do an in-department transfer, I understand
For
that.
personnel policy.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I didn't even know. What's the difference in the pay?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
I know what he's getting is going into his account.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, exactly.
it's a
$6.
pretty significant raise from CSO.
Yeah. Would you have the mentality?
Thinking about Wall, he done some defensive tactics with Officer Wall a few weeks ago, so handcuffing and some defensive tactics.
No, can we keep to the budget?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay, please.
We start from the top, where do we start?
Yeah.
Okay, full-time positions. Longevity pay. Overtime. That don't look like much. On the overtime?
This one.
and the overtime,
And then you.
Mary, if I'm reading this correctly, the overtime for animal control is in the red, correct?
Let's see. Your overtime, yes, that's correct, which is why it got bumped to 1,200 instead of 200. I bumped it from 200 because you are in the red up to 1,200.
Who's in the red, the dog catchers?
Yes, they have more overtime this year. The budget was for $200 of overtime and they're at 600. So I moved the overtime line up to 1,200, which should cover, based on historical numbers.
Historical numbers, our cops aren't getting overtime, but our dog catcher is, that don't even sound correct.
The police officers do get overtime. There was money in their overtime line.
Maybe because there was only one.
$55,000 worth of overtime.
I'm just saying, where's the dog catcher getting overtime?
Well, what hours is he putting in to qualify?
Yeah, cause I gotta see this.
The question is, did you guys wanna leave the overtime there, or did you wanna reduce it?
Reduce it.
Is this two positions?
Yes.
So it's just one position.
One position?
But that's for two positions. That's.
Yeah, money is for two.
Yes.
Yes. So do you want us to split it or you want us to leave it?
Chief,
Cause you don't.
do you wanna leave?
You wanna leave the 1,200 or do you wanna cut it back to one officer?
Well, it's not cutting it for one
Well,
officer.
you know what I mean, it's double,
Yeah.
it's for two, that, or it's for two people.
Let's just leave it at 12.
Okay.
So leave that one, right?
I see. Clothing allowance?
So all of the salaries, the personnel services, you did not go through with all the departments. We started right down here on the expenditures. The expenditures up here are all related to the personnel policy and the costs associated with all the taxes for payroll. This is the benefit package. So these figures are dedicated, other than the overtime line, based on personnel policy.
Only one we're
That
talking.
was talking about.
I've got clothing allowance next.
Okay, clothing allowance.
Okay, this is a personnel. All of this up here is personnel based on the personnel handbook policy. So these figures really, they have nothing to do with. It comes from HR based on the benefit package they are given. So the first expense you guys need to look at is travel and per diem, which is where we started on all the other departments.
Well, maybe we have,
We're counting apples and oranges here. We wanna start with this. It's got to do with money. That's where we wanna start at.
Okay, where we at? Vehicle maintenance?
Travel and mileage per diem, the $1,000, that's significant, that's fine. We've only used a quarter of that.
Good.
Vehicle maintenance, 2,500. That looks fine to me, looking at the other numbers, that's.
Yeah. Who does y'all's repairs?
So, Public Works, the mechanic is doing any oil changes, any small maintenance that they can do in-house, we're doing in-house. As far as his vehicle,
And then they charge y'all back?
yeah,
That's correct.
parts, and they will put them on, and here lately, that's what we've been doing, it oil changes, small things, we will buy those. And, Mike will get them put on. Equipment. I haven't seen reason to do with that.
There. Materials and supplies? You didn't spend but 500. 227, 443, and 392 is all y'all's ever spent.
Where's that? Materials and supplies.
Materials and
That's
supplies.
materials and supplies.
Materials and supplies, we've requested 1,200.
And he spent nothing. Oh,
Oh,
we were down to materials and scraps. So I think you can reduce that back down to 1,000 if he hasn't spent anything so far.
and that would be for his business cards.
But that was, y'all spent 781 and 751, so it's not real far off.
No, so.
Paper, envelope.
23, 24. This year he has spent.
I can read.
we've just had one.
Yeah,
We
And
just
that
had-
would cover skunk cages, all that, those poles they have to get the animals with. Cleaners to disinfect their vehicles, anything to do with safety, gloves, all that stuff.
I think the 1,200.
Okay.
Go, correct.
1,500 for food is fine.
Shipping.
Postage and shipping, I would like to increase that if he's sending out certified letters.
He needs to stop sending out certified letters. So he needs to go knock on some, okay, here's what he's doing. He's trespassing on people's property without cause and without a warrant. He's not knocking on their door saying, can we have a talk? He's going back and writing a $10 certified letter that they get into the mail. And in my case, it was for something that wasn't even citable.
And as far as the certified, sending the certified letter, Mr. Underwood, you'd have to answer that. Is that part of his?
I don't disagree that he should knock on a door. I think personal, personal, what am I trying to say? Contact with the citizens is always a good thing. But I wouldn't say always a good thing, sometimes a good thing. But the statute requires a certified letter also.
Okay, and that's what I was wanting to clarify.
The certified letter, okay, in the past. The way it's been done is they talk to the people that live there, give them their little citation and saying, okay, you have this cleaned up 14 days, we tear this up, we're good to go. If they don't have it done in 14 days, then he sends a registered letter stipulating that you have 10 days to, or 14, another 14 days, so they get 28 days to correct it. If they don't correct it, then they bring the ticket before the judge, here in municipal court, and she handles it.
That's correct, Terry.
And that's not what he's been doing. And rather than knock on the door, rather than tell somebody that they're in a violation, or in my case, not even a violation, he doesn't tell anybody. He just sends a $10 certified letter. In
So
fact, it was
on the total of shipping. Going back, trying to stay on the budget itself. I think we should increase that to the. Also,
You got it at 500.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Look at the history here. $85 was spent in the.
I think 500 is fine.
Yep.
I think
Okay.
500 is too much.
Okay, I say it's okay. What else said?
Oh, yeah, leave it at 500, but it's gonna be up to the supervising to get him back on track to what he needs to do it, cause he spent $3, it looks like. For a full year in 24. And then this year he spent $10 to 25.
He don't get out much unless it's overtime.
No, well, what happens is it's confrontation. He doesn't like the personal confrontation, I don't think.
Well, follow the procedure that you just stated.
Yes.
Do we have a procedure?
Jerry just stated
I
it.
just tell you what procedure is, okay? Peggy and Jane helped write the procedures
On that note,
way back when she was.
Is it in the ordinances or where's it?
it's not in the ordinances, the project that I'm happy to say is finished, the chief is going over this week, is our personnel policy for the police department. Commissioner Wood has a copy, a draft copy as well to review. So in that department policy is something we can line up, how we, and it's going to be the same for the officers as it is. Anybody that's gonna serve a citation or have a problem with the.
Anytime I've had city police officers, state cops, sheriffs come and knock on my door, speak with you, whatever. Especially within the first year after I left the racetrack. And they knock on my door, they come and knock on my door, they didn't walk around my house, see if it was in the backyard barbecue, and they didn't walk around my garage. See if I had pot weeds and stuff like that, go and come and knock on my door.
Yes, sir.
That's respect and courtesy to the citizen. To park in front of the house for 20 minutes to give intimidation. That I'm saying what citizens have called me, complained about. Why are they sitting out there looking at my house, watching my house? Okay.
Call it intimidation.
And can we do the budget?
Right, please.
Cause we're
Okay,
way.
okay, let's do
Can we please stay on the budget?
If we just got that told to us, let's go.
Yeah.
I apologize.
500. Next one's training.
Training is at 1,500.
That's something.
Yeah, there's no need to change that one. Vehicle fuel costs,
So, vehicle fuel cost 7,000. That's fine.
yeah, 7 cents.
Okay, but that's.
Uniforms.
Uniforms. Mary, is this uniforms that we're buying, like the 5?
Yes.
Per policy? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So just since we're on uniforms, did we have to buy the two people? There was a dog catcher, we bought him dog catcher uniforms and then bought him.
No, no, because they wear the same uniforms. That's something we're gonna talk about, hopefully changing in the years. But thankfully, the uniforms we bought him, we inspired, we just saw patches.
Yeah. And so the telephone is that's for 2 cell phones and we've only got one guy.
That is correct.
Okay, and then down to dues and advertising. What kind of stuff do they get into?
Good question. As far as I know, any advertising is done.
It looks like they've never spent it, so can we drop it back down to 200
25, we did.
for dues and advertising?
Down to 200.
Yeah, they've never done it, so let's drop it back to 2. I dropped that one to 200?
What do y'all say?
Dues.
Y'all's department.
Dues and advertising. Mary, can you tell us what that's been used for?
It would be the same, dues and subscriptions that you guys belong to if they belong to.
And he has a. Yeah, there's $200 that you.
That sounds pretty cheap.
Yeah,
So the personnel costs, and that's the same drug testing?
yes.
And
Yes,
so
a new hire. Mm-hmm.
there's nothing on here at all, don't we need to put something?
Yes, we do. Absolutely.
I'm showing in the. Personnel cost, I'm showing $500.
Okay, good, 500.
Do you want it to go to 500 or 2?
Oh, no, the 2, You
So
are,
in 25, it was 500, the year before that was 124, and then in 23.
That's year to date, so you have 500 in your budget, but it's only cost to hire the new officer $124.
Okay, so 500 is fine.
So you want 5 or 2?
Five.
Are you hiring 2 new CO officers?
if you hire 2 new CSOs, you need 250.
And 250, yes, you're correct.
Let's try-
You got, wants 200, what do y'all,
250.
She wants.
Look at 250.
you want us to drop it?
Yeah, well, to 250, because you only got one CSO. You get another one, you've only spent $200. That's just here recently.
250, Mary.
Got it. Are we done?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So is that it for police or?
Yep.
Okay, so the next is.
And 75.
We do need to go over to LEPF fund really quick.
Law enforcement protection fund.
I guess it's not up on the screen, is it? Or is it?
No, not yet. I'm making copies, sorry.
Okay, thanks.
My thought was in CSO.
No, we're done.
We're done.
Now we're going to the law protection part.
On the elite, yeah.
People have to come back because that.
Yeah, it was 3 o'clock.
Yeah, it's full, so they can.
It always takes longer than they just find it. Seen it many times.
So you could read.
I like that. You can show me something.
That's good for their health because my throat's kind of dry.
Hey, that's okay. Look for me.
From these allergies.
I'm not afraid to say it.
Do you have that number from?
So, did y'all see what your total budget was?
I think now with this new, with what she's printing us.
Okay, so now I have LEPF and it's gonna be really quick. So according to their application this year, they're entitled to 99,500 in revenue. And then the same will hold true for the expenditures. It's what goes in comes out. So let me get there. The expenditures are put in the same as the revenue. So, and I put it under cap out vehicle, but it does not have to be there. They're entitled to use it anywhere up here that is allowable for LEPF monies, but to get the budget done, this is what I've done. Any questions?
Super working.
And the 99.5 is for the, it's what we get from the state to be a law enforcement agent. So there's 99,500 from the state, and that's broken down. Certified officers, so we only got money for the 3 certified officers.
We'll get 1,500.
Right, which is a total of 4,500.
Per officer. Next year, we'll be able to account for how many certified officers we have next year.
What do you use this money for?
So LPF, we can use it for anything law enforcement related besides salaries.
Oh, okay.
So, I was hoping. for
Sorry.
more, but
So you can buy a little big house and everything?
This is 2026.
So,
Yes.
26.
so we're good with it?
I wished for more, but that's what.
You gotta talk to us.
We can't get any more because we don't have any more certified officers. That comes from the state.
Okay.
The state controls that. You got
How many certified do you have to have? That full?
So to get our full 7 officers.
Yep.
That would put us up over $100,000.
That they would give us every year.
Yes, sir.
We can use it now.
Well, we're waiting on her.
Okay, so with the 2 uncertified officers, we can't claim them as certified until they get their.
Who? We wait.
Somebody went to get some papers.
We did last year. That would be, yeah, so it would be 102.5 if we were fully staffed.
So you can go buy anything in your police, for your police department with it.
That's just for us 3.
No, this is us, 99.
The 99.5 is you.
99.5 is us.
That's what.
And the 102.5 is what we got last July.
So that July, probably, I think had 5 cops, 5 or 6.
So it goes, March 31st to,
Okay,
to April 1st.
okay,
So,
up to March, and then you did, we had almost a full crew.
Yes, sir.
So, that 7 people, is that counting the chief?
Yes. Yeah, he's
Yes.
certified. Yeah,
And he's certified.
He's certified officer.
But what I'm saying is, you're scheduled for 7. You're approved for 7 police officers.
I believe so, yes.
How many slots? That's what he said.
How many slots?
You're slotted for 7, right, chief?
Seven.
Seven?
Are we going back?
No.
No, we're just asking questions while we wait.
Oh, you're waiting on the printout, okay.
So now, we got 7, and that includes the chief.
Yes.
Now, let's count the chief.
Yes.
You've got 6 patrol officers. You need at least 4 more
Yep,
to even run. That's running a tight ship right there.
yes, sir.
12 would be good.
Eventually,
But there again, I'm telling y'all, you can have a wish, but as long as,
10 to running.
oh, you're right.
So, well,
you know, the last time y'all had a full sheet was whenever,
Set him out for-
what's the Indian guy?
oh, the little small.
Malone?
Yeah.
Oh, very great.
I told him the other day to come back, you know what he told me, I made good money at once.
Yeah, budget.
Oh, that's where he's at?
Well, he's security over one.
Another one.
Well, I think pretty good money.
Another one to see.
Yeah.
Budget get in.
He said, I thought
Yeah,
about it,
that's true.
That's.
Okay,
He-
so you're ready for Miss Jeanette? I'll look at the printout.
Okay.
Are y'all through with it?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
chased me out the door the other day for dog food. I showed him, it's on my tape. Well,
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I have one more fund up here. This is Fund 20 and this is for police grants and I just want to show it because I have to put money in here. This is where the $75,000 is for the LERF monies that we received, and this is where I will post those salaries to use it all because we've already received it. And these are little teeny tiny miscellaneous grant monies that we get in. I put in the racetrack and casino because you guys signed a contract. I never know how much that's going to be, so I just put $10,000 in revenue, $10,000 in expenditures, and then the Village of Ruidoso overtime DWI, I put the $5,000 in there is because that's what we have a signed agreement for, and that's all that's in this one. Are we okay with it?
Yes, print it.
Thank you. So I'm gonna print the expenditures. The revenues are exactly the same.
Eric, what was the racetrack thing for?
That was
What?
the,
Go ahead, Sam, tell him.
my mind went blank. That's the agreement for security.
Card this year.
So that's where.
so the concerts and stuff.
considered a grant? We got it.
Mary, that's considered a grant
Free model.
or an MOU.
The only way, it doesn't matter for me as far as budgeting goes, I have to keep it separate and I have to keep track of it, so I put it all in this fund.
You're good? Okay, print it, Mary.
You know what though, but what? Hold on, I don't see the expenditure in here. Wait a minute, guys.
I think that's the deal for that's the quote for the meeting.
Are we still within our budget?
Yeah, we are, sir. I'm gonna look at the other sign in just a minute. I do need to make a change here. I did not add the expense for the racetrack over here. I'm glad we're looking at this stuff.
Just tell us if we're broke, because Jeanette's in here and we can just tell her to go home.
Okay, let me print this. And then I'll go back to the other page. Let me get this printed. Where's my?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We can we'll transfer positions.
Now they're getting brushed from this one and the next three, and minute it out. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're out of time, guys.
Okay, no worries.
Got it, hasn't it?
Well, I am panicking just a little bit.
In 5 minutes. Good. And then we'll go to admin and then we'll go to fire.
Oh, I was talking about Bill, Jeanette, and quitting for the day.
Okay, go ahead, Barry.
Okay, I'm getting there. I've got to take a little break here. I'm sorry. Let me pull up Jeanette's and then you guys look at it. She can start talking about it while I run to the restroom real quick. 65.
Okay. Okay,
Okay, we're gonna move below the salary side. Okay, we're gonna start right here and
Travel.
I will be right back. You guys go ahead.
Thank you.
okay, political, you're starting up at the other one.
Yeah, the first one will be travel mileage per diem. I wanna leave it the same.
Like mileage and per diem, okay?
1,500.
Yes.
You did,
Is that enough?
Yes, I took classes, the ones I could, able to travel this past year, and that's how much I spent.
okay, you don't plan on going to classes, this coming year?
Yes, but I'm limited on classes I can take with my daughter. She had miss school. So I try to take the online
Okay,
class.
is there anything online?
Yes, there is some online, and that's why I take online classes.
So you're saying, so that right there,
That's
Leave
good.
it just in case.
Okay.
okay,
And Miss Jeanette did obtain her GIS and her flood.
Yes, like this past year.
Congratulations.
Refund political sign. Maybe I'm getting my deposit back.
That's why I just went up there. It was $200 last year and the year before that, I'm sure, it was $150. I wanna put $1,000 in there just in case, we don't know how many people are gonna apply and that's where the money will go from, instead of coming from my direct budget like other previous years. It would go out of that line item.
I don't understand how that works, because the candidate puts the money in, the candidate gets the money out.
Yeah, I don't know where Mary puts it into the.
we have to fill out
Puts
the
it through the
1099,
system
and
and
we
you put
never
it
had
in,
to do
you
that.
fill out a 1099.
Yes, oh, I think she puts it into a different account, it doesn't, I don't, if it would go there, then I wouldn't ask for anything, if it would go back to that line item.
Building maintenance and repair.
When she comes back, I wanna ask her.
I don't spend money from there, so I don't know what was taken from there, but I think it's like meetings paid together, something, I think.
What is it?
We had $200 last year.
Maintenance?
And repair, she spent $46, then the next year $353, the next
Yeah.
year
But that's for
$153.
your little section.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would that like be
Wall repair.
wall repairs?
Maybe electrical, yeah.
That's 300 is enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
And then the next would be equipment maintenance and repair, that, I think they charge Casell from there and other stuff.
Which one?
Equipment.
Equipment maintenance and repair 64.
No, Casal, that is subscription. So.
Oh, okay, so I have
Their computers.
equipment on 6,000 and I spent 3,000 and I don't remember.
Maybe she hasn't pulled it all out, cause we haven't closed. the
But I-
year.
But I think it's Casell from equipment.
It is.
Okay, you got the equipment from there?
Yeah,
Okay.
so equipment maintenance and repair, again, this is any software that we're using to run our equipment or maintenance software. And just so you guys are aware, Cassell raises anywhere between 3 and 8% every year. So those costs do increase. So
We
and
need-
they're charged according to how many licenses they are using.
so we need to increase to 6,400, because that's what you spent last year.
That's what's in the budget. I think I did the math and she appears to be okay. We're at 9 months at 3,600, so I figured out the average of the 9 months and then did the math times 12, and I think she's okay with 64.
Just to carry over.
Unless she's doing anything new. Are you doing anything new, Jeanette?
I only pay for one license, so one account open at a time, and I'm okay with that.
So that's good.
Yes.
And Mary, before you got there, we were talking about the political deposit, so if a candidate puts $50 in and gets $50 out, why does she need $1,000 in her budget for that?
Okay, so the revenue comes in on a revenue side and the expense comes out on an expenditure side. So we're looking at costs, not money coming in. So the revenues are accounted in the revenue side of operations, and if you want, I can show you that really quick like. But this is an expense that she has to her department to refund. This doesn't have anything to do with money coming in. It has to do with money going out.
She has to reflect the revenues and the expenditures. She has to show it.
So these are expenses. This is departmental expenses. And so if you hold on really quick, I'm gonna pop you over here to revenues, which I was gonna go through on our, when it's our turn to do our budget, but I'll just go really quick here. And show you the revenue side of things. So the revenue side is over here. These are revenues. And so sign permits, we have $700 coming in. So we probably need to have, they need to be equal. If she's gonna refund $1,500 in sign permits, then I need to have a revenue reflecting the same amount.
Well, we'd have to have 20 candidates running for city council and mayor, 20 candidates to make $1,000.
That's why I did the math kind of high, because I'm not sure.
We don't know. Better be safe.
And because
Well, if
last-
you look at 2024, we had $1,085 come in for that.
And also signs will be any like business signs as well.
Also, but these are not the political signs.
No,
This is
no,
something else. I thought we were talking about political signs.
No, yeah, we're talking about political signs, but she doesn't have a line here specifically for political signs money coming in.
They're all mixed.
Almost.
Sign permits are all together. And so the sign permits, actually, there's $1,000. I was looking at the wrong, am I? I don't know where I'm at. Hold on.
Down the street, we can get through it.
No, it's 700. So really, if she, it's not, this is the deal. When you talk about department expenses, okay, she has $1,500 in there, and let's say she only has $1,000 a refund. That $500 is gonna sit in the line.
Get it, Mary? Can we go back to the other screen?
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and add the 850 over here, I'm sorry. So it balances.
$854.
So it balances.
Oh.
Yeah, for what? I still get. You
So
gotta
it matches the expense in the signs. What comes in goes out.
Okay, materials and supplies,
I think
we got 4,500.
Yeah, left it the same as last year. I spent almost that, and I was being,
You spent 43.55.
and I was being a little extra of my stuff that I did here with the chairs and the outside stuff, so I think that's fine. 'Cause
So
I'm
that's
buying
good?
Stuff again, yes.
Postage and shipping, 1,700.
Yes, I have to send certified letters like Jim, but for cases, variances, and stuff like that.
Public hearing.
Public hearings, and stuff, yes, I have to send certified letters.
So that's good enough?
Well, so far, this last year was kind of slow, because of the fire, not a lot of people apply for special variances or anything like that. And I spent, almost $900. So that's why I went up to,
Okay. 1,700.
yes,
You're good with that, so
yes,
Training, 3,500.
yes. I spent about 2,000 last year, and that's really all that needed. I didn't back them, so.
I'll agree with that. You spent 2,500 last year on it. The year before you spent 1,450.
The year before that, I wasn't sure what all classes were out there to take, so that's why.
So these are just classes for you.
Yes.
Well, and continue.
Yes, and I do need to have, continued credits for my floodplain every year, because 12 credit hours a year.
Does your assistant have to have license?
No, but I can sign up for classes as they come up, but usually it's been free classes that I signed him up for. Yes.
So that's good then, 3,500.
Yes,
Okay, everybody agreeable?
Telephone and, yes, sir.
and I think that's
Telephone
all
and communications, 2,200.
Mary's stuff.
That's Mary Utilities?
Yes, because she's already over budget.
I would be, all the way down again to dues, advertising and subscriptions. I asked for the same amount of money, I do pay the league subscriptions and then floodplain subscriptions every year. And on S3, our maps, online maps, I pay every year for them, and that's why I left it at 2,000, the same as last year. I've only spent $670.
Which one are you on?
It's kind of dues of advertising subscriptions.
Underneath refunds, P and Z requests. Yeah.
It was good, telephone communications and
That's because that's all Mary's for.
utilities, Mary.
Yeah, I did forget, that I do have one above dues and advertisement refunds. On the ordinance, variances are refunded if they're denied. So if anyone applies for variance and they say no, then they're able to ask for the refund for the ordinance. So, I think, I don't think I'll have more than 5K variances a year.
Dues, advertisements, subscriptions.
Yes, that's where the subscription that I was talking about will be floodplain, S3 for the online maps and the league.
So you get this, that comes in yearly?
Yes,
Okay. Good with that?
yes, I am, and that's it.
Counselors?
I'm good.
Good.
Looks great.
Telephone communications down the road.
That's Mary.
I missed it. She keeps moving me, and I think it's me moving it.
Are we good? I didn't make any changes. Is that correct? And are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
We're good.
We're good on that.
You can print it. So, Jeanette, now that you've done GIS, can you fix B Street so that
The
it
next
says
is
B Street
finance.
on the map?
It doesn't say B Street on there, I thought it did.
No, well, I was on my phone last night, and it said Street. Like B Street.
Okay, yes, I can.
You're fast.
This is finance.
Okay,
Okay, so go with this one.
I think.
We ain't gonna make it. Nope. Gotta be out here by 4 o'clock.
By 4,
This is-
3:07.
I have class right now at 4:02, so.
The judge-
Judge is set at 4:30.
She's coming till at 4.
She's not coming till 4:30?
Her friend's one is 4:30.
Okay.
I don't know if ours can take another hour this chair.
Oh.
Okay.
Can we have a break?
I thought on Tuesday she started court at 5:30.
Jump
Yes.
in, one from.
Okay,
And the schedule that Mary sent out was 4:30 for the judge.
Yeah.
okay, so what I'm getting at, we can start cleaning up and getting out here at 4:30? Will that give her enough time to come in?
No, she's gonna be here around 4:30 and 4:30
To talk with you guys.
to present her budget.
She's presenting her budget at 4:30.
Okay,
No, it's
okay, okay. Don't have to be out here till 5:30.
5 because court starts at 5:30.
Well, then we.
Yeah.
So finance, which is admin? Oh, under this, okay. Not part of the department, yeah. Okay.
So we're up, right? Finance, am I right?
Oh, everybody left the room. Mary, I'll go find them. No, she's asking.
Oh, no, it's our department, finance, sorry. I have a bunch of different little ones to go over plus ours, okay, but I'll be very quick.
I'm trying to tell you, they're in the restroom. There's no counselors in here except Proctor and me.
Okay, I was just instructed to do the finance department.
Yes, but hold on. 2 minutes. They don't know you were gonna be so quick.
No, and that's okay, I just have it up, that's all.
Okay.
You can tell us, we'll tell the other ones. Order 2 beers tonight.
Not shots, just beers. Whatever.
Say nothing about shots.
Those don't count.
No.
Is that what it is? I was wondering why my husband filled so much Fireball. Oh, no, not Fireball. That doesn't count.
That one burns.
Chill Crown
The
Royal.
minute you open it.
I guess he likes the burn. Yeah.
I used to drink Jack Daniel's Black Label, I used to drink Chivas Regal, the beer. And I used to drink tequila with worm.
Chivas with
I've done that a couple
Xavier?
of times.
Did you say Chivas with it?
Huh?
Xavier?
You what?
Said Chivas Regal with Xavier?
With a worm.
We forgot something.
Yeah,
Economic development, you know, when you're running around and leaving.
Economic development.
Yes, they want a line item and a budget.
I already have it in there. We'll go over it in a minute.
Okay, so we're next year. Okay.
And it's in the finance, it's in this, process. Yep,
Okay, we got four.
okay, so up on the screen is the finance department. I had, before we had discussed this, raise for the utility clerk, it was already approved through Joey's side, so I'm gonna remove it. It'll be 75 cents on this side for the utility clerk position only. So down here through mileage and per diem, I left it exactly as it was this year. I pretty much did that with everything, with the exception of equipment maintenance and repair because of the Cassell increases. And I am trying to buy software where the residents can pay online and see their bills. So I did increase it by $4,000 because Cassell has a new platform out that is offering direct access for utility customers to see their bill at any time. And I'm really interested in doing that because I know everybody wants that to happen. And this is a new platform. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but I did see the flyer come through saying it is now available. So I did up my maintenance and equipment because of that. And then let's see, I upped.
Very quick question.
Yes, sir.
How much is that costing?
I only upped our budget by 4,000 because I don't have an exact amount. I know it's probably going to be $8,000 or $9,000 initially, and then the cost of the licenses the finance department would pay for. We would not put those Cassell costs to the other departments.
Yeah, real quick, then the citizens have to sign up for this, correct?
I'm sorry?
The citizens have to sign up for this, correct?
First of all, I have to get with Cassell and figure out how the platforms work, but yes, sir, that would ultimately be it.
What I'm getting at is, last year we won on an alert system for the telephones, and we have a whopping 12 people that signed up for it.
I know. Yes, sir.
This is different. This is like when you go online and pay your utility bills, like Zia Gas and so on and so forth. It's totally
You can look at your utility account 24/7.
Okay.
The code I put in to sign up for it didn't work.
different. Yeah, call Joey on that one, but moving on to the budget.
Okay. So postage and shipping, I did up to 5,000 because the rates did increase. I'm at 2150 out of the $3,000 budget. I put that in there because I don't know if they're gonna raise the rates 3 or 4 more times next year. I kept the training line the same. I kept vehicle fuel costs. I did move it to 1,000 because last year we had 550 and we're already at 475. So I know we don't have enough to get through the end of the year. I bumped the telephone up to $8,000 because I did the math and it's gonna be more than $7,500 by the time we're done with this year. And utilities, I kept the same. We're not close to that. I did bump dues, fees, and advertising subscriptions because all of those dues, fees, and subscriptions has increased. I know that the New Mexico Municipal League has increased their registration fees. Is it $500 now, Ally? When you go?
Yes.
Yeah, so they've increased it from 200 to 500 now. We have 9 employees in the department. This $145,000 I increased based on the New Mexico Self-Insurers Fund liability. If the departments don't have enough to pay, we pay for that. The reappraisal fees come from the property taxes. That is charged through Lincoln County Treasury Department. And we're at 2,300. I have 4,000 in there. You can see in past, we haven't ever been beyond the 4,000. I left it the same. Contracts and professional fees. I put in there because I'm not sure what, if we have professional fees that are gonna come up. Ally, wasn't there something you were doing?
as far as.
Really expensive.
Do you have to do, I'm thinking of the scanning, I'm thinking of, your software licenses for the new agenda. How much is that? I mean, all of that comes out of here, but I can't remember.
Frantic SP.
Yes, all of that. We're at 16,000 right now. I have 30 in here. I did the math and I feel like 30 will cover. We won't go over. 20,000. This is for all new computers that we have. This is for a server. So we're at the end of we're at our 5th year on our server that we had put in 21. And Jason said in 26, we have to replace our server. And it's going to be $20,000, more or less, close enough. 20 grand is what it's going to cost to replace that server. So that's what that money is for. Any questions?
Who said we had to do it?
IT.
Yes, IT, the server, the lifetime of the server is 5 years, and we're at 5 years. In 26, it will be 5 years.
Hey, Brendan,
Or we have to pay anything for the election,
As far as paying the county,
but.
did you include the elections for the county?
How much is it, Ally?
It's the same, they was 20, they haven't given us prices, so.
Do you remember what it was last time?
Price, yeah,
Is it
yeah,
in
I think we have it, we're good.
the materials? and
Yeah,
supplies? They got
it wasn't that much.
Didn't cost us as much.
No, it wasn't,
Ourselves.
no,
I think
it was like $3,000, not that much.
Then we would have it. It would be covered under contracts and professional fees.
I just thought that you're saving a lot of money. doing that.
Yes.
We got a lot more voters that way.
Do you guys have any questions on this budget?
Oh, one and done.
Okay,
That's
print
the
it,
best voters we ever had.
Okay, and then I'm gonna move to the next.
okay.
Let me print first.
It wasn't because we moved to the county, it's because we had people in the streets knocking on doors.
That's probably true too, but that is the most, is all I've said that we've ever had.
Yeah,
But
it's not because we moved to the county. A lot of other municipalities got a lot more voters than.
Did they?
But that's what we were told at the training. So did that include, she called it finance, but did that include all of City Hall?
No, okay, so yes, it does, actually. That does include everyone in this area. It includes HR, accounts payable, utility, deputy clerk, Ally and myself. Ally, there's one more page.
Oh, okay, I'll go get it.
Okay, so now I would like to go to senior citizens. And this is for their utilities. I have it up on the screen. The utilities this year, you can see we might not have enough. It's gonna be close, so I upped our utilities by $200 for the senior center, just to make sure that we have enough to cover the cost of that. Are there any questions?
we started. Just say it, don't you?
I'm gonna print this.
Got another with Great Valley.
Okay. The next thing is going to be down here in the non-departmental. This is where we have the miscellaneous. This is where I put the Economic Development Board. I do want to talk about this for a quick minute. I left these items with the exception, I need to add our admin fees for state GRTs. I would have put it in yesterday, but I was on the phone with them getting this line fixed so that I could add to it. I'm going to what did I have? 55, I'm at 32, last year was 48. I'm gonna just put it at 50. These will not allow. This is from the state and I really don't have control over this. This is where they take their admin fees out of our gross receipts taxes. So I need to put 50 in there. The $10,000 I left for High Mountain Youth, I did receive invoicing. I'm going to pay them out this year, the total amount. Now, this one I did change, and I wanted to talk about it very briefly. Currently, the $27,000 will only cover 175 animals. We are already at 175 animals, which creates a dilemma for our animal control officers. They take any other animals down there. The Humane Society is going to charge us $200 an animal we bring, and they want it paid in advance. Unfortunately, we don't have budget for that. So I was going to try to negotiate with them before the final budget and see how many animals we could get for 35,000. And you guys can change that. It's an embarrassment when we have stray animals and we can't take them because they absolutely won't let our officers take them. And I don't know what to do about it.
In token, that officer won't go give a ticket to the dog, and when he takes that dog down there and tells them whose it is, they won't charge us.
That's
Okay.
untrue. I asked those questions. I asked if somebody in the Downs goes and surrenders an animal, they charge what, $65, $75 to drop it off. They still charge the city. They still charge the city an animal for that.
So, but don't they ask for proof that they're a resident
They-
turning the animal in?
Yeah, but they still charge it against our account, sir.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, Rio Dulce, you catch a dog up in Rio Dulce, they go, oh, I live in the Downs.
Yeah, that's the other issue. Yeah, we have people dropping animals in the Downs and then our officers pick them up. They're not necessarily from our area, but we are charged. Yeah.
I got to call Chris, yeah. Chris,
We need to figure this out. I've never in my time being here been stuck in a position with Humane Society where they're like, you will pay for this service instead of we're helping them run their animal center. Now it's you will. And it's embarrassing because we're at our maximum and I don't know how to come up with money and pay them for the extra animals when there isn't any in the budget.
we got that filters downhill because the dog catcher has got to not just take every stray he's got down there without finding out whose dog it is and putting their name in. That way, when they go pick it up, they've got to pay the money.
But they still charge the city. They double charge. They charge the resident and the city. That's my whole point.
Can the dog catcher get a scanner and look at the chip to see if it belongs in the Downs or not?
So I did have that conversation with Jim last year and he did due diligence on not taking them to the Humane Society if he could find who they belong to. And so he worked very hard to try to find whose dogs they were and return them so they didn't end up at the Humane Society. But in addition, I'm sorry.
Does he cite the person he takes the dog back and they get a citation? And then within.
Like whenever they pick up puppies and they take them down there, each one of them dogs is a dog.
Yeah, but if they're not required to get chipped. No, I'm talking about if he, so John, let's say, dog catcher picks up a dog, we don't know.
Both have tags.
We know that they're supposed to have a tag, but we don't know what he's doing. He's not here, he's not accountable, and we don't know what he's doing.
We don't know what to do.
He needs to take them. I'll talk to the judge when she gets it, because what happens is he doesn't take them.
Okay, let's rock and roll, Mary.
Okay, are you okay with the 35,000 being in there while I try to negotiate an amount for them?
Okay, Councilor Miller, I had a question for you, Mary.
Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't on the dogs, it was up on Keep Widows of Downs Beautiful. We don't have any training anymore, we don't pay the dues on Keep America Beautiful, even though they're just $50 a year. And I would like to.
Can you let John in? You accidentally got it. They're talking to each other.
I'm sorry, Judy, you were asking about Keep Ruidoso Downs Beautiful. Your budget is in lodgers.
It's all in lodgers, so you still have it here though.
They got big,
Is there money in here for you?
I don't see anything.
Right, it's not, there's not a dollar amount in here because it's in lodgers.
Advertising and dues. We used to always pay the dues for Keep America Beautiful. That way we can be part of the training for New Mexico Clean and Beautiful.
You know how much they're charging?
They used to be $50.
It's 65 of them. 65
they don't do it here, like, that news called Shawnee and Chew.
Oh,
But I'm telling you, your budget for Keep Rito Downs Beautiful is in lodgers. It's not over here.
okay.
Okay, we'll get to lodgers next, okay? I want to go through this really quick. Okay, so I have $10,000 to the Juvenile Justice Service. I have not heard anything from them. I have not received any invoicing. Do you want to keep it there or remove it?
You haven't heard from them at all?
No.
No, sir, not all year. Not since we put it in the budget. I have not had a letter from them. I have not had anything.
Check it out.
And
Okay,
that's just like the top one up there that's got 10,000 and they haven't paid it out for 3 years.
okay.
Wasn't in existence. for
Do you
3 years.
want to keep the $7,000 into the Boys and Girls Club?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to keep the $30,000 for the transit?
The what? The 30,000 for the transit? Yes.
Okay. Do you want to keep the $5,000 for the economic board?
I know it says 5,000, but I'm willing to,
Oh, was this you?
yes, that's the economic development. board.
Development board, I would like to raise, that we need to raise that, double it.
She hadn't used it.
Well, never.
We've
been-
never had it. Oh, first one we've
It's
had
the
in
first year
15
we
years.
started it.
Tell us what kind of money you think you need.
We were trying to buy a software that uses cell phone data and it shows us how many people come into town at certain times, certain days. And with that software, it creates reports and we can send out to companies to try to bring them in and bring their business here in town.
I know you're
So
trying,
that-
but you ain't gonna bring nobody to the downs.
So,
Well, it was big, almost bring that.
but that's people are on their way to readjust, so they're not. I mean.
Jeanette, that could also be for some
That considered
trainings.
large tax.
Yeah, but it's worth more, so that's why we're only wanna.
But if you,
But
if
I'm
this is
saying-
all you want, you can get it from lodgers.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can't you ask largers for?
And then also, yeah, they wanna put other stuff together, that's why they're.
Because they're trying to give money away, nobody wants it. Yes.
So we can give them 5 here and they can go before lodgers and ask for more.
That's exactly what our committee does.
That deal was talking about Pacer Eye. Will they come in and talk to us about
Yes.
screens? Largest tax.
Okay, Mary.
Come on, let's rock.
5 is okay? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This one here, the last thing I have is this grant money on the park. I put $100,000, but I really believe that it's been expended. I'm gonna go ahead and move this to 0, but just in case, Joey tells me, no, Mary, there's an amount in here. I might on the preliminary come in and change this, but I don't think so. I'm gonna take it out. I do not think there's anything left in this fund. I think we spent all the money.
What was the grant for?
The senior center parking lot area. And I believe that's finished.
Well, that grant was for 920,000.
That's correct. And we spent 624 and we spent 312 and 25.
Just since you fired that up on me, I gotta ask you a question.
Yes,
Where's
sir.
the money, the 14,000 and something come back into that account from us doing the striping job on the senior citizens?
I don't know about that, sir. That's a Joey question and I will get with him. I'm not sure.
Okay, and ask him about the 34,000 that I need to know where it went.
You'll have to write that down for me with all the figures I'm dealing with today, because I'm gonna either forget them or get them mixed, okay?
Because it was money that was I allocated for a certain thing. and it
Yes,
was
sir.
moved. I just wanna know where it was moved to and who moved it.
I'm not sure on that, sir. Do you want me to call Joey?
You can eat culture.
What?
Not Joy.
Can I tell you all stuff, man?
She's right for you. Do you want her to?
Please, would you find that out for me?
Right now?
Oh.
Okay, no, okay. Are we okay with this part of the budget?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna save it and print. And then we'll go to the next one.
Correct on you, Alex.
Okay.
Real wet spot on my chair.
Okay, so this next little department.
How many pages? What? Okay.
Okay, so this this little piece of the puzzle here is for the village's library request for $5,000. I have not received an invoice this year, but they usually don't do it until the end of the year. And then the other thing that's in here is you see last year our safety banquet was cut down to 5,000, but this year I moved it to 8,000. And then this down here is for any insurance claim that comes in that we get reimbursed for or we have to pay for. This actually is the expenditure side of an insurance claim. So like this big wall along City Hall, if we have that repaired, the cost of that would come through insurance claim and it would be paid out of here as well. That's what that is. So what's in the revenue side of insurance claim will be on the expense side as well.
Okay.
Any questions?
Mary,
I'm sorry?
what's the 5,000 for a library for?
They asked for donations because the city of Ruidoso Downs has a lot of residents that use their library services. And so they asked for us to pay for those services for the year.
And I'll use them every day, so thank you for doing that.
Okay. Are we okay with this budget?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I'll move on. I'm printing. Okay. Where is 51? Here we go. Okay, so in 51, we have our attorney fees in here. We have our auditor costs in here and other grievance expenses in here. So I upped our audit costs to 45 because I have no idea what the new auditor will charge us. It could be less. It could be more. So this is an unknown for me. I just put 45 in there to have something in there for the budget. I do not know. I am doing an RFP for attorney services. And the only thing I have to go off is past costs. And so I put the same amount in there, not knowing what it would be until I get a new contract. So that's what's in this part of the budget. Do you have any questions?
Contracts and professional fees. What is that?
That's attorney.
So we're budgeting for him for the next year?
No, sir, I'm using I'm using his rate as an amount to put in there because I do not know what the new contract will be. But I have to have money in a budget for an attorney. It could be less, it could be more. I will have a final determination for that RFP before the end of this fiscal year. And so before the final budget, I will have an accurate figure to put in there. But for right now, I need to put something in there, and that's what I put in here.
I don't think that the state require them that they can't charge over $200 an hour.
I'm not aware of any state statute that is that way, sir.
But if you've got an hourly lawyer,
Okay.
this
so
one has a contract that he gets paid whether he works or not. Well, it depends how she writes for RFP.
Well, let's just right, see if we can't get an attorney by the hour then.
And that's fine. When I put my RFP out, they can respond accordingly, and then we'll you guys will make that determination, but I do need to have an amount in there for the preliminary.
Wages plus GRT, isn't it?
Nope.
No, just wages.
Mary, yeah, when do you put that out?
I have it ready. It needs to get out right away. I just have not had a minute to do it. So it's ready. I just have to get it into the paper and out.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Mary,
Yes.
Tell me about that again, please.
The 170,000 is for attorney fees.
Oh,
No.
grievances.
Oh, grievances. Okay. So that's if somebody sues us. If somebody sues us and we have to have an attorney that is dealing with a different suit other than our daily attorney fees, that's what the $30,000 is to cover the cost of that.
You already spent.
So what we
Nothing.
employ a lawyer, but we have to pay him on top of that?
We do not employ a lawyer, sir. We hire an attorney to represent the city on day-to-day business. That's per his contract.
Let me try to explain it, Mary.
Thank you.
So what we're required to do on a grievance hearing is you have to hire a separate grievance officer. So I think the last time that we hired a separate grievance officer, Alan Morrell, local attorney, served in that capacity, and then of course you have to pay them. And I represent the village in that, and whoever is representing the employer or employee who has filed a grievance against the city is represented by their own counsel.
So why doesn't the municipal league pick that up?
It's just not included in our coverage.
So we pay this lawyer and the municipal league? No.
No, you pay for basically a mediator who's required to be an attorney to decide the case of the grievance that the employee has brought against the city. If they've been terminated properly, if they've been discriminated against, whatever it is, but it's within the grievance procedure of our personnel policy.
So who would I talk to, John or Mary, to find out where that $15,887 went? Don, hey, John, okay.
Okay.
Brendan?
Brandon, Mary,
I'm gonna go home, tell my wife, so why you up for supper, bring it. Anytime I ask her a question, it's on the calendar, read the calendar.
10 minutes.
until,
No,
Till what? Yeah.
4 o'clock.
no, the judge comes at 4:30, when she said her case. We have 30 minutes, so we got Heath up here with his next.
We got another.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, now you can. Okay, sorry. Okay, so the only other thing, oh, I printed it here, Ellie, I'm sorry. Let me mute this. I'm printing in here.
Hold on, one we did last.
Yeah. Seems like it.
wasn't broken out so we could see it. And they didn't break out the wages for the admin office, so hopefully this is correct.
Okay.
Ready?
Okay, so, and actually, the finance department wages were broke out exactly as all other departments. There's no difference in any of them. They're all presented exactly the same. I do want to go over revenue really quick. It's an important part of the, budget. So the first line is, I wonder why it won't let me see all of it. No. Is interest, and the interest I have in there is the interest that we are earning on our bank money. It is not an invested interest. It is money that we are getting by having our money in the bank. So, and I have it in a different area. Hold on just a second.
How's the interest split up? The departments, if we catch that in yearly.
Those are the general.
It is in every department. We have an interest line for all the departments on the revenue sides. So they all have revenue. So we looked at sewer, we looked at water, we looked at Fund 39, we looked at Fund 56, and the interest income was on all of those. Is that what you're asking me?
You have a better idea, Mary? All of that interest going to some of them loans that we owe.
That's why I'm paying them down, sir. But
I mean,
each,
that 105,000, instead of splitting it up, you know, a little bit here and a little bit there, why can't we just pay some of these bank loans off?
okay, so the $105,000 is for operations. That's our piece of the pie. The other departments get their own piece of the pie, and it's based on how much cash they have in their account. So it's based on the actual cash amount. I have a sheet I use. It's a very complicated interest sheet I use every month. To post that, come by my office and I'll let you look at it. But this $105,000 is part of the revenues that is covering all the expenses for operating, police, fire, streets, finance.
They all got grants and they've all got loans that need to be paid off, just like that one from 1998. I don't.
That is a water loan, sir. I cannot pay out of operations for water. Those loans have stipulations on how they have to be paid back.
It's not the only loan we got, Mary.
The loans that are in Fund 56 and
Oh, yeah.
49,
Instead of paying off our bills. That ought to be a priority.
it is, sir, but this is what I'm trying to tell you. Those loans that are in 56 and 49 are dedicated. They must be paid with water and sewer money, which is a separate enterprise. And Fund 39, which is infrastructure and streets. So I can't pay operations those loans because the grants prohibit.
Any other question? Okay, Mary.
Okay, so this page here is the distribution on gross receipts taxes, franchise taxes, and property taxes. Do you have any questions? These are revenues, money coming in.
No questions here.
Okay. Should I print it?
What's next, Mary?
It'll be another revenue, Ally. Hold on and I'll jump right down.
If you get 50%, she's making that, but still people that she is, yeah, they still would be able to. Don't still think it's okay for mom. You got a loan for 1998.
Okay, so this is the also gross receipts taxes. It includes the municipal distribution, the motor vehicle registration. And once upon a time, we used to receive state racing, but that's gone, so there's no budget in there. I base this on actual figures, and so the revenues are reflected based on the actual figures that I did based on the 9 months divided by 12, multiplying the 3, and then coming up with this balance. Any questions?
Mary, I have a tax question, but it's not specifically about this. Is it okay to ask you?
Print it while she's talking.
Well, yeah, print one.
Print this one. Okay, no, go ahead. I'm listening.
So I got something from Amazon. They charged me tax. They're charging me the tax rate of Alamogordo, not Ruidoso Dam.
Oh my gosh.
How do you know that you got the tax that I sent in?
I do not. I don't.
That's what I thought. I think Alamogordo's getting it.
Why would send it?
They're supposed to tax you for the mailing address that the.
Right, but they're not. They're not taxing us at Ruidoso Dam. They're taxing us at.
It's a different kind of one even.
I know. But I tried to argue with them and that worked.
That don't sound right.
Did you buy it through Alamogordo?
No. And same, yeah, now if I buy something at Home Depot.
Okay, so next I have the licenses, and I mean, we briefly looked at this when Annette was going through her budget. I did I make that change here? Yeah, so I did add the 850 here so that it would be 1,500. Oh, well, maybe not. Should just be 800, if I knew how to do math, maybe. -8. Okay, now it equals the refund side. And, sorry. This is for the revenues that planning and zoning bring in, and so I stayed. Looks like exactly the same with the exception of increasing the sign permits because it's an election year. Any questions?
Don't break.
Okay,
Ready.
Pretty?
oh shoot. Got it. A lot of this is the operator, and I'm sorry.
Animal license and vaccination fees.
Those are in P and Z,
They come in,
under licenses.
I can come in here and get my dog shots?
No,
No,
we
you
don't
gotta
have
bring-
doctors, but they don't.
Bring your.
Oh, thank
I'll take you to a vet.
I just wanna.
They used to do it once a year. We never do that at all. So did we not have anybody register their dogs last year? So that would be under revenue? So I don't know. if you
We're not having the shots. for
Okay,
the
we're
kids
ready,
anymore.
Mary.
Okay, this is for charges for services, so this has P and Z fees in here, it has ball field fees, it has street cut repairs and printing and copying charges. And so I think I left this one here, street cut, I did increase because the street cuts went from a $400 fee to a $900 fee, so I did increase that. If they have to do a street cut, that's going to increase the revenue side of that. I increased the P and Z by just a little bit because I know last year the ball fields were closed because of flooding. And no, I left them the $4,000 on the P and Z fees. We can put that back to 3,500. I don't have an answer. I don't know why. I don't know why I did that.
Mary.
Yeah.
We get a chopper hit off here.
$300.
I'm sorry, what?
How much they charge the choppers to hit here?
I think I don't know how much they charge, but I'll go over the revenue side of that in just a sec.
$300, Mary.
They're either flipping me off or they're saying 3, Mary, I think.
$3,000 a ride, is that it? But I was told they're gonna stop doing them, is what I was told. Okay, so can I go ahead and print this?
Yeah.
Okay,
But you didn't, oh, yeah. Okay.
Some of the things she said she didn't know, how many of all these other ones we've already went through, that she did.
300.
okay.
They stop.
Oh, yeah, and they weren't gonna be doing it anymore.
$150.
Well, I haven't seen the contract.
Yeah, I don't know.
Contract. I think it covers up to 100.
Okay, so this is revenues for the court. And so I did reduce the revenues here. I had $80,000 in the budget this year, but they've only brought in 16. And I'm not exactly sure how the changes through the state will affect this. I don't know if it affects this at all or not. But I reduced it to 40 because we're not anywhere near it. And then I left the $1,000 here and the 8,000 there. Any questions?
Hang on, we got a speaker. This is her department.
Go ahead, Mary. She just reduced this is the income coming in from the court.
Right.
Right, so a lot of it is based on officers,
We haven't had.
the ones that write tickets versus the ones that don't. The fees were adjusted this past year, so that did change, but from what was it, July to, I believe August, when the new ordinance fees went into effect. Right? They dropped considerably, so, registration ticket was $39 and it dropped to $10. For that period of time.
So you're good with all these numbers?
Well, I'm assuming
not good to use the word assuming.
Well,
See, yeah, she doesn't really deal with
We
the
don't-
revenue side.
yes, we don't usually mess with the revenue side.
I just want to take it to the floor.
Of all the officers were.
Yes.
Becker's not here no more.
There are some officers that like to issue citations.
Right.
And some don't issue.
Why don't?
That are, you don't have any control over that.
Issue them if they're working in Reynosa Downs, why don't they issue the tickets in Reynosa Downs? County, they can.
Those belong to magistrate court.
They
So
go
each-
down.
Each agency files in their jurisdiction.
Oh,
Well, it depends how their ordinances read.
Right.
Okay, Mary Brenda.
Thank you.
We still get something out of it.
What's that? No, no.
No, if an officer, if a sheriff, deputy files in magistrate court, those go to magistrate.
Okay.
I think it should be if they file with those that are ticket somebody in Reynosa Downs, they should. file
Make them
it.
come here, well.
Well, Judy.
Okay, so now I have up miscellaneous revenues. This is where you'll see those helicopter fees. I have pretty much left the monies exactly the same unless there was a huge change. This $250,000 is what I was talking about, the insurance claim. This would be an insurance claim coming in. The other side is what we pay to get it fixed. This is a workers' comp refund at the end of the year if we receive one. And the $105,000 here is the interest income we talked about earlier. This year's budget, I had 82,000 set in there. We're at 81 already, so that's why I increased it. $40,000 sale of declared surplus is because Joey is going to be selling items at auction. And here's the helicopter fees for the parks. Here is the pavilion. Now, the pavilion rentals, I really don't think we're gonna rent them because of the condition of the park. I'm gonna leave that in there because I know Joey said he is gonna get FEMA money to get them fixed. I'm not sure when that will happen. And then I am going to change this $100,000. This is the same money I was referring to on the parking lot at the senior citizen building that I don't need. And then the $7,000 is for the helicopter fees for the fire station. So I had 15,000 in this year. We've received 3875 on those, and so that's why I reduced it down to 7. We're nowhere near 15. So I reduced those revenues to 7. Any questions?
Okay, yeah, so the helicopter fees, all the helicopter fees go to the fire department?
No, they're split 50-50 between park and fire.
Okay. Okay,
So-
we
See, we're in the black. Are you using these numbers as being in the black?
Yes, this is revenue versus expenditures.
And yeah, this is revenue or not, we're gonna.
but this was added, this is part of the 480-something thousand.
Right.
You cut all these down like you just did on that one.
But I also cut the $100,000 expense as well, Jody. I cut that $100,000 on the expense side, so really the effect will be 0.
Okay, I was talking about the helicopter specifically, but now I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Anything else?
On 5053 down there, that grant, there's that grant that I asked you about earlier for 920,000.
Yes, sir. That's where I'm taking the $100,000 out because it's done.
Done and gone.
So
Any
we've
other-
already paid that 920,000.
This is money coming in. We've received it and now we're done.
We received 100,000 back out of it. No, we spent 820,000.
Well, I
Mhm.
removed the 100 because I don't think there's any money left in there. And if there is, Joey will clarify that with me before the final budget.
See, that's the senior citizens deal. That's where the stipends, we're supposed to get money back and the awning and stuff.
Right.
And these figures will come from Dora. I'm sorry.
No, I was talking to myself.
Okay, we have a grant administrator over this fund. So When I get those figures, if it is not zero, I will put those in both on the revenue side and the expense. Okay? Any other questions?
Don't bring.
Wait, I have a question. What is an example of miscellaneous revenue?
Those are credit card fee, charges, copy charges, money for IPRAs. Anything that the city charges for services would be in their miscellaneous.
Okay, one last question.
Yes, sir.
Going to Hubbard for?
So every year the police and the fire department apply for a Hubbard grant, and the Hubbard grant has always been honored to them when they do apply. This year, the fire department did get a $4,000 grant once they applied for. I put 5. Usually that is the amount they give. I don't know what it's going to be, but I know that they do give it. It's not something they ask for and they say no. Any other questions? Are we good? Okay, I'm gonna print this. And then.
Years ago.
Yeah.
No.
That's
Fish charge used to be the same. I guess it was just because of our fire and police helping. Just for time.
Well, they used to combine it with the boot deal. They would ask the fire department, how much do y'all make filling the boot today? They tell them, we probably make 11,000, and write them a check for 11,000, and then have them down here just doing patrol.
They didn't do that in years, the food thing, but I
Right.
don't know.
So Judy, if the state of New Mexico is providing officers here to patrol our streets, or the county is providing and paying officers to patrol our streets, then they write a ticket to their own jurisdiction. They don't, it wouldn't be fair to pay them to take care of us and let them take that risk.
Well, I was just thinking they as a contractor for concrete pumping for years. I did the GRT from every, like, if I did a job in Riddles of Downs, I charged what they charge.
Yes.
Whatever place I went, I had to charge the tax.
Whatever entity you were in, whatever the tax rate was, you had to charge.
Yes, for my employment in this.
Okay, so now I have another revenue up on your screen. This is for small cities assistance, which we receive $90,000 a year for. And then the Right Express rebate is a credit we receive on our fuel bill. This year we've gotten 392. This fluctuates. I left it at 7. Any questions?
Oh, that's good. Ready?
Okay.
Are we about done?
Nope, we still have lodgers.
Well, after lodgers, are we about done?
Then you have fire
Right, we have the fire department.
and court.
Cool. I'm just wondering, we're about through with yours, right?
Yes, sir. I'm hurrying as quickly as I can.
Okay, I understand. I'm just asking a question.
No, sir, I understand. I'm just like, I feel the pressure. Oh, goodness. I'm trying really hard to get this done really fast. Where is lodgers? Okay.
I'm gonna be sick next year.
Me too. I am.
So we got 30 minutes, Mary.
I know, I'm really trying to push. I'm really trying.
You still
Okay.
got-
So this is lodgers revenues. And again, I did the statistical mathematical equations to get me here on my changes or non-changes here. Review these revenues. Do you have any questions? This is money coming into us.
Why is there 2 different taxes?
I'm sorry?
One line says 2% tax, the other one says 3%.
Yes, sir. One is non-promotional and one is promotional. So lodgers tax charge is 5%. And that's the way it's distributed.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Income then.
Yeah, this is all. income.
This is money coming in, guys.
Okay,
Okay, are we good? All right, I'm on it.
Send that 18.5 interest to the bank.
That's probably the, right, the.
We'll send it back to them. So they take it off one of our loans.
There's nothing in there. Spend it.
Okay.
Okay, so this first expenditures are gonna be promotional lodgers tax expenditures, and so, this is done through lodgers tax, and this is the budget they have approved. I know that their last meeting, last week, I think it was, they did move some stuff around up here. I don't have, I don't have those figures, but it will come out of what's here, I believe, so I think we're okay. Do you have any questions on these expenditures?
Yes, racetrack concert series.
Yes. So they advertise for their concerts, and then they're allowed to ask for X amount of dollars for each one of those concerts of advertising, and the lodgers tax determines what that amount will be based on their formulas that they put together. And so the $12,000 are for their,
Racetracks advertisement, no,
I'm sorry?
You have to go lodgers tax and ask them for it.
well, I mean, they're not paying for their own
But that's
stuff.
what lodgers tax is
So hell,
for.
they don't ever do.
That's what lodgers tax is for.
What's?
Promotional for the Downs, is for promotion of the Downs.
City promo advertisement?
I wanna know-
Yes, so they want, I put 150,000 in there because they want to get some, they want to hire an advertiser to get media out there, whether it's commercials, magazines, or otherwise. And so I put $150,000. I have been diligently working to find a professional media company that will represent the city of Ruidoso Downs and lodgers tax for that advertising. That's why that's in there.
I just got one question. What are we advertising for?
So people will come see us.
What
Yes.
Registrar.
We spend money in the down, that's what we want.
I mean, we got a Circle K and I just go talk to them.
Well, I got lots of stuff and.
Lot of cobbles, whatever, the name of that new restaurant is.
I have a question.
Yeah, they were spending-
Why couldn't our brochure that goes out not only to the residents, but could go to the what's downtown?
Where.
The businesses,
No,
That's something that you can discuss with.
right?
Yeah,
Our tax later, just
okay,
keep to the budget, cause we only have 30 minutes left.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I left the Zia Trans at 58,000. That's where they wanted it. They all agreed they wanted to keep it the same. So overall, we're paying for transit service 88,000 a year. But this is lodgers tax, and they want to keep it the same. So I left it the same, and then these other items in here, this is what they asked for. Any questions?
I agree with that because last summer we had a bad year. But this year,
Yep.
we don't.
Yep.
And I'll just ask Joey about our other fund. We're not.
It's
spending-
in non-promotion, Judy. It's not in promotional.
Printed, Barry.
Okay. We're not done yet, Judy.
Okay,
Hey, does the Rogers little group, they okay all this money?
Yes, they.
This is their budget.
No, I know, but I mean, as far as giving it away.
They pre-approve it and they bring it to us and we approve.
We were paying 28,000, it went up to 2,000, so we're paying 30,000. And the transit charged 88,000, and so lodgers tax kicked in 58,000.
That's why I mentioned earlier, the Economic Development Board wants money like the beautification, they can go before lodgers tax.
Well, that's what I told her to Shawnee's, I mean, they can't get nobody, because like with the bike rally and everything. You know, instead of promoting it here, no, they went straight to the rest. Wrote him a check for the deal.
it's never brings money into Ruidoso Downs.
You-
I'm trying to find Keep Ritos Downs. I know it was in here, but
They kept it within, I thought they kept it within the. Yeah, same line item.
But I don't see it.
What are you looking for?
Cheaper dose down to get.
Reduce downs what?
Cheaper dose down to
You
beautiful.
said it's in
It was
Joey's
the very
budget.
last one.
You said it is in Joey's budget.
Go back to the other one.
Yeah, go back to the
There
other
was
one.
5,000
all the way to the
at the
bottom.
Bottom.
Yeah.
Go to the bottom,
Scroll up.
right down.
Oh,
there.
yeah, there it is. It's 5,000. I'm sorry, I didn't print it. Let me get this little piece of it. Yeah, it's right there, Judy. You got 5 grand in there.
Yes, I know.
Thank you, Baber.
What else you got, Mary?
Just the non-promotional, I'm printing.
And then Keith's next, we only have 30 minutes.
I'm hurrying.
45 minutes.
I'm trying to keep us on track. There's 5 minutes, right?
I tried all day.
5 minutes. You can do that in 5 minutes.
Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
We're gonna make it in 30 minutes.
Okay, so this is non-promotional, so what I did in here is I put $1,000 in there for supplies and materials in case something comes up. And we need to buy, maybe that we could use this, we could use promotional, but non-promotional, we could use for the brochures. Then down here, I put $1,000 in here because I put the $1,000 in because Joey has been going to the parades and I think it's $500 a parade to enter. So I put this in here, although it could be paid out of promotional. I went ahead and put it in non-promotional, and the $8,000 is to cover the overtime costs for our police officers to be out there patrolling for Labor Day weekend. Do we have any?
Yes, I got a problem, yeah. The racetrack's supposed to be paying for all of that.
They don't, sir.
Well, that's what we agreed to.
No, for their events. This is not their event, this is Labor Day.
I'm talking about for our cops.
Yeah, me too.
They're paying what the cops are doing inside. We've always paid the cops, the city's always paid the cops to direct the traffic on the highway. Cause you can't put none of the other people out there.
So the bottom line is the guys are out there, our police officers are out there, dedicating their time to keep Rio Doce Downs, safe during this time. I'm not gonna argue with you on whose responsibility because I believe that is a state highway. And the state police officers used to do it. I don't know what happened when it happened, but I know our officers are stuck down there, and this is just to cover the overtime that the city pays for during that weekend. And it basically reimburses general fund the $8,000 that it costs in overtime.
Let's go.
Print it.
Thank you.
What's next after this, Mary?
I'm gonna look, but I think I could be done.
You're done and gone.
If it was only that simple.
That's 20 minutes.
Ah, shoot. The only other thing I had to go over is the cannabis, which there isn't hardly anything coming in that line.
But now a lot of damn pot smoking going on around here then.
Well, yeah, there's just not. I mean, I know that we have a store here, but we're not getting any revenue from it. So I had $8,500 because in 2023 we almost got 6,000, but if you look this year, we only have 2,400. So I moved the revenue down to $3,500 because I don't know if we'll even get that. And then the expense side of this is just for the admin fees. Oops, where did I go? It helps if I get in the right area. The only thing I have coming out of this account is the admin fees for the gross receipts tax, and we've been charged $74. I had $1,000 in there. I just left it. It's not anything that's reflected in the general fund. So any questions? Okay, are we good with it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm printing.
Out is not collecting tax, is that true?
Well, this is what the state. says
This
that-
is our gross receipts we receive. They charge admin fees on.
Right, but I didn't see any revenue in like grocery receipts tax coming in from cannabis.
Yes, it does. It's a different report, and yes, it is.
Okay, thanks. So we got just one shop and then a grower.
Where's the grower?
I thought it was the Hirsch.
Yeah.
Or he's not in this, he's the month, right? True.
There's two growers.
Where's the other grower?
On the highway here too.
Oh,
I just know that we're not receiving any revenue, that's for sure.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, before the church.
Also, revenue from growers.
Used to be the old Earmont motorcycle shop. It's now the green building,
Oh, we're raised,
Raised on-
Raised used to be,
muffler shop.
right there by the storage building.
So it's
Yeah.
five hundred gravel.
But I don't believe they're up, neither one of them are up in range.
Yes,
Should be fire.
well, in front.
Okay, so now I have fire up for expenditures and we'll start. Right down here on operational, I think the first line he has is 7,000. Go ahead, Heath.
Oh, the building maintenance,
Oh, yeah.
I like to remodel the training. Right now, it's just nasty.
Got the one upstairs?
The one upstairs.
Okay, I know what he's talking about. It does, it needs to be done 20 years ago.
Yeah. I'm thinking between us and you can public work.
You can do it for that?
So,
Think you guys can do it for that?
I think so. I think so.
The only question I had on that, I'm so sorry, is why we're not paying it out of Fund 29.
It's like fixing one part of it, the rest of it will fall down the
What
road.
is Fund 29?
What is, where is 129 at, Mary?
It'll be next that we look at. That's grant money he receives to run the fire department.
So that could,
State money.
so 7,000 could come out of grant then?
It could come out of Fund 29 as an expense instead of operations.
Okay, don't print it, so that's your going.
Materials and supplies.
So, and material supplies is more for, clothing for the volunteers. And I didn't get a grant to finish off the EMS side of it. So I was hoping so I can get the EMS finished completely.
What does that mean, EMS?
Yeah, cause we don't transport, guy.
Okay, so you don't have to transport for EMS. It's more so that's Lincoln County EMS is the transport service.
Right.
We're here to render aid before they arrive. So somebody's bleeding out, we're gonna get there. I don't know how many calls I've had where I've stopped the bleeding before EMS got there. Somebody needed CPR, I started pounding on their chest, waiting 20 minutes for EMS to get there. So we're a big part of it, but we don't have to transport. So we do the EMS side, we don't transport. So
Where does the $12,000?
Yeah, cause you've only been spending 3,000, close to 3,000, 1,400 and
well,
15.
that's because past individuals they didn't keep up with it. So once I get the grants going, the first grant's gonna come in, will cover about 5,000.
I'm sorry, the grant money that you applied for, is it for EMS? Because that's Fund 26.
Yes, it'll be.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with operations. That needs to go into Fund 26.
Well, that's when I apply for that grant. Right now, I don't have that money. I'm trying to get everything finished up, so I'm asking for the city to cover me until I can get the grant money and everything to cover that.
To cover what? What are you expending it on?
We gotta pay a doctor to cover us. We gotta pay for meds.
We're getting back into that EMS stuff and we can't afford it.
Why can't we?
We don't have any of it.
Because you ain't got nothing but volunteers over there to start with.
Well, say that again?
We ain't got nothing but volunteers. We got 2 paid people on the fire department.
Well, yeah, but they're getting trained up.
Trained-
You got 2 paid guys and I've got my crew up to right now, I'm at 28 people.
And are y'all gonna start doing fire departments for the other towns? Why do we need that many people?
More the merrier. I'm not sure why you asked it that way.
Not all, I
We
can't,
ran for a long time.
I can answer that for you.
Yeah.
That is it out of, okay, like when we had the fires and everything. There were 12 people out of the 28. Because they were somewhere else, because a lot of them from Ruidoso work over there at EMS and they come down and volunteer for our fighting. department. So we only had probably 12, and that was counting Glencoe and Honda. Total that we had over there during the fires. So that all the 28, when the signal goes out, all of them can't answer. It's just.
And that's at any given time. So sometimes I mean, I ran for a long time where there was just 3 of us. You know, we had 6 people on. You know, and back then too, for whatever reason, the mutual aid agreement that we had was broke. So I got that fixed. We're now collaborating together. We're actually working bigger team. Same thing with Ritos, you know, it's. I don't know how to really explain it any better than. You know, at one given time, we can have 4 people or we can have 30 people. And. That, the more the merrier.
And how does that work with the clothing for volunteers? Is everybody, like, if I say, hey, I want to be a volunteer, you'll give me a.
Oh, that's what he's wanting us for.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
So in the beginning, you're required to meet 246 hours. So once you meet that 246 hours, then it just depends on how I'm gonna do it. I haven't set it up yet. But you'll get a shirt so everybody knows who you are. The public will know who you are. So in the beginning, the way it's been ran over there, everybody was a firefighter. It's everybody's a firefighter. You're gonna have to prove yourself. And then after you make your hours, then you get your badge, you get your helmet, badge, something. So that's all gonna be in that for building up. So these guys have something to look forward to. It's not just, oh, I wanna come and I wanna fight fire, but I don't wanna come to the training. You know, so
That's what you get with volunteers.
most of the time.
Yeah.
And so what does helicopter monies mean?
He's wanting to pay it out of his helicopter.
So no, we're talking revenues and expenses. It doesn't work that way.
It doesn't work
He
that
has
way.
$7,000 tentative
Right.
money coming in, so he can't pay that out of helicopter. That helicopter revenue is already included.
I'm just saying, that's what it's written here. That's what I was reading.
Right, so and it can be unwritten. So that, where would the clothing actually go? If clothing.
It actually, it should go down to volunteer fire department.
Expenses.
Yeah, that's where it should be. I don't know why it's.
So you're gonna take the $12,000 off of that
Well,
line?
that wasn't on the deal when I first was filling all this out.
Oh, it's okay. There's a lot. I'm real picky about where it is.
So does he have 12,000 in that account, Mary, that he can pay for that with?
No.
No, he's asking for $12,000.
He's asking for $12,000, but it's on the wrong line. So can we delete that line and then move that money where it's supposed to be?
But what about the medical supplies?
And what about medical supplies? Why would we need medical supplies?
Well, I can tell you why. Accident. He was the first one to actually call there to use medical supplies on her.
Okay, but she's asking because we don't transport. That's what she's
That's
asking.
right. We don't transfer, we never transferred.
Is there you're keeping inventory of medical supplies?
Yes,
And what are you low in right now?
pretty much everything.
So
So it was, for some reason, everything was shut down. I don't
Can
know
I-
why.
can I jump in, Keith? I'm so sorry. So they closed down the EMS side. They got rid of the liability of the EMS. They got rid of the medications because what, like he says, you have to have a doctor, you have to have a pharmacy come in and audit, it has to be locked, there's all these criteria. And when Williams was here, he said he didn't want the liability anymore, so he basically let EMS go.
Okay. And so it's gone. right?
Yes, that is correct.
This is not a valid expense on. Right?
Well,
They're trying to tell you in a nice way that
so
the EMT's gone.
Yeah, we don't want, we don't have it.
Because of the liability and everything, the doctors and
there's no
everything.
more liability on the city than if we're fighting fire or if we're helping anywhere else, so.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, I can't tell you that, but I'm just telling you why they done
Okay,
it.
Mary, where can you put this at, where it's supposed to be, or it'll cover something that the man's asking for?
So the clothing for the volunteer expenses. How much of that did you need for clothing, Heath?
I believe it was around 5.
5,000 here? Okay, so I'm gonna put $5,000 down here. And then I'm gonna go up here and reduce this by 5. Unless they wanna change it more.
Well, I think we need to drop it down to like 2,000 total. No, 3,000,
Okay,
35, maybe 35.
No,
so
it
minus,
was, on profit, profit to 2, you split it, one gets 5 and the other gets 5.
What are you talking about? 5 and 5.
He's asking for 12, Mary just dropped it down and took 5 away from 12, leaves 7. But you want to give him 3, I say give him 5 and let him get what he needs to get to keep going, what he's got going, regardless how we feel about it.
Okay, we gotta decide if we're buying medicine or we're buying
We're
freaking
not
clothes.
buying medicine,
Okay.
he's not saying he's buying medicine.
Once again, it says it right here, that's why I'm asking.
He just said doctor and meds. I wrote it down. And we can't have a doctor and we can't have meds. We don't,
Wait a minute,
We already have a doctor. We
you,
already have a
you
pharmacy.
as a trained
Who hired a doctor?
CPA, you have to,
he's not a
That's a-
CPA.
it's a law.
What's that?
No,
CPA.
I mean, it's,
He's not an
Not a
EMS either.
CPA.
He's not an
uh,
EMS.
that does the compressions and all that, you have to go to CPR, I got it wrong.
Which.
You
all-
have to do
everybody
it
on
if
my
you know it, you have to do
I mean,
it,
I used to teach it.
yeah,
Right.
well,
Everybody on my.
you're
crew.
responsible
Right.
to do that.
And
That takes what, it could be tourniquets, it could be breathing apparatus, it could be all kinds of things.
yes,
That is medical equipment, and he has to do it if he's the first one there. Right, you have to do it,
bleeding control.
and if you don't have the equipment to do it with, somebody dies. And then they'll sue.
Okay, but that's what, she's just told us that they shut this out because of liability.
It's a state law, it's a universal law.
So
If
Terry,
you're trained, you have to do it.
you wanna change it?
That only makes sense, and he's a fireman that has to do this.
Well, it's 9 out, but,
That's fine.
and then-
We've got just a few minutes, I need to get on this.
And I believe that money is to save people's lives, and that's what you're here for.
Good and everything.
So I have to agree.
After this year, hopefully I don't need
And-
that money anymore, cause I'll have grants.
Have the
with the government and all
supplies.
that.
But if you're in need of it now and you can't get it,
Okay, Mary, where did you move the 5 down to out of that, off that line?
Down to,
So I moved the 5 down to the volunteer and then Lacewell said to put it to 3, so I changed it to 3. What do you want this to be?
I would say 5,000.
Okay,
But give you,
So
would that help you out any?
That, yes.
he's
it will.
getting 10 altogether.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Okay, so you got that, Mary?
I'm looking. Yes, sir. 5 and 5.
Fine, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
really?
Slide it over.
Is that all on that page, Mary?
It's his budget.
That was the only things I had changes for.
So Mary,
Everything else was left the same.
if you slide the page up, Mary, so we can see the bottom, is there anything we need to see? Okay,
Down to the bottom, that's it.
thank you, I can see it now, appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. And then I'll move this over so you can see the final totals. Are you okay with this?
Everybody good? Print it, Mary.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
No, we have to go over Fund 29.
Hey, you got 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Changes on there. There's no changes on 40 right, Mary?
29.
Sorry.
Was there any changes in 29?
There wasn't any changes in 29, right?
I don't know, but I mean, they don't, I'm sure they don't remember what it was. I can't.
I don't know. All I can do is move the earrings, but I didn't put anything.
So I put in the revenue based on last year. I'm not sure if it's changing. So the revenue I have from last year is he received, oh, well, if I get to the right one. 100,000, I had 100,276, but he actually received 101,128. So I went ahead and put the budget the same as it was last year. I don't know if it's gonna be the same or not. But I went ahead and put in the 101,128 as far as revenue goes. Do you have questions on this? I did put $10,000 in interest. We're at 7,000 here. And he's already received this money, so there's no revenue coming there. Do you have any questions?
What's his total revenue?
I'm sorry?
He doesn't have any revenue?
Oh, it's 11,000.
Yes, he does. He has 111,128.
Reimbursement from the state forest.
For the fires.
What do you get?
Yeah, we got some, a little over 9,000.
And that was listed in operations. Any other questions?
What's the SFMO?
It was
290.
probably grant monies they had at one time. Was this your brush truck?
Yeah.
That was his brush truck.
That's the one you was questioning me before last, where you said you wasn't sure what it was he paid out, that's what it was on the brush truck.
Right, which is why I made the budget adjustment, because see, now the budget is right. There's nothing in there for 25. Any other questions?
Done.
Okay.
Judge,
Thank you.
you're on the hot seat now.
This is revenue. I still need to go over his expenses.
Okay,
You're not done.
you're not done.
Can somebody give me a code to turn the air down?
That was one of mine. That one in the
Alan?
floor, this one up here is yours.
Councilor Baber asked if I was like, turn the air conditioner down.
Give me a blanket.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is what I was talking about, on the expenditures. This is where I was asking, about his improvements, putting the cost over here in his improvements. But I'll let him go over this budget. Go ahead, Heath.
Well, I didn't got any questions. I wasn't touch anything over on this side, moving anything around. It's pretty tight where it's at. That's why I was asking on the city side versus using money on this side. I'd like in the future soon to build another substation that I gotta start saving money for. That's gonna be down that end of town. So I didn't touch anything on it, so it's just be more questions you guys have.
Your maintenance, repair and stuff like that, our mechanics down at the shop on drive to work on your fire equipment, your fire trucks and stuff.
Yeah.
They do a good job at it.
Yeah.
They change your oil stuff down there for it and everything.
Right. Good adjust rate. Yeah, the one for the trucks that, would stop, to go into a fire.
Mike's a good mechanic.
Yeah, he did some adjustments on it and fixed the issue.
I did make a change on your budget down here, Heath. You had remaining from grant, and I believe you had that $11,000 sitting in there, and I took it out because we spent that in this year's budget. If you look at the current year budget and the year-to-date actuals, you can see it's already been spent.
Down at the
What
bottom,
was it spent on there?
under capital,
Your equipment for your brush truck, the 11,154, we already paid for that.
Yeah.
Last May.
Now, this 168, 689 is actually your equipment. This was my only question to you is, are we going to be able to pay for it in this year's budget, or do we need to put it in next year's budget?
Just waiting on a phone call back from the supplier.
So, just so the council is aware, if he doesn't spend it this year, you'll see that expenditure in this budget because he has to spend it. I will add it to the 26 if he doesn't expend it in 25, okay? I don't have it in there now, but it will be.
Yeah,
Okay, so how long has he got before he has to spend it? Till the end of June?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
End of May, it has to be allocated by the end of this month.
You're talking
And-
about 2 weeks. Do you want to take a chance on losing it and then going to next year or just
Well-
wait till next year?
If he's supposed to get back with me, so as soon as he gets back with me on when, if I can get everything in before the end of June. Then I won't need to push it over, but if he can't get it and some of it comes in after July. Then he's gonna have a letter for the state fire marshal's office saying the money's allocated. But because of shipping or whatever, this money will be.
So you want to leave it where it's at for this year's budget?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, can we move it over later after he gives?
Yes, I will move it over before the final if you have not spent it.
I just put it over, you won't lose, it's just you'll have to wait till the 26 year comes in. 1 July, have to redo everything.
Right, and as long as he gets back to me, which should be pretty soon,
Okay,
on where that's gonna land. If it's gonna be this year or July.
Are we good?
I'm good with it, bring a bunch of other councilors from.
Too.
Yes? Okay, you're off the hook now.
What's the difference in equipment maintenance and vehicle maintenance?
Okay, so equipment maintenance would be anything he has equipment wise for firefighting that needs maintaining or repairing, and then vehicle is related to the actual vehicles, the trucks, the cars, anything that's related to vehicle.
Yes.
Reading apparatus.
Kind of like the equipment on top of it?
Pumps, stuff like that.
Hoses.
Would be equipment.
I just wondered
Vehicle
about-
would be the engine of the vehicle, the tires, the chassis, anything related to the vehicle itself. Any other questions?
no,
Okay,
Brenda?
thank you. Now you're free.
Now-
3 minutes late.
Thank you, Rick.
You're welcome. Thank you, Heath. I'm sorry I kept butting in.
That's right. Thank you.
You.
We'll be around for a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, let me get her budget up.
Go ahead. I can hear them.
Hi, Dory.
On the 14th. For that,
Basically, all that stuff. We can go.
Okay, Lori, you should be able to see your budget.
You want me to make it?
I have to get up close.
I have it.
Reframe it. It's meeting. To see if I can do this.
You're, yeah. I'll bring my own cushion. Bring my chicken in.
Well, that's what we're supposed to do.
So there we go.
Yeah.
I'll bring
That for the judge. When our meetings, there's all be here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, great. Well, I'm like, really gone on Google Meets.
No, no, no. Not the different story.
4 years.
You finally got it?
Yeah. I gotta get more on this. So the one thing that's not on this budget is the part-time bailiff. And nobody can figure out where to put it. Where are the, I don't see the wages at all. Am I missing? Oh, I see.
The block?
Wages.
Oh, do you need to add that, Lori?
Yeah, we've been trying to reach you today because I didn't realize it wasn't on there. It was a 0. It's on there for 2025, but Donna couldn't figure it out either.
Okay, do you want me to go in and look at it really quick?
Yeah, it's line.
I didn't want to change it because of the name. Your names are on these, so but I will. Or tell me, what should it be? And I'll add it to this column and it'll carry it over.
It's hard, but the max is 26.
Okay, so it's like it was this year.
Yeah.
Okay, it's in there.
Okay, thank you.
So now that should carry over. Yes, it does. Okay. And it's gonna show I changed it, right? Yes. Okay.
Alright,
Yes.
so, when we looked at it, with Donna, that position is not in the worksheet at all.
Okay. Well, but I just added it in here this way and it is, I'm sorry it wasn't, I didn't know. I've been in budget hearings all day. I was sorry I wasn't available, but I have it here. You can see it over here in the green column now. It is there, okay? Okay, it's all yours, Lori.
Okay, so, I don't have a current of where we're at financially because I don't ever get them on time. So the last one that I had is for March. And at that point in time, the unexpended was 128,000 out of my budget for last year that'll be coming back to us.
So what you have in year-to-date actuals on your 2025 in here is through the posting of April. So those figures are year-to-date through April, right there in that yellow column.
So where's the bottom line? You know, that's what I asked for in the budget. Sorry. That's what I asked for in the budget.
No, this is your today.
So my budget was 272.
964.
Yeah, but I only have used through the end of April, 163. I try to be frugal, but based on that budget, I was able, out of my own budget,
to do the bulletproof. All the bulletproofing, all the machines, the x-ray machine, the bulletproof glass, making that as safe as it could be, that came out of the budget. Also, we brought the chlorine to compliance, which it wasn't in compliance, it wasn't in compliance for the first year that I was judged. So we've been able to bring that into compliance, we've added a lot of things that the court needed. Tasers, uniforms, things of that nature.
So
Okay, is this gonna be, oh, I'm sorry.
we talked about earlier today about changing the wages for the judge. And Judy, did you want to address that?
Well, I just thought we'd have to put it in our budget if we did this. And it was for the elected officials.
They
And,
would- Come in to play after the
After the
election.
election,
Yes, ma'am.
And my,
so that's something you might put in your budget.
it's in there,
no,
there's extra funds in there that can be pulled for that.
I think we should change the line items for your,
We can't,
we can.
well,
We talked,
okay,
that's what they told us earlier, when we were on the legislative, working on the legislative part. If we wanted to change it, it has to be reflected in the budget now.
and it is,
And so I would like to change where your wages are, 12,000 to 24.
so the reason that I didn't do that is because I was told by Mary that we couldn't do that.
Mary, she told us this morning we're gonna do that. I thought that when it was approved, then she would put it in there.
Yes, that's correct. The money could be added.
Right, so
The
is,
ordinance has got to be changed because. the
Correct.
ordinance says Now that the judge gets 1,000 per month, 12,000 a year. If whatever we put in now, then the ordinance is gonna have to be changed before the first of the year.
Understood.
right, before the.
So if we can get on the agenda to get that in there, we'll get the ordinance changed.
Correct.
We can't budget for it first?
No.
No worries.
There's things in there that can be moved around, if that's the case.
And this is happening all over the state. The governor has started it and all of the judges all over the state are getting compensated.
Right, so the magistrate, district, Supreme Court, Board of Appeals already got increases. They do that through the state, through AOC. But this year, every municipal court, I just went. So every municipal court is, in fact, there were budget, ordinance suggestions sent to you guys. That were given by AOC at the training or at the conference. So I'm not the only one that is dealing with that at the end of their term. There's a lot that are, just about every municipal court. in the next couple of years.
Well, let's raise it.
Yeah.
So we can get the ordinance, we can get the ordinance changed.
Yeah.
We'll have a call commission meeting, get the ordinance changed, John.
The training, AOC is now going to be doing clerk training. So, in person. Because now they've taken over, so that line is up. Because it will be a requirement for them to go.
So do you send them away or do they come here?
No, they'll be sent just like I was,
Okay.
most likely, that seems to be the great hub. That they want to go to, so it's hard, it's impossible to know where is the training.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
So you built that training and the per diem and all that?
Yeah, so we just bumped it up to be able to accommodate, that's why I went from 35 to 55. Because now I have to accommodate for our clerk to be able to go to training as well and travel and I don't know how long their training will be. I mean, my initial judge training, a new judge is gonna have to go to school for a whole week.
Is that?
So the clerk may have to go for a whole week too, I don't know.
You've already got that added to the budget.
So that's why I increased it from 35 to 55.
Okay, so all of this is good with you? Council?
So I see.
We need, well, we talked about the wages, we need to settle an increase right now into the budget.
Say that again?
Run that budget.
What did you just say?
They
We
told,
just talked about increasing the judge.
Right, but we can't do it till after the ordinance.
Till after the ordinance.
So the budget is already.
Mary said we couldn't do it until we've done the ordinance.
That's correct. DFA will not accept it.
Earlier on, there's an ordinance. And we gave the raises and the ordinance hadn't been changed yet.
But they weren't judges or elected officials.
That's the cops and the probates. Remember, we held off on the
So
probate.
what, so Mary, so what you're saying is we have to get the ordinance changed and we gotta go through a council meeting and we give it that way?
Yeah, you have to do the ordinance change because the elected officials by state statute are handled differently. And our ordinance stipulates how much they can receive in benefits.
It's our ordinance, but if we get it changed, we can eliminate that to where they get pay raises when the courts in the state get pay raises.
Right, so that's.
You
what
can, I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
that's
Can I
what
jump in for just a second here?
Y'all,
So,
y'all don't hurt nobody.
so all I want to say is that the pay raise would not be effective until such time as this next election takes place.
I understand that.
Okay.
Know that. Yeah, thank you.
So one of the ordinance examples that I sent to you guys from the judge conference did exactly that. Because magistrate judges, even though they're elected officials, don't explain to me how that works. District court judges are elected officials. AOC gave raises. So during the term, they gave raises. I don't know how, but it happened. So what one of those says is if magistrate, district, Court of Appeals, Supreme Court gets 3%, let's say in 2026, and then 3% in 2027, and then 3% in 2028, and then 2% in 2029, that ordinance just says, at the end of the term, that's the increase that will be given to the municipal court judge, that percentage. Okay, does that make sense?
Yep.
So that may be one of the ones that you guys wanna look at, if that's what you want to do. Because then you don't have to come back and do this every single 4 years. It's just a given. It's already done.
Well, you know, Judge, I kind of agree with you on something like that right there for the simple fact that the executive branch, legislative branch is separate from judicial. You can't tell you how to do this, how to do that, or what to do. You hire your own people at your discretion. Your people have to go under. Okay, what they do, the only thing they get out of working for the courts is their time spent working the judicial system is para only, insurance and pay is by the city. And so that counts in there.
They don't get merit increases.
No,
They don't get COLA increases. My staff is not by statute. Just like appointed officials are not.
Well, I would think then in the budget that we do like in the other courts, we're doing courts. I've looked into it and there's a lot of courts and municipalities that are on the same thing that the magistrate courts and the other courts are in. When they get a pay raise, they get a pay raise. Since we can't get into the day business of the judicial department, I would recommend to the council that when we do put this in, that it goes under when the court gives a raise, and that when you get it, once we initially.
And we have to check on that, like, cause I know that's the way the village of Brea does it. But they're saying you can't within the term,
That's usually how they would it.
but yet they gave them the magistrate and district and the appellate, well, the appellate are appointed, but. They gave them to those elected officials, so it's kind of an oxymoron that I don't really understand, and I probably need to find out more from AOC. But I think that if we just say, if we do the increase, whatever they get, it just gets added, and then at the end of the 4 years, then that's the amount that goes to the next election.
Right. The only difference between that is that you're dealing with state regulations in one regard, and here we have the local ordinance that sets the salary of the judge. So that's the local ordinance that has to be changed. I'm not arguing that that local ordinance couldn't be changed to coincide with those raises that are authorized by the state either, but I'm just saying that ours is a local ordinance that sets the salary.
But John, but if we get that changed to where it coincides with LOC, then that being said, if they get that pay raise done, say come the 1st of July of that year, when the House passes it or whenever they do it, then Judge Platt would get that raise that same year. She wouldn't have to wait till the new election year.
Yeah, I don't, the judge and I have talked about this. I've got an AG's opinion that is somewhat contrary to that. And so I will continue to check that out. And if I'm not against her getting a raise or any raises that everybody's entitled to. I just want to make sure that we're complying with the law as it applies to municipalities, which is a little bit different than state appointees.
Reason I'm asking that, John, is because I don't want to go do something that would say 3%, then she has to wait till the following election year, which is 4 years out or 2 years out. So that if we give it to her, then we can give it to her on a yearly basis or every other other year.
I don't disagree with that. So I'm just saying that so far as I know with the current law, if we provide for an ordinance that provides for a raise for her and or you guys, that raise doesn't take place until after the election. And anybody who is holding a seat and voted for that can't get that raise.
Is that a state statute or is that ordinance?
It's a state statute. But our ordinance sets the amount of the salary of the local judge, just as it sets the amount of the salary for you guys.
John, would it be any different? But she wouldn't be voting for the raise anyway.
I understand that, and that's a great question. But the issue becomes whether or not the judge and or the council are working to wash each other's hands. And so that in order to make sure that they're not trying to do favors for one another, the Attorney General's ruling that I read said that the judge who is sitting in office when the raise is made can't be eligible for the raise until such time as she or he runs for and is serving the next term.
Understand. So the easiest way to do it would be simply just to do the ordinance the way they wrote it, which is those percentages add up at the end of the 4 years. That's when it increases to. And that way you guys don't have to change the ordinance every 4 years.
And Judge, if you will get me that information, I'll be happy to review it and.
Yeah, John, we'll send you the examples that they gave us at the judge conference. I don't want to.
Perfect. Thank you.
Judge conference.
Print it, please.
You want me to print her budget? All right. We are done, guys.
Are we still within budget?
Oh, yeah, let me do a recap. Hold on. Oh, let me print her thing first.
Are you done? You need to end the meeting, okay?
Okay, after we look at the recap.
That will be the.
I can end it. I can turn it.
Well, you need.
Not yet, guys, please.
What I'm talking about. Her ending.
Or end of.
But if you want to hear, if you're in black or the red, say that. Don't adjourn it.
The final,
Yeah.
final.
Hold on. Oh, shoot. I always do that. Give me a second. I'm trying to get her screen up.
But if you know, so.
Yeah.
But you've not done, so don't spam me with it, just.
Don, you still there?
I am.
You're dismissed, man. We're fixing to close up.
All right. Thank y'all for a nice day.
Thank you, John.
Idioski.
Idioski.
Go first.
Oh, you know how to do that. You know where it was. You know where it was.
Okay, let me go back to the recap, guys.
Still got it.
We're in the black, 283, 283.
Say that again?
We're in the black.
So we went down 600,000 down to 283, but we're still in the black.
Good.
Are we good?
Print it.
Okay, do I, oh, print this? Hold on. It's gonna take me a minute.
The whole building.
Ugh.
And is that something we should talk about in the budget? Yeah.
You need to volley there, girl.
I know, I'm gonna get.
Wait till I get around there.
Yeah. I know. You're right. No.
Oh, we don't need hers? No, let's go.
Maybe they'll.
You need a pencil?
Do you want it? She can turn around as well. No, she doesn't have any money. If she does, that's what I'm saying. Take that money and put it into a professional portfolio. All that way to do it, office.
Oh, sorry.
Thought you dropped it.
Oh. It's because the box is right there.